Chapter 1590. In the Beastmen race, the most numerous races are the bearmen, the werewolves, and the serpents. Apart from the bearmen race, the werewolves race was also invited by the shadow horse. There are a total of 5 people. Among them, 3 are from the bearmen race and 2 are from the werewolves race. Among these 5 people, one of the werewolves is a high-level supreme being. He also has the bloodline of the heavenly wolf, and has the unique heavenly wolf eye. The heavenly wolf is the top wolf imperial family among all the wolf beasts. It has the noblest bloodline, and is a wild beast like the heavenly hound. The heavenly wolf eye is unique. The heavenly wolf eye can see through all nothingness, and see through all evil things. The illusion formation that Ling Xiao laid down still couldn't escape the heavenly wolf eye divine light of the werewolf. Good fella, you actually laid down such a big formation, but it's useless. Watch me break it. The werewolf roared and immediately attacked in all directions, destroying all the small illusion eyes that Ling Xiao laid down. Ling Xiao was still waiting in front of the illusion eye mirror stone to watch a good show, but he didn't expect to find that all the illusion eyes that he laid down were destroyed. Hey, you can actually break my illusion formation, Ling Xiao said with some surprise. He wasn't worried at all, he didn't only have one trick in the illusion formation. Mother Fasterus Cur, it's you again, you stinking brat. If I don't kill you today, I swear I'm not a human. The shadow horse immediately swept his gaze over Ling Xiao and roared. When enemies meet, their eyes turn red. The shadow horse absolutely didn't want to let Ling Xiao go. However, Ling Xiao also wasn't afraid of the shadow horse. He had already forced this person to retreat twice in a row. He absolutely couldn't let him escape the third time. All of Ling Xiao's puppets had already appeared, surrounding Shadow Horse and the others. Every time it saw Ling Xiao's people, the Shadow Horse almost wanted to vomit blood. Every time he went out to fight, he brought such a group of people. Wasn't this clearly bullying the few with numbers? Shadow Horse knew that this was one aspect of the soul race that people feared. They could control countless puppets, and it was indeed anyone's nightmare. Shadow Horse's 8 spears reappeared, but before he could launch his most powerful attack, Ling Xiao's divine soul was already everywhere, attacking him crazily, forcing him to immediately enter a defensive state. After all, no one from the Winged Clan could reveal Ling Xiao's figure this time. Wolfhead, come help me. The 8 flag spears of the Shadow Horse kept circling around him, creating many wind blades, which made it impossible for Ling Xiao's divine soul to get close. These 8 banner spears were high-grade supreme divine artifacts, and the Shadow Horse was powerful, so its might was naturally extraordinary. If it weren't for the fact that Ling Xiao's soul strength wasn't weak, he naturally wouldn't be able to restrain him. The wolf head was a high-grade werewolf with the heavenly wolf eyes. He couldn't reveal Ling Xiao's body, but he could see the existence of Ling Xiao's divine soul. This werewolf's eyes were fierce, and its body was as strong as an ancient god artifact. It tore a mid-grade supreme being in half, let out a long howl, and rushed towards Ling Xiao's divine soul clone. Ling Xiao originally wanted to let the high-grade puppet stop him, but after thinking about it, he decided to use his real body to stop the werewolf. Ling Xiao's real body erupted with 70 times the combat power, causing his strength to reach the peak of the mid-grade. When he attacked with the Emperor Dragon Heaven-destroying art, ordinary high-grade supreme beings wouldn't be a match for him. However, this werewolf could also transform. His originally humanoid body was now covered in golden fur. His figure grew a few meters taller, and his human head turned into a ferocious wolf's head. His strength also instantly increased by several times. Who do you think you are to stop me? Die. Wolfeye shouted and instantly swung out an extremely domineering golden fist. Its strength was actually close to the late-stage high-grade supreme being. Ling Xiao was shocked, and he quickly withdrew his determination to fight head-on. His tempest movement art turned into a storm, and countless footprints with incomparably dense corrosive black wind-shrouded wolf eye. Ling Xiao's tempest movement art could be said to be the fastest movement art in the world. With his current strength, even Wolfeye would have a hard time tracking his existence. Countless footprints trampled over, and numerous black wind blades attacked continuously, making it impossible to guard against them. Wolfeye originally wanted to fight barehanded, but the black wind blades corroded his golden fur, causing him to lose quite a bit. He had no choice but to take out his spiked mace to fight. Wolf Eye's strength was still very strong, and it wasn't difficult for him to break free from Ling Xiao's restraint. However, Ling Xiao had summoned Chao Chaotsong to attack Wolf Eye together with him. Wolf Eye couldn't support the Shadow Horse. As long as they could stall the Shadow Horse, Ling Xiao's other puppets could besiege and kill the other incipient God Realm experts of the Dark Shadow Clan and the Beastmen clan. However, these two clans were the ancient clans, and they had secret techniques that ordinary supreme beings couldn't compare to. Their fighting competence was extraordinary. Luckily, Ling Xiao had many puppets. Basically, it was 3 against 1, and they still had the upper hand. However, the other high-grade supreme master of the Shadow Nether clan took out a great killing weapon that had been passed down from the ancient times of the Shadow Nether clan. It was called the Shadow Divine Sword. Although the dim Shadow Divine Sword wasn't as intimidating as the Golden Dragon Altar of Kim people, it had the power to slash everything. If it wasn't a top-grade ancient god weapon, no other divine weapon could resist its brutal power. This high-level supreme being was the chief of the Dark Shadow clan. With the dim Shadow Divine Sword, he had killed a high-level supreme being, a mid-level supreme being, and 3 low-level supreme beings, which had reduced the number of puppets on Ling Xiao's side. You want to destroy our Dark Shadow clan? You're not qualified. The chief of the Dark Shadow clan released his divine power. He held the divine sword and slashed the other puppets. However, it was difficult for him to fight alone. Among Ling Xiao's dozens of supreme martial artist puppets, there were 6 high-level supreme martial artists. Apart from Chao Tsong and the one who had been killed, there were 4 others. If 2 of them attacked him, it would be difficult for him to save the others. The Shadow Horse had brought more than 10 supreme beings, but in just a blink of an eye, they had lost 10 of them. Ling Xiao's side had lost more than 20 people. After all, the Dark Shadow clan and the Beast clan had extraordinary battle prowess. Even if they died, they could drag 1 or 2 people to the grave with them. Ling Xiao's real body and Chao Chaotsong attacked the Wolf Eye. The battle was also very fierce. The Wolf Eye was strong, and his body was not weaker than Ling Xiao's. Under the joint attack of the 2 people, he didn't seem to be at a disadvantage. Ling Xiao couldn't help but feel a little anxious. This was because the Shadow Horse didn't care about anything and wanted to escape. If they let him escape again, he would definitely become a big scourge for the Kim people in the future. Next time, he would definitely have more sinister plots to plot against the people of the Kim people. At that time, it would be difficult to capture or kill him again. Go over there and perish together with him. Ling Xiao issued an order. Several supreme puppets, which were already heavily injured, flew in the direction of the Shadow Horse. In the Outer Realms, Ling Xiao had made the supreme puppets explode to scare away the Shadow Horse. Now he was using the same trick again. Even if he couldn't kill him, he could injure him severely and capture him with his divine soul. The Shadow Horse had been in a defensive state the whole time. When it suddenly saw several people flying towards it, it immediately became vigilant. Looking at the other party's disregard for everything, it knew that something bad had happened. Damn it! It's impossible to kill me. The Shadow Horse roared and quickly fled. It was determined not to die with these people. However, at this moment, Ling Xiao's divine soul used the 8th move of the Imperial Dragon Heaven Extinguishing Art. 5 dragons become 1. 5 dragons of different colors blocked all of the Shadow Horse's escape routes and madly attacked it. As long as the Shadow Horse was prevented from escaping, it would definitely die. However, the Shadow Horse wanted to escape, and no one could stop it. The 8 flags become 1 and directly fled in one direction. The divine armor on its body blocked many attacks, causing Ling Xiao's puppets to be unable to encircle it. Even if they exploded, they couldn't injure it. Everyone retreat. In the future, we will definitely slaughter all of the Kim people. The Shadow Horse completely gave up. It, a peak supreme martial artist, was actually forced to flee without being able to do anything. It was so agitated that it wanted to vomit blood. This couldn't be helped. After all, Ling Xiao's divine soul was so strong that it could contend against any peak supreme martial artist. It naturally wouldn't be easy for it to play a role. With Ling Xiao's speed, it wasn't easy for him to catch up to the Shadow Horse. After all, the Shadow Horse was a peak supreme martial artist, and had the help of the shadow secret technique. Yet it still watched helplessly as he escaped into the endless void. The shadow horse's stealthy escape completely frightened the remaining people. They didn't want to continue fighting, and all wanted to break out of the encirclement. However, Ling Xiao wouldn't give them too many chances. His divine soul clone sneaked behind the Dark Shadow Clan patriarch, and directly used the twin wind dragons to pierce through his defense. That destructive power immediately tortured him, making him hover between life and death. The Dark Shadow Clan patriarch seemed to have lost his mind. He used the last of his strength, and the Dark Shadow Divine Sword turned into a sky full of sword shadows that swept out in all directions. It directly slashed the divine bodies of 2 high-level supreme martial artists, and also affected 5 or 6 other supreme martial artists. This move was his last desperate attack. He already had the thought of dying. Haha, come on, come on. I want to kill all of you and drag you to the grave with me. The Dark Shadow Clan patriarch didn't care about his injuries, and crazily used his energy to attack in all directions. Ling Xiao's divine soul didn't dare to approach, afraid that it would be swept by the Dark Shadow Divine Sword. What a good divine weapon. It's best if it belongs to me. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as he spoke. Then he ordered several low-level supreme martial artists to self-detonate, blowing up the Dark Shadow Clan patriarch's face. Just as he was about to forcefully recover, Ling Xiao's divine soul attacked again, directly blowing up his head and swallowing his divine soul. Then, Ling Xiao held the Dark Shadow Divine Sword in his hand. Unexpectedly, the Dark Shadow Divine Sword soul was born. It actually wanted to struggle out of Ling Xiao's grasp and slashed at Ling Xiao. You want to hurt me with just a mere soul? Ling Xiao snorted disdainfully. He directly used his powerful energy to suppress this arrogant soul. Then he said gloomily, submit to me. Otherwise, I don't mind erasing your intelligence. Divine weapons had spirits. Naturally, there were some special methods that could erase their spirits. It was just that the grade of the weapon would be affected. If this Dark Shadow Divine Sword wasn't willing to submit, Ling Xiao would also use this method. It was much better than leaving it alive to devour its master. The Dark Shadow Divine Sword kept struggling. Ling Xiao ignored it. A drop of blood fell on its blade. Chapter 1591. A drop of Ling Xiao's blood turned into a blood dragon that rushed into the Dim Shadow Divine Sword. The artifact soul of the Dim Shadow Divine Sword soared out, wanting to repel this bit of blood essence, not allowing it to taint its artifact soul. You still dare to resist? Ling Xiao's words were like thunder. He held the Dim Shadow Divine Sword in his hand, and the heaven flame burned towards the soul. The artifact soul revealed a look of fear. It believed that if this flame was refined for 49 days, and then tempered again, its artifact soul might really be erased by this person. Ling Xiao's blood essence transformed into a dragon and swooped towards the tool soul, which was still in a daze. The artifact soul could have used the sword chi to expel Ling Xiao's blood essence, but it knew that if it did so, it would be erased. I am willing to submit. The Dim Shadow Divine Sword soul finally compromised. It already had intelligence, and knew that it couldn't do anything. It could only choose to submit. At least you know what's good for you. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Following that, the blood no longer attacked the soul, but instead entered the soul and established a connection with it. The Dim Shadow Divine Sword now belonged to Ling Xiao. The soul said to Ling Xiao, "Greetings, Master." Ling Xiao laughed and said, "Haha, good, Dim Shadow Divine Sword, your name is Dim Shadow. I won't change your name, but you have to remember, I am your master. The Dark Shadow Clan will no longer exist." Ling Xiao held the Dim Shadow Divine Sword and swung it a few times. Several tens of thousands of meters of space cracks immediately appeared. That power was extremely terrifying. This was a top wind-type ancient god artifact. It could increase the destructive power of the wind blades. It was not something ordinary high-grade ancient god artifacts could compare to. Just like his Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop, it was one of the most important ancient god artifacts. However, it couldn't compare to the Golden Dragon Altar of the Kim people. After all, the Golden Dragon Altar was the accumulation of the Kim people's destiny and the blood of many clansmen. Its power was already at the peak of ancient god artifacts. Of course, the Golden Dragon Altar still had a way to survive. To use it, one had to have the pure blood of the Kim people. Only then could one display its supreme power. Not everyone could use it. Now in this world, the people that the Shadow Horse had brought with it were almost completely annihilated. Only the Wolf Eyes were still fighting Ling Zhao's real body and Chao Tsaotsong. He was very strong. If Chao Tsaotsong fought him alone, he would have been smashed into meat paste by the wolf teeth. Ling Zhao's divine soul wielded the phantom god sword and he shouted, "Get out of my way!" Ling Zhao's true body moved away. Chao Tsaotsong didn't dare disobey his orders, so he retreated. "I was waiting for you to come." The wolf eyes stared at Ling Zhao's soul. 2 balls of divine light shot out from the wolf eyes, shooting straight at Ling Zhao's soul. The power of this divine eye was relatively strong, and the timing of its attack was also perfect. Ordinary high-level supreme beings would not be able to dodge it. However, Ling Zhao's soul had reached the mid-level of high-level supremes, and his battle prowess was 70 times higher. He was infinitely close to a peak supreme being, and with the shadow sword in hand, he didn't have to worry about being hit by the divine eyes. He cried out in surprise. The phantom sword danced rapidly, and immediately sent the 2 divine eyes flying. At the same time, he slashed at the wolf eyes with his sword. Whoosh! The sword tore through the air, and the sword light tore through the sky. The wolf eyes stared at the sword solemnly. Knowing that he couldn't dodge, he raised his mace to meet the sword. Clang! The peak mid-grade ancient god mace was cut in half, and the wolf eyes was forced back from head to toe. Blood splashed everywhere. Ling Zhao's sword shook, and countless wind blades appeared, shredding the 2 halves of the wolf eyes into drops of blood. Wolf Eye, a high-level supreme martial artist, was killed by Ling Zhao's divine soul. Haha, the power is not bad. Before my golden dragon spear and ice and fire swords reach the high level, you can provide me with more help. Ling Zhao laughed wildly. After this battle, the supreme experts of the Dark Shadow clan were all killed, and the number of supreme puppets under Ling Zhao's control was reduced by more than half. Including the Dark Shadow clans Ing Xuanan and the others, there were less than 30 of them left. However, he didn't feel sorry for these puppets. They were under his control, and their fates were already in his hands. The next step was to completely kill the Dark Shadow tribe. Ling Zhao controlled the great elders of the Dark Shadow tribe, and ordered them to return to the tribe. He summoned many members of the Dark Shadow tribe back to their territory, and slaughtered them one by one. As for the Shadow Horse, Ling Zhao believed that he had escaped to the Heavenly Tiger area or the outer space. He was a little worried that the next time this unkillable guy made a comeback, he or his Jin clan might be a great threat. However, since the person had already escaped, he had no way of chasing after him. He could only ask his clansmen to guard against him. If they met again in the future, they would kill him. 3 days later, tens of thousands of members of the Dark Shadow tribe were killed by their great elders. They died with their eyes open. Even in death, they still couldn't understand why the founding elder would harm them. Ling Zhao didn't have any pity. In this world, the winner was king, and the loser was the thief. When the Dark Shadow clan annihilated the Soul clan that year, they had never thought about sparing the others. Today it was just the result of the cycle of cause and effect. Ling Zhao landed in the Dark Shadow clan's territory and confiscated all their belongings. Then he released a heaven flame to burn all the corpses. It was the last time he had sent them off. All the members of the Dark Shadow clan and the Demon Soul clan were killed or expelled. Only the ordinary warriors and civilians were left in the city. After the Dark Shadow clan was destroyed, the news exploded in the Demon Soul clan. The people in the Sky Dragon domain quickly received the news, and everyone was in an uproar. The Dark Shadow clan was one of the ancient clans in the antiquity. Although they had declined for so many years, they still had experts at incipient god realm. Otherwise, they wouldn't have dared to challenge the Kim people. However, after the battle with the Kim people, their clan was annihilated after 3 months. They were so shocked. At the same time, they doubted whether it was the work of the Kim people or the leaders of the Dragon Gate. Whether it was true or not, most of them thought that it had something to do with the Kim people and the Dragon Gate. The forces that wanted to harm the Kim people or the Dragon Gate were frightened. They didn't dare to spread rumors or mention anything related to Ling Zhao or the Soul clan. In the Heavenly Dragon area, the leaders of the Divine Axe Gang used to attack the Kim people. After they received the news, they became tense. Because of this, their gang had a civil war. Moreover, the sword-washing manor felt lucky that they didn't attack the Kim people or the Dragon Gate. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to keep their position as the number 2 for 10,000 years. Staying in the Dark Shadow Clan's territory, Ling Xiao started to check the precious divine materials he had collected. Among them, the richest were the treasures in the spatial ring of the chief of the Dark Shadow Clan, and the treasures in the storage room of the clan. These divine materials were mainly of the wind class. Many of them were useful to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao left some puppets of the Dark Shadow Clan to guard this place. After the commotion died down, he would move the descendants of the Soul Clan here. It would be a complete home for them. As for the Divine Axe Gang that had participated in killing the Kim people, the Dragon Gate would deal with them. He believed that the Dragon Gate sect had made a decision. At that time, they would join hands with the archenemy of the Divine Axe Gang, the Sun and Moon sect, to deal with them. Ling Xiao left the Dark Shadow Clan and headed directly to the Chaotic Burial Space. It was time for him to go back and collect all the puppets in the Chaotic Burial Space. Those puppets could be used to protect the Soul Clan. They could also be used to attack the Beastmen Clan, the Winged People Clan, and the Demon Tiger Clan. Ling Xiao rode the ghost and flew to the Chaotic Burial Space. From a distance, this space looked so intimidating. It was like a hole that could swallow the sky. Any king god would die if they got sucked in. Ling Xiao sighed with emotion. It wasn't easy for him to survive after getting sucked in. Ling Xiao retrieved the ghost and walked into this chaotic area. Many explosive energies started to fall on him. Previously, he had used the lie of the God King to walk freely in this place. Today, his body could be compared to an ancient god weapon. He wouldn't get hurt. Relying on the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop, he dashed towards the Chaotic Burial Space. It used to take several years to reach this place. But now it only took him half a month to get there. The ancient coffins were still there. Waves of death chi still diffused. When Ling Xiao arrived, he released all of his god soul energy. Right after that, the gods, demons, and demon corpses walked out of the ancient coffins. They bowed to greet Ling Xiao as if they were meeting their king. There were several thousand of them. Each of them had the competence of a high-level king god. Many of them were at half-incipient god realm, and around 200 of them were at the Great Master realm. These were the great formations that Hun Feng had set up here after his death. He had lured many people here to control them. Only the peak of Great Master realm experts like him could do this. From now on, the name of Chaotic Burial Space doesn't exist anymore. Ling Xiao sighed and retrieved all the puppets. As for the formations contained within these ancient coffins, Ling Xiao had also completely erased them, no longer allowing them to exist in this world. After all, he had reincarnated once. He had received the inheritance. It was useless to leave them here. Ling Xiao wasn't in a hurry to leave this place. Instead, he turned in another direction to explore. He always felt that this space had some perilous areas. Perhaps he could find something there. Unfortunately, after wandering around here for 2 months, he discovered that there were only some spatial turbulences. Occasionally, he would come across some remnant bones or relics, but they weren't of much use to him. Ling Xiao got out of the Chaotic Burial Space and went straight to the top of the 9th heaven. He got out of the outer space and returned to the Dragon Gate. When he got back to the Dragon Gate had mobilized many forces to join hands with the Sun and Moon sect to annihilate the Divine Axe Gang. Ling Xiao didn't want to join them. However, when some people came, he had to change his mind. Chapter 1592. The Godly Axe Gang was one of the super forces in the Sky Dragon area. It ranked third after the Sword Cleansing Manor, above the Sun Moon sect and the Blazing Flame Merchants. The founder of the Godly Axe Gang was a god who claimed to be the descendant of Pangu. He had inherited the Sky-Opening Axe technique, which had 72 moves. Actually, after the 72 moves, there were 9 ultimate moves. The Sky-Opening Axe technique was one of the ancient god techniques. Its power was endless. Their Divine Axe Gang had once produced a character on the sovereign list, but he had disappeared for many years and hadn't appeared in the world for many years. The Godly Axe Gang had a legacy of more than 200,000 years. From a small faction to what it was today, it had experienced many things that the outside world didn't know. Originally, they had always been a low-profile sect. However, with the emergence of a few new sovereigns and the addition of quite a few god kings in recent years, they began to act arrogantly, as if they did not take the other sects seriously at all. At the same time, they had a bad relationship with the neighboring Sun-Moon sect. They seemed to want to swallow the Sun-Moon sect. However, recently, they had joined hands with the Supremes of the Dark Shadow clan to provoke the Kim people. Now they knew that the number one ancient clan, which had always been low-key, had a formidable competence. As the Dark Shadow clan was destroyed, the Godly Axe Gang finally recognized that they had poked the hornet's nest. Their gang was in chaos. Many of them wanted to confess to the Kim people, so that the Kim people wouldn't come and destroy them. They weren't their opponents. There was another group that wanted to fight. They didn't want to compromise with the Kim people. They wanted to unite the other forces to fight to the end. They believed that the Kim people wouldn't let both sides suffer. No matter what attitude the Godly Axe Gang had, the Kim people and the Dragon Gate had started to prepare. They were about to attack the Godly Axe Gang. If they didn't respond, the number one ancient clan in the Sky Dragon area would become the other's laughing stock. Their position would be questioned. When Ling Xiao returned to the Dragon Gate, his family and his sect were preparing. They couldn't be careless in the battle between the two top forces. Besides the incipient God Realm experts, many King God Realm experts would join the battle. This battle represented many things. It would attract all the people in the Heaven territory. Therefore, in this battle, Dragon Gate could only win. Ling Xiao didn't want to participate in this battle. After all, if he went out to kill other forces, how could he show the power of the Kim people and the Dragon Gate? How could he train the younger generation? However, there were many people from Dragon Gate who came to help, and all of them came because of Ling Xiao. If Ling Xiao didn't participate in the battle, they naturally couldn't be bothered to get involved. These people included the representatives of the Blazing Flame Merchants of the Sky Dragon region, the representatives of the Medicine Guild of the Heaven Source region, the Lotus Cult of the Profound Sky region, the Shao family, and the Thousand Beast Alliance, the Flame Clan, and the Barbarian tribe of the Heaven Sparrow region. Except for the Blazing Flame Merchants Association, the other forces had sent 2 or 3 experts at incipient God Realm. It didn't look like a lot, but each of them at the incipient God Realm wasn't something 100 King God Realm experts could compare to. These people had come when Ling Xiao entered the chaotic grave space. They all came because of Ling Xiao. Even when the great elder of the Kim people, Ling Qiu, came out to greet him, they just greeted him politely. They didn't have a deep relationship. However, they all expressed the same thing. They all came to find Ling Xiao. As soon as Ling Xiao returned to the Medicine God Peak, he felt many different auras, some of which were familiar to him. A shadow flew out from the peak and said, "Peak Lord, you're finally back. If you didn't come back, the sect would have sent people to find you." This person was Yang Hai, who had reached the middle level of the Great Master Realm. Who has come to the mountain?" Ling Xiao asked. "You can tell me when you get to the peak." "They came to find your friends," said Yang Hai. Ling Xiao nodded and followed Yang Hai back to the main hall of the mountain. "Haha, kid, you're finally back. You made everyone wait for a long time." Great Elder Ling Qiu laughed. At this time, Ling Xiao finally saw the people in the hall. There were many familiar faces. Lai Fun and Lai Ruyu of the Blazing Flame Merchants, 3 Supremes of the Medicine Guild and Yan Daijiao, 2 Supremes of the Lotus Cult, Xiao Jingren and Xiao Ling of the Xiao family, Dugu Jin and Xia Xianxian of the Thousand Beast Alliance, 2 Supremes of the Fire Clan, 1 Supremes of the Xinyu family, Xinyu Yi and Xinyu Xiangma. The women present were all beautiful like flowers, each with their own merits, adding a lot of color to the hall. Besides these women, the people Ling Xiao was most familiar with were Lai Yan, Xiao Jingren, and Dugu Jin. He hadn't seen the others, but he had met 1 or 2 of them. Ling Xiao didn't dare to be negligent, and quickly returned the greetings to the representatives of the various forces. "Ling Xiao didn't know you were coming. I apologize," Ling Xiao said apologetically after returning to his seat as the Peak Lord. "Kid, you sure are carefree. You always come and go like a ghost. You haven't come to see Xian, And this old man all these years. Do you think an apology is enough? Dugujin didn't bother being polite with Ling Xiao and said directly. Old Master Dugujin had already broken through to the high-level supreme martial artist realm. He looked even more like an immortal, and his mental state was very full. Old man, you must be joking. You know that I have a lot of people to deal with. I was attacked right after I returned from the outer realm. I had to do something. Otherwise people would think that I Ling Xiao am easy to bully. Ling Xiao laughed. Kid, you destroyed the Dark Shadow clan alone, didn't you? Li Fan raised an eyebrow and asked. As soon as he said this, everyone turned to look at Ling Xiao, their gazes filled with a strange light. Some people will jump around even more happily if you don't teach them a lesson. Don't you think so? Ling Xiao replied indifferently. Although Ling Xiao didn't say it out loud, it was still a response. Instantly, everyone's expressions changed. It was hard for them to imagine that a single person could annihilate an entire ancient clan. How frightening was this ability? Hee, Vice Hall Master is right. Our alchemy guild has always been kind to others. However, we won't let anyone bully us. Yen Daijiao of the alchemy guild said with a bell-like voice. Yen Daijiao's voice was like the chirping of an oriole. It was like the blooming of 100 flowers. It made people feel comfortable. At the same time, it contained the anger of a superior. Now that Yen Daijiao had been announced as the next hall master by the Alchemy Guild, her words carried a lot of weight. The people present didn't expect Ling Xiao to have such a high position in the Alchemy Guild. He could actually make a future hall master speak for him like this. Moreover, he even brought people to help him. They all realized that Ling Xiao's position as the Alchemy Guild's honorary vice hall master was not just in name. Ling Xiao forced a smile and looked at Yen Daijiao. He didn't think that she would directly come to Dragon Gate. He didn't know how to introduce her to the other women. She was also one of his women. Xiao, they're all your friends, and they're also friends of the Jin clan and the Heavenly Dragon sect. You have to treat them well, Ling Qiu said. He then added, recently, we've decided to go to war with the Godly Axe Gang, so you have to prepare well. We'll definitely let them know that the Jin clan and the Heavenly Dragon sect can't be bullied by just anyone. Ling Qiu's words had a double meaning. It meant that Ling Xiao had to participate in this battle. At the same time, it implied that as long as Ling Xiao participated, his friends would definitely go and help. Since Ling Qiu had said this in front of everyone, what else could Ling Xiao say? He could only nod in agreement. Whoever dares to bully a brat like you is going against this old man, Dugujin. Dugujin was the first to express his stance. Yen Daijiao also said, the Alchemy Guild and Dragon Gate are allies, and the Vice Hall Master is Dragon Gate's chief alchemy god. Our Alchemy Guild is willing to help Dragon Gate destroy the Godly Axe Gang. No one knew that Ling Xiao was Yen Daijiao's husband, but that didn't stop Yen Daijiao's deep feelings for Ling Xiao. Lai Ruyu glanced at Yen Daijiao and said unwillingly, we, the Blazing Flame Merchants, are willing to help your sect destroy the Godly Axe Gang with the strength of the entire merchant union. Lai Ruyu used her woman's sixth sense to think, this woman definitely has something going on with that stinky guy. Otherwise, why would she be so protective of him? You want to snatch my man? No way. Yen Daijiao glanced at Lai Ruyu, and invisible sparks flew between the two women. The representatives of the other factions also expressed their willingness to support Dragon Gate. When Ling Qiu heard these words, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. With these people's support, he could see the attitude of the other factions, and it would also reduce their casualties in this battle. This was definitely a good thing. As the person involved, Ling Xiao naturally had to thank them one by one. He also understood the Great Elder's concerns. Immediately after, Ling Qiu had sect master Ling Feiwu personally prepare a banquet to entertain the representatives of the various factions. After a banquet that was suitable for both the host and the guest, Ling Qiu left. He believed that Ling Xiao would know what to do next. After Ling Xiao sent everyone back to the guest courtyard, he once again expressed his gratitude to them. After exchanging some pleasantries with Ling Xiao, the various factions returned to their respective rooms. Apart from Ling Xiao, there were only Yen Daijiao, Lai Ruyu, Xiaoling, Xia Xianxian, and Xinyu Xiangmo. Stinky guy, where have you been all these years? You didn't even come to see me and senior sister Zijing. Lai Ruyu said to Ling Xiao with a face full of hidden bitterness. Before Ling Xiao could speak, Yan Daijiao took 2 steps forward and grabbed Ling Xiao's arm. She looked at Lai Ruyu and said, "Who are you? What right do you have to say that about my husband?" Although Yan Daijiao was a heavenly goddess, she also had the attitude of a little woman. She definitely didn't want her husband to have any entanglements with too many women. Moreover, the women in front of her were all good-looking and had good family backgrounds. She had to show her identity first. "What? Woman, don't you have any shame? When did he become your husband?" Lai Ruyu was little chili pepper. She immediately said with dissatisfaction. "He, my husband and I have already bowed to heaven and earth and performed the ceremony of husband and wife. If you don't believe me, you can ask him," Yan Daijiao said with a proud smile. Chapter 1593. When the women saw Yan Daijiao openly hugging Ling Xiao's arm, their eyes all turned red. Lai Ruyu was fuming with anger. She also went to Ling Xiao's side and hugged his arm, saying, "Is he the only one allowed to be your husband? I'm also his wife." When Lai Ruyu said this, her charming face flashed with a hint of drunkenness. Her expression of panicking could be seen clearly. She had wanted to be husband and wife with Ling Xiao for a long time, but she never had the chance. Moreover, Ling Xiao didn't take the initiative to take her, so it had been delayed until today. She didn't expect Ling Xiao to have so many beautiful women pursuing him. She couldn't care less about anything else, she had to capture Ling Xiao. In this life, she would only love him. Yan Daijiao still wanted to say something, but Ling Xiao smiled and said, "All right, stop fighting. I'll bring you to my courtyard. Don't let the other sisters laugh at you." Xiao Ling was the least scheming one, so he interrupted. "That's right, let's not scold brother Ling Xiao. We'll go see godmother and the other sisters. They're easy to talk to." Long ago, Xiao Ling had already recognized Meng Xiyun as his godmother. Yan Daijiao revealed a nervous and worried expression. After all, they were going to see her future mother-in-law. No matter how strong she was, she still had to be careful. Lai Ruyu seized the opportunity to look at Yan Daijiao and said, "I think you're just an illegitimate daughter-in-law. We've seen mother-in-law before." Lai Ruyu couldn't even hear her own words, and her face became even redder. "Humph, you're the one. Husband, don't you think so?" Yan Daijiao looked at Ling Xiao and said coquettishly, "All right, stop arguing. If you keep arguing, then you can all stay here." Ling Xiao was slightly annoyed. This time, Yan Daijiao and Lai Ruyu looked at each other and no longer said anything. Just as they were about to head to Ling Xiao's backyard, Xinyu Xiangma pinched the corner of her clothes and didn't dare to follow. Her face was filled with a sense of inferiority. There were so many women present, and all of them were better than her in terms of appearance and family background. The only thing she could be proud of was that her cultivation was higher than theirs, and her figure was slightly better than theirs. Ling Xiao stopped and walked towards her. He grabbed her arm and said, "Let's go, Xiangma. There's nothing to be afraid of." Xinyu Xiangma's face was flushed to the extreme. She nodded slightly and let Ling Xiao pull her towards the backyard. Envy flashed across the faces of the other women. They didn't expect that this woman with a foreign charm would be taken care of by Ling Xiao. He even held her hand and walked with her. However, Yan Daijiao wanted to hold onto Ling Xiao's arm again, but Xia Xianxian was one step ahead of her. Xia Xianxian tilted her cute head and said to Ling Xiao, "Big brother, I brought Aunt Kay to help you this time." Ling Xiao felt warmth in his heart and said with a smile, "Thank you, Xianxian. Oh right, how is Sister Kay now?" Xia Xianxian replied, "Sister Kay is already breaking through the final bottleneck. It won't be long before she comes out." "And that's good," Ling Xiao replied with a faint smile. Ling Xiao chatted with the women as they walked towards his backyard. With the arrival of the women, Ling Xiao's backyard immediately became lively. The happiest one was Meng Xiyun. Among the women, she had seen Lai Ruyu and Xiao Ling before. However, she had never seen Yan Daijiao, Xia Xianxian, and Xinyu Xiangma. With a glance, she could see that her son's relationship with these women wasn't ordinary. She thought to herself, "This stinky brat is too fickle. He actually tricked so many beautiful wives back. But it's fine, I can have a few more grandchildren." Yan Daijiao and Xinyu Xiangma were husband and wife with Ling Xiao. After seeing Meng Xiyun, they obediently called her grandma. This made Meng Xiyun very happy. As for Lai Ruyu, she was itching from anger because of Yan Daijiao. She really wanted to call Meng Xiyun like this. After Ling Xiao brought them to the backyard, he let the women speak. On the other hand, Xiao Ling looked at him hesitantly. Although Ling Xiao didn't have the 9-colored exquisite tree, his heart had already been cleansed by the exquisite energy. He had the same exquisite heart as Xiao Ling, so he could see through her thoughts with a glance. Did Ling Er find your grandfather? Ling Xiao pulled Xiao Ling to the side and asked. Brother Ling Xiao, how do you know? Xiao Ling asked in astonishment. Then she raised her beautiful eyes and exclaimed, Did you save the 9-colored exquisite tree? Back then, Xiao Ling and Ling Xiao went to the wood grain race together, so it wasn't surprising that she could guess this. Ling Xiao nodded and smiled. That's right. Your brother naturally won't return empty-handed. I've already sent her back to the wood grain race. Great. She finally doesn't have to suffer the pain of the heaven-devouring locust. Xiao Ling revealed a joyful expression. All right, where is your grandfather now? Did something happen? Ling Xiao asked, returning to the main topic. Xiao Ling revealed a somewhat dejected expression and said, Grandfather is going to duel with someone else. Immediately after, Xiao Ling told Ling Xiao what she knew. It turned out that after Ling Xiao left the outer realm, he sent people to help Xiao Ling find Xiao Feng's whereabouts. 5 years ago, there was finally news. Xiao Ling immediately found Xiao Feng, but unfortunately, Xiao Feng avoided her. In her heartbroken situation, she forced Xiao Feng to die, and finally met her. She found out that Xiao Feng had been in seclusion all these years, trying to break through to the supremacy realm. He planned to take revenge for his deceased wife after reaching that realm. In order to cultivate in peace, he let Ling Xiao take Xiao Ling away, and chose to meditate alone. Now that Xiao Feng had reached the supremacy realm, he would seek revenge on his enemy in the near future. Xiao Ling originally wanted to stay and accompany Xiao Feng, but Xiao Feng chased her away. He couldn't let her disturb his state of mind. Otherwise he wouldn't be able to abandon his granddaughter. In these years, Xiao Ling's strength had increased crazily, and she had already reached the peak of the mid-level God King realm. However, she still couldn't help her grandfather, and she couldn't persuade her ancestor to help her grandfather. Now that Ling Xiao had returned, she could only place her hopes on Ling Xiao. Who's your grandfather's enemy? Ling Xiao asked with a frown. Back then, when he left with Xiao Ling, he found that Xiao Feng seemed to be making a decision. So there was such a story behind it. Grandfather didn't tell me, but in another half a year, it will be the day he goes to take revenge. Because it will be grandmother's death anniversary, he wants to kill his enemy on that day as a blood sacrifice for grandmother. Xiao Ling answered with a sorrowful expression, and then she said, Brother Ling Xiao, can you help grandfather? Grandfather has been in seclusion for so many years, just to take revenge. It can be seen that his enemy must be very powerful. Yes, your grandfather is also my grandfather. If something happens to him, I naturally won't shirk away, Ling Xiao immediately answered, and then he asked, Where's your grandfather now? He's at my grandmother's grave. When Brother Ling Xiao is free, I'll take you there. Xiao Ling said. All right, after we destroy the Godly Axe Gang, I'll immediately go with you to find your grandfather. Ling Xiao nodded and agreed. No matter what the reason was, Ling Xiao was duty-bound to do this. Then Ling Xiao called Xin Yuyi out for a private chat. Now that Xin Yuyi had also stepped into the high-level God King realm, he was in his best state. Ling Xiao took him to the top of a mountain, and they each took a jar of wine and drank. Boss, I really want to fight side by side with you, but I'm afraid I'll hold you back, Xin Yuyi said with a sigh. Hee, there will be such a chance, Ling Xiao said with a faint smile, and then he said, Did you return to your clan's land? I went back for a while. Xin Yuyi nodded lightly and sighed, as if he was full of emotions. Ling Xiao glanced at him and said, What's wrong? Is there a problem? Xin Yuyi shook his head and said, It's nothing. Originally, I wanted to bring all of my clansmen to the heaven realm, but when I was able to do this, they didn't have much interest in coming back here. Only a small portion of them were willing to come with me. After hearing this, Ling Xiao wasn't too surprised, because he had also experienced this kind of thing before. Many people still liked to cherish old times, and were reluctant to leave their homeland and live in other unfamiliar places. Everyone's thinking is different, don't force too much. You've already completed your mission, so now you should live for yourself. Ling Xiao comforted. Xin Yi nodded and said, "And this time I must help boss a bit. Those people are deceiving people and jealous of boss's power. I, Old Yi, will be the first to not let them go." It's good that you have this kind of heart. You've fought with the people from the Divine Axe Gang before, and most of them are of the Earth attribute, so they can fight against you, Ling Xiao said. The power of their sky-splitting axes is indeed not weak, but our barbarian King Fist is not easy to deal with either. Besides, I've already comprehended the fist intent that boss taught me. Although it's not too deep, its power is not small, Xin Yi said confidently. Just the fist intent is not enough, Ling Xiao said, and with a flip of his palm, a stone heart appeared in his hand. Xin Yi could feel the source energy that this stone heart transmitted to him, and it gave him the urge to immediately devour it. Boss, this is? Xin Yi swallowed his saliva and asked. The heart of a giant golem, which is comparable to a sovereign. Cultivating it should allow you to comprehend the mysteries of the gravity field, and it can also increase your current cultivation, Ling Xiao explained. Boss, such a precious divine material. Xin Yi rubbed his hands and said embarrassedly. Ling Xiao interrupted him. I still have a lot of these things. If you're a brother, then take them. I'll give you a few, and you can arrange it as you see fit. I'll also give some to Xiang Mo. Xin Yi took the stone heart with great care, and his heart was in a mess. In the beginning, he was persuaded by Ling Xiao to follow him, but it was always Ling Xiao who helped him, and he couldn't help Ling Xiao much. He felt very guilty. Besides these stone hearts, Ling Xiao also took out some rare earth attribute divine materials, and gave them to Xin Yi. These materials were enough for Xin Yi to break through to the incipient god realm in the near future. Chapter 1594. Half a month later, Dragon Gate was going to attack the Divine Axe Gang. This news swept through the Sky Dragon area in just a blink of an eye. Although people had guessed that Kim people and Dragon Gate wouldn't let it go easily, they didn't expect that Dragon Gate would be so bold as to declare that they were going to attack the Divine Axe Gang. They believed that even though the Heavenly Dragon sect was the strongest faction, the Divine Axe Gang was also one of the super factions. Their strength should not be too far apart. Even if the Heavenly Dragon sect devoured the Divine Axe Gang, the Heavenly Dragon sect would suffer heavy losses. Would it shake Dragon Gate's position as the first overlord? Instantly, the Sky Dragon area raised a heated discussion. Many people went to the Divine Axe Gang to watch a good show. It's been so many years. Finally, a super force is going to confront them. Is it the omen of chaos? Nonsense. What do you mean by world chaos? The way I see it, the Divine Axe Gang is destined to be destroyed by the Heavenly Dragon sect. Don't forget that the Heavenly Dragon sect has the Jin clan behind them. Those guys are freaks who can increase their power by many times. Yeah, Dragon Gate has existed for tens of thousands of years. With Kim people's support, the Divine Axe Gang can't escape this calamity. Moreover, the Dark Shadow clan was destroyed not long ago. I heard that it was Kim people at Incipient God Realm who did it. The Divine Axe Gang has offended many people these years. The Sun and Moon sect will definitely not let them go. We can't miss this good show. Let's go and see. Perhaps we can see the graceful bearing of that Senjin of Goguryeo. It's good if we can learn something from it. The heated discussion in the Sky Dragon area echoed unceasingly. In Dragon Gate, the peaks were mobilizing their forces. Almost 300 Senjin of Goguryeo had been summoned. Dragon Gate was determined to fight this war. Each Senjin of Goguryeo had a reputation that could suppress their peers. They were the top characters of King God Realm. Except for the warriors at half incipient God Realm, no one could defeat them. Many people had gathered on Lingzhao's peak. For this expedition, the Lingxiao peak was also mobilized. Anyone who had reached the God King realm would also participate in the expedition. Lingzhao's subordinates finally had the chance to go to war. The demonic emperor, Mad Monk, and the others had already returned. If Ling Xiao was busy, how could they be absent? Currently, the two great legends of the central region had reached the incipient god realm, but their strengths were still on par. Around 10 years ago, Sha Tian had taken the Dark Lotus Immortal Lotus that Ling Xiao had given him. He had broken through to the half-incipient god realm. Then he had used the Supreme God Pellet that Ling Xiao had given him to reach the incipient god realm 2 years ago. He had always been lagging behind the evil emperor, but after following the evil emperor's disciple, he had caught up. It had to be said that everything was really unpredictable. Savage Leopard had reached the king god realm. He was the one who had advanced the fastest among Ling Xiao's subordinates. After Yi Yunfeng had reached the king god realm, he had taken the king god pellet to reach the king god realm. With his competence, he could be considered a first-class expert among the king god realm. He was just one level lower than Savage Leopard. Mad Tooth had surpassed his original realm. He had become a low-level king god realm existence. Poison Scorpion, Li Kuanghu, and Cold Snake had been at the half-incipient god realm. However, to be able to participate in the expedition, they had taken the king god pellet to reach the king god realm. Tenbin of the 8 generals was a little weaker. He was just at the high holy emperor realm. It was a pity that he couldn't participate in this battle. This time, Ling Xiao's women would also participate in the war. Ling Xiao wanted to stop them. However, after hesitating for a while, he decided to let them go. After all, their cultivation base was good enough. It was time for them to experience some storms. That was how they could go further in the future. Otherwise, it was unknown when they could reach the incipient god realm. With the help of the divine materials he brought back, all of his women had reached the god king realm. Feng Xianyan and Yu Rofei had both reached the high-level god king realm. As for the rest, most of them were mid-level god king realm, and only a few of them were low-level god king realm. Besides them, Feng Lingtian, Ling Zhan, and Xian Li had reached the king god realm. They were going to participate in this war. They had never used pellets to increase their realms. Compared to the other king god realm experts at the same realm, they were the real existences that could suppress their peers. Being Ling Xiao's chief steward, Chang Haoye wouldn't be absent. He used to be a monstrous existence in the Sky Dragon territory. Today, with the help of Ling Xiao's many divine materials, he had reached the high god realm. Everything was ready. As soon as the order came, they could depart to the Godly Axe Gang. Bang bang. Suddenly, a voice that sounded like a morning bell resounded mightily. It's the sound of the sect's summoning drum. The day of the crusade has arrived. Everyone hurry to the main peak. Haha, we've been waiting for this day for a long time. Let's use the Godly Axe Gang to establish our might. Whoever dares to bully our Dragon Gate will disappear from this world. Our Dragon Gate is the strongest existence in the Sky Dragon territory. No one can challenge our prestige. To raise the prestige of our Dragon Gate, the Godly Axe Gang will not return until we destroy it. To raise the prestige of our Dragon Gate, the Godly Axe Gang will not return until we destroy it. Within the Dragon Gate, the auras from all directions exploded. Many divine splendors soared to the 9 heavens, like a surging phenomenon. The Dragon Gate's might was as great as the heavens, and it was inviolable. The aura of more than 1,500 God Kings was enough to stun anyone from any faction. This was the real power of the Dragon Gate. It was normal when they didn't move, but when they did, it was unstoppable. At the same time, many half-incipient God Realm experts and supreme incipient God Realm experts who were cultivating in seclusion took action. The power of the 9 heavens became more condensed, covering the entire dragon-gazing mountain range. It looked so noble and extraordinary. The Dragon Team, the Tiger Team, the Heavenly Eagle Team. These special forces of the Dragon Gate had all taken action. Tens of thousands of holy beasts roared and howled. Many giant beasts were floating in this area with an imposing aura that could cover the entire sky. Ling Feiwu was the master of the Dragon Gate. When he stepped on the battle platform, he wore a gold robe embroidered with dragons and phoenixes. His entire body radiated the brilliant divine light of a peak god king. A phantom of a real dragon swayed behind him. He looked like an emperor who was worshipped by tens of thousands of people. The Godly Axe Gang has joined hands with the Dark Shadow Clan and many other Earth Realm experts to attack our Dragon Gate. They are plotting against our hundreds of thousands of years of foundation. They have wild ambitions. They want to use eggs to hit a rock. Today, our Dragon Gate summons the entire world. Go to the Godly Axe Gang and kill them. We will raise the prestige of our Dragon Gate. Ling Feiwu's golden hair fluttered. His voice was sonorous and could enter people's hearts. Destroy the Godly Axe Gang. Raise the prestige of our Dragon Gate. Destroy the Godly Axe Gang. Raise the prestige of our Dragon Gate. All the warriors of the Dragon Gate cheered at the same time. Such a tremendous aura shook the entire world. Their auras were like a rainbow, showing their determination to kill. Those people who came to help the Heavenly Dragon Sect sighed in their hearts when they saw this scene. The Heavenly Dragon Sect was worthy of being the #1 power in the Heavenly Dragon domain. Their foundation was not something any one of them could compare to. As Ling Feiwu ordered, all the experts at King God Realm and above used the space formation to teleport to the Godly Axe Gang. After the half-incipient God Realm and King God Realm experts had left, more intimidating auras soared in the sky above the Dragon Gate. The supreme incipient God Realm experts were the top existences in this world. Each of their moves represented the movement of a force. Kim people and the Dragon Gate had sent 50 supreme incipient God Realm experts. Ling Taimeng, the peak of incipient God Realm expert, was leading the battle. He was riding a powerful, high-tier true dragon which shocked everybody. This time, of course, he wouldn't ask the Golden Dragon altar. It was the base of the clan's protection. He wouldn't leave the clan easily. The other supreme experts of the Kim people were riding the Dragon King, who was about to transform into a real dragon. Noble gold auras rose and twirled unceasingly. Lao Dongsheng, who was ranked on the supreme list of the Dragon Gate, wasn't idle either. He went with the others to the Godly Axe Gang. Lao Dongsheng looked middle-aged and he was a little short. However, his divine eyes were like two clusters of flashing flames that ordinary people couldn't look at directly. With this character here, even the supreme incipient God Realm experts who had come to help had to show respect to him. Surprisingly, Lao Dongsheng was riding an 8-headed fire god bird, which was a kind of ancient holy beast from the antiquity time. Its entire body was covered in flames, illuminating half of the space. There were 12 supreme incipient God Realm experts who had come to help, making them 62 in total. Such a force was enough to make everyone tongue-tied and shocked. Let's go. Let's kill those axes of the Godly Axe Gang first. Ling Taimeng said gloomily. Dozens of horsemen rushed towards the Godly Axe Gang from outer space. On the way, Ling Xiao rode on the ghost, chatting with the supreme experts who had come to help. Ling Xiao was the supreme god of medicine, and he also had the inheritance of the Soul Clan. This was enough to shock the entire Heaven domain. Of course, these people wanted to have a good relationship with Ling Xiao, which was beneficial to their forces. Otherwise, they wouldn't have come from thousands of miles away to help Ling Xiao. At this time, Lao Dongsheng looked at Ling Xiao and sent him a message. Ling Xiao, come here. I have something to say to you. Before this, Ling Xiao had only met Lao Dongsheng once, when he went to pick up his son, Ling Shuri. The two didn't have a deep relationship. Now, when Ling Xiao heard Lao Dongsheng's call, he immediately excused himself and dashed towards Lao Dongsheng. Lao. Ling Xiao came to Lao Dongsheng's side and greeted him respectfully. In front of Lao Dongsheng, Ling Xiao felt an invisible pressure, just like when he saw Feng Qingyang. You taught Su Ri the art of refining pellets? Lao Dongsheng looked at Ling Xiao with a trace of dissatisfaction. Ling Xiao forced a smile and said, Su Ri wanted to learn so. Before Ling Xiao finished, Lao Dongsheng waved his hand and said, let's stop here. He has the fire god body. As long as he cultivates wholeheartedly, he will definitely break through to the King God Realm before he is 100 years old, and reach the incipient God Realm before he is 500 years old. I don't want him to be affected by other things. Although Lao Dongsheng's words were overbearing, it showed how much he valued Ling Shuri. Chapter 1595. Ling Xiao rubbed his nose and said, Lao, you are right. Focusing on cultivation is indeed the best for Su Ri. However, his talent in alchemy is not weak either. Wouldn't it be great if he could become a godly alchemist? So what if he's an alchemist? With his 1 in a million physique, he doesn't need the help of pellets to break through. As long as he reaches the peak like me, any alchemist would give him some face. Lao Dongxing said proudly. Ling Xiao was a little speechless. Why did he feel like this old man was the number one in the world? Since Lao Lao insists, I won't say anything more. Su Ri will make the decision. Ling Xiao really couldn't communicate with him, so he could only say this. After all, he respected his son's decision. Moreover, he felt that his son should have the same talent in alchemy as him. Moreover, his son also had the heavy soul innate skill. He had also imparted the soul-controlling art to him and Ling Bingshui. With the soul-controlling art, he indeed had an unparalleled advantage in alchemy. Ling Xiao still hoped that his son could inherit his legacy. He is still too young. Later, I will definitely let him understand that reaching the strongest is the truth. Everything else is just an illusion. Lao Dongxing said resolutely. Ling Xiao suddenly sensed Lao Dongxing's thoughts. He knew that Lao Dongxing had an extreme obsession towards martial arts. He was a true martial arts fanatic. No wonder why he was so against Ling Su relearning alchemy. I wonder if that kid will be like him in the future. Ling Xiao sighed in his heart. After all, Lao Dongxing was his son's master. It was fate that they became master and disciple. As for his son's future, Ling Xiao was too lazy to interfere. Half a month later, the Supreme and Incipient God Realm Army arrived above the Godly Axe Gang. Originally, they thought that the Godly Axe Gang would be in a state of panic when they found out that they were here to annihilate them. However, when they arrived, they found that the people of the Godly Axe Gang were not in a mess. There was only a strong killing intent. Moreover, a great killing formation had been activated on their territory. No one could break this formation easily. However, Kim people and Dragon Gate had so many incipient God Realm experts. Moreover, they had 2 experts at the peak of incipient God Realm. It wasn't difficult to break this formation. It seems that the Divine Axe Gang is ready. This will be interesting. Ling Taiming sneered. Then he moved the golden spear in his hand and blasted a blow at the Godly Axe Gang. A gigantic golden dragon shadow roared in that direction. Its might was vast and awe-inspiring, and its power was naturally incomparably terrifying. Ling Xiao could feel that Ling Taiming's casual attack was as terrifying as the Shadow Horse's full-strength attack. Could it be that Ancestor Tai Ming already had the strength to enter the legendary list, but he didn't fight for it? Ling Xiao guessed. Ling Taiming's strength wasn't any weaker than Lao Dongxing's. Moreover, Ling Xiao could feel that Ling Taiming's bloodline power was as thick as his, which could increase his fighting power by at least 40 times. Therefore, he believed that Ling Taiming already had the strength to enter the legendary list. After all, not every Supreme was interested in the legendary list. In every corner of the world, there might be some old monsters that didn't show themselves. Their strength wasn't any weaker than the people on the legendary list. Ling Taiming might be one of them. Rumble. An earth-shattering explosion sound rang out, and the surrounding space was constantly turbulent. When this golden light disappeared, a thick yellow color appeared above the Godly Axe Gang, layer after layer covering their sect. Ling Taiming's attack just now didn't destroy a single blade of grass or tree in the Godly Axe Gang. It only activated the formation. Top-notch black-yellow formation. Lao Dongxing raised his eyebrows and shouted. The black-yellow formation was a top-notch defensive formation. It was activated by dozens of 11th grade Earth attribute beast cores. Ordinary Supreme wouldn't be able to destroy this formation. As the attack fell, the members of the Divine Axe Gang were finally shaken. They were terrified. Tens of thousands of them looked up, but there wasn't much worry on their faces. It was a little strange. The Metal Clan and the Heavenly Dragon sect are here. What a terrifying attack. I almost thought that this place was going to be destroyed. Didn't we agree that Supreme can't fight in the Heaven region? They actually dared to violate the rules. They should be killed 1,000 times as a warning to others. Don't worry, our ancestor on the legendary list has returned. With him here, no one can touch us. Even Kim people and Dragon Gate will have to give us some face. Yes, Ancestor Ba-Emo will definitely be able to solve this dispute. No one can destroy our Godly Axe Gang. The people of the Godly Axe Gang all comforted themselves. Haha, Godly Axe Gang, you grandsons and grandsons, hurry up and come out. Are you really waiting for us to break this formation and kill all of you before you are willing to show up? Ling Timing laughed wildly. As his voice fell, someone finally rushed out from under the formation. Swoosh swoosh. More than 30 supreme and incipient God realm experts appeared. All of them had a murderous aura, and their holy beasts roared unceasingly. So it's you, Ling Timing. And you, Lao Dongsheng, are here too. You really think highly of our Godly Axe Gang. A faint voice arose from among the people. The person who spoke had an old voice, but his face was only that of a middle-aged man. He was tall and mighty, with waves of yellow earth around him. He carried 2 axes on his back, and his aura was surging and vast. This person was Ba Mo, ranked 57th on the supreme list. His rank was still more than 10 ranks higher than Lao Dongsheng's. He was the founding ancestor of the previous generations of the Godly Axe Gang. He had disappeared for many years. No one had expected that he would appear at this critical moment. Below him was a Tier 11 ironback ferocious leopard. Its body was huge, and its body was covered with iron spikes. It looked incomparably ferocious, and its bloodthirsty eyes flickered with fierceness. This kind of mutated desolate species was very rare. It was almost impossible to find one in the heaven territory. Perhaps it existed in some space in the outer space. No wonder the people of the Godly Axe Gang still dare to stay here. It turns out that you old man have returned. But do you think you can stop us? Ling Timing sneered. The Godly Axe Gang shouldn't have so many supreme and incipient God realm experts. The supreme behind Ba Mo must have been roped in from the outer space. I will fight with him and take his ranking, Lao Dongsheng said with a fanatical look. It wasn't easy to increase one's rank on the supreme list unless one met someone on the same list and fought to the death to take the other's ranking. At their level, they rarely stayed in the heaven territory. It wasn't easy to meet them. It's easy to have a fight, but not today, Ba Mo replied. Then he said, tell me, what do you want for you to leave? As long as the Godly Axe Gang can do it, we will not delay. I really don't want to be your enemy. It's all those juniors' fault. Although Ba Mo was a character on the supreme list, Lao Dongsheng alone was enough to hold him back. He didn't expect Kim people and the Dragon Gate to be so determined to send so many supreme and incipient God realm experts. Even if he brought some friends back, he wasn't confident that they could stop them. Haha, your Divine Axe Gang and Dark Shadow Clan killed 7 of my clan's founding elders. You even nearly killed my clan's new supremes. How can we let this go so easily? Now my Heavenly Dragon Sect's army is rushing over at full speed. They will arrive at your Divine Axe Gang in a few days and exterminate your entire sect. Ling Timing laughed loudly. Is there no room for negotiation? Ba Mo said in a low voice. Unless you hand over the culprit and the Godly Axe Gang bows to the Dragon Gate and never betray us, maybe we can consider it. Ling Timing replied. That's impossible. One of the supreme martial artists beside Ba Mo answered first. This supreme at the late stage of high level was the old leader of the Godly Axe Gang, Barnes. The Godly Axe Gang was the foundation of their ancestors. It had been passed down for almost 300,000 years to reach its current scale. How could they bow to others? That's impossible. Then let's fight. Lao Dongsheng shouted with surging energy. He couldn't wait to fight with Ba Mo. You really have to think about it carefully. Although you have a lot of people, it doesn't mean that you will destroy the Godly Axe Gang. Ba Mo squinted and said faintly. Then he gave a look to a high-level supreme beside him. That high-level supreme martial artist understood tacitly. He seemed to be mumbling something and many shadows suddenly appeared. Buzz. An ear-piercing sound suddenly rang out. These were all mutated poisonous wasps. There were at least a few hundred of them, and they were all above the 10th rank, which was really rare. There were even a few that had reached the 11th rank. The sharp black stinger of these poisonous bees was enough to make people shiver in fear. Beast Tamer. Ling Timing and the others were slightly surprised. Hee, it's good that you know. If you know what's good for you, hurry up and leave. Otherwise, there will be more holy beasts waiting for you. The high-level supreme laughed coldly. You're a sh*t Beast Tamer. Dugujin stood up and said disdainfully. The high-level supreme's eyes turned cold. He looked at Dugujin and said, "You dare to doubt me? You only controlled a queen bee and you dare to call yourself a beast tamer? Open your dog eyes and look, I'm the real beast tamer." Dugujin scolded and immediately summoned 3 level 11 holy beasts. Below him was another saint beast. In addition to these 3, there were 4 saint beasts in total. Furthermore, they were all different saint beasts. Apart from beast tamers, who else could easily obtain 4 saint beasts to follow them? The high-level supreme's face immediately turned purple. He was so angry that he couldn't say anything. "Who are you in the Thousand Beast Alliance?" Baimo stared at Dugujin and shouted. "I'm Dugujin." Dugujin replied indifferently. "Stop talking nonsense with them. Hurry up and kill to your heart's content. Otherwise, we can fight here." Lao Dongxing shouted impatiently and attacked Baimo. Chapter 1596. Lao Dongxing was ranked 72nd on the Supreme list. He was only 15 ranks behind Baimo. Both of them were at the peak of incipient God realm. Their competences were almost the same. As for who was stronger, it wasn't something that could be determined from the rankings. After all, both of them had occupied the positions on the Supreme list for many years. After so many years of cultivation, perhaps both of them had made some progress. Lao Dongxing didn't use any divine weapon. His flaming palm slammed towards Baimo with an earth-shattering force. Baimo reacted quickly. He shouted coldly and his arm turned into an axe, slashing towards the huge palm. A gigantic hatchet materialized out of thin air, cleaving the flaming palm in half. Boom! The battle between the 2 sovereigns on the sovereign ranking immediately caused an earth-shattering shockwave that caused the surroundings to tremble endlessly. "Lao Dongxing, do you want to violate the heavenly rules?" Baimo stared at Lao Dongxing angrily. "Haha, no one will violate the heavenly rules when we fight in outer space. If you don't want to go out, we, the Dragon Gate, will flatten you immediately. Who dares to say anything?" Lao Dongxing sneered coldly. His fire chi burst out, and a fire god bird soared behind him. He looked extremely overbearing. "Seems like you really want to fight to the death. All right, we will fight you. You really don't know what's good for you. Do you think that I, Baimo, only have so few people in outer space? Come out and kill." Baimo shouted with a sharp light. Then another group of people dashed out from a corner. These people had been using secret techniques to hide their auras. When they dashed out at the same time, they looked extremely powerful. Another 50 Supreme Incipient God Realm experts had come to help Baimo. It could be said that this group of people were the friends that Baimo had gathered from outer space. He didn't expect that when he returned to the Godly Axe gang, he would feel the urgent summons from the gang. Hence, he brought dozens of his brothers back to the heaven area. Among these 50 people, there was one at the peak of the Godly Axe gang. Another 3 were high-level Supreme experts. The rest were at the middle to low levels. At this moment, the Divine Axe Gang had more than 80 incipient God Realm experts. The Divine Axe Gang had the upper hand. The expressions of Kim people and the supreme martial artists of the Dragon Gate changed drastically. They didn't expect the Godly Axe Gang to have such a trick up their sleeves. No wonder they were so fearless. "It's not too late for you to retreat now. From now on, we'll mind our own business. Your Dragon Gate will still be the #1 force in the Sky Dragon region. Otherwise, our Godly Axe Gang will replace you today." Baimo said faintly. "Haha, you want us to retreat with just these few people? That's impossible. Let me tell you, just me, Ling Taimeng, is enough to slaughter all of you." Ling Taimeng did not feel any fear and instead laughed. He released an incomparably tyrannical aura, his full power exploding out. Just as the Supremes were about to fly towards the outer realm, another group of tyrannical auras rushed over from another direction. "If you want to start a war, how can our Sun Moon sect be left out?" An old voice that sounded like rolling thunder came from the other side of the sky. Everybody looked in that direction, and saw a bright sun, and a bright moon rushing towards this direction. The bright sun's fire looked majestic and vast. It looked more solid than Lao Dongxing's, but its aura was weaker than Lao Dongxing's. On the other hand, the bright moon emitted a thick blue light. It looked holy and flawless, dazzling and beautiful. Besides, there were many auras behind them, one red and one blue. Swoosh! Swoosh! These people riding on holy beasts arrived in front of the Dragon Gate, and the godly axe gang in the blink of an eye. There weren't many people in this group, only about 20. There were 10 men and 10 women. The men wore martial attire embroidered with a bright sun, and all of them looked strong and masculine, with extraordinary might. The women wore blue dresses embroidered with crescent moons, and all of them had graceful figures and alluring temperaments. This pair of men and women looked exceptionally eye-catching when they stood together. In the entire Heaven territory, only the Sun and Moon sect had this kind of attire. The Sun sect and the Moon sect were equivalent ancient forces. They had their own rules, but they were united against outsiders. The Sun sect mainly cultivated the Holy Yang tactic, while the Moon sect cultivated the Yin Moon tactic. Therefore, they were called the Sun and Moon sect. The two leaders were Ri Zong, Ri Di, and Yu Zong and Yu Empress. They were at the late stage of incipient God realm. Although they hadn't entered the legendary list, they were very close to it. When they joined hands to use the Sun and Moon divine technique, they were as strong as a peak expert on the legendary list. Today, these two people appeared with the incipient God realm experts of their sections. They were here to join the Dragon Gate to deal with the godly axe gang. Ling Taimeng looked at the 20 people and smiled faintly. I thought the Sun Moon sect was scared and didn't dare to come. Sorry to keep you waiting, Brother Taimeng, but it's not too late. The middle-aged man who looked like a bright sun smiled brightly. This man had a handsome appearance, and his body was quite imposing. There was a war tattoo on his forehead that was like a bright sun. Although he was middle-aged, it still couldn't hide his former extraordinary charm. The beautiful woman next to him was also beautiful. Her body was exquisite and full. Any man who saw her would be tempted. There was a crescent battle tattoo on her forehead. These two people were the Sun Emperor and the Moon Empress, the powerful existences of the Sun-Moon sect. As the people of the Sun-Moon sect arrived, Barimo and the others grimaced. However, it wasn't enough to make them retreat. After all, the two sides were just at the same level. Sun-Moon sect, you also want to get involved in this mess? Barimo squinted at the Sun Emperor and the Moon Empress. What a joke! Your godly axe gang has invaded the territory of our Sun and Moon sect, and even tortured and killed many of our disciples. Today, I swear that I will not let this matter rest. Emperor Ri had already thrown caution to the wind, and said without any leeway, That's right. Today it's time to end it. The Moon Empress said coldly. Today, the Dragon Gate had come to destroy the godly axe gang. The Sun-Moon sect had a grudge against the godly axe gang. If they didn't seize the chance when the Dragon Gate's army came to destroy the godly axe gang, they would still be bullied by the godly axe gang in the future. It wasn't something they wanted to see. Alright. If so, there's nothing more to say. Whoever dares to offend the godly axe gang today, I, Barimo, will not rest until one of us is dead. Barimo was completely enraged. He was a famous expert on the Supreme List. He couldn't believe that he would be forced to this situation. He had to respond. Swoosh. Swoosh. Those supreme experts and incipient God realm experts and their holy beasts flew out of the outer space. The war had finally begun. Barimo is mine. Lao Dongxing was indeed a martial arts maniac. As soon as he reached the outer space, he shouted in fear. He rode his 8-headed fire god bird and charged towards Barimo. You think you're my opponent? Even if you and Ling Taimeng come together, I'm not afraid. Barimo released his fighting power. The 2 top-grade axes on his back finally flew out. These were the godly axe gang's ancient god axes. They were the divine weapons left by the founder of the godly axe gang. Each axe weighed 1,800,000 pounds. This pair of axes weighed 1,600,000 pounds. Even a god king wouldn't be able to wield them. This pair of godly axes could crush anyone below the god king realm to death. Even a god king would be able to break free easily. He swung the 2 axes down. It was as if the ancient god Pangu had appeared in the world. He held the 2 axes in his hands. Each swing of the axes seemed to be able to split the sky and earth. It was enough to destroy any star or land. Pangu's power was so terrifying. The god soul of an ordinary high-level supreme expert would collapse immediately. This was the strongest existence on the sovereign list. Any one of them had the terrifying power to destroy any force. There was no fear on Lao Dongxing's face. Instead, he was filled with a strong fighting spirit. A top-grade god artifact with a fire god bird circling around it appeared in his hands. This was a top-grade ancient god artifact forged by him together with the fire god bird's blood essence. It had reached the supreme realm of being one with the artifact. The two ancient god artifacts clashed, causing the area within a radius of 1,000,000 miles to shake and explode. The other supreme experts had to retreat far away and find another battlefield. They didn't dare to get close to these two top-grade supreme experts. Otherwise, they would be killed by the shockwaves. Ling Taimeng held the top-grade ancient god artifact in his hands. He was riding a golden true dragon. He was domineering and wasn't afraid of the shockwaves. He shouted at the people of the Godly Axe Gang. "Who dares to fight with me? Who dares to fight with me?" This voice contained a strong dragon roar. It shook the space and caused it to collapse. Many low-level supreme experts almost couldn't bear it and fell down. I've long heard that the Kim people of the Heaven region have the protection of a true dragon divine beast. Today I see that it's true. I'll kill you and take this golden dragon for my own use. The top-grade supreme expert who came from the outer domain with Ba Imo rushed towards Ling Taimeng on a primordial golden tiger. How arrogant. Today I'll start with you. Ling Taimeng shook the golden spear in his hands and charged towards the top-grade supreme expert together with the golden dragon. The Sun Emperor and the Moon Empress each took out two rare weapons. The Sun Emperor was holding an 8-toothed fire god wheel. The 8 teeth emitted a sharp intent, and the aura of fire was vast and scorching. The Moon Empress was holding a blade that looked like a crescent moon. The blade was blue and had an extremely cold yin intent. When one yang and one yin worked together, it was comparable to a top-grade supreme expert. Who could compete with them? The previous gang leader of the Godly Axe Gang was also a late-stage supreme expert at the incipient god realm. He had to take the lead. He displayed a gravitational field that was tens of thousands of times stronger than normal, and shrouded the Sun Emperor and the Moon Empress. The others also found their own opponents and started a merciless slaughter. In this foreign land, the numerous gales and turbulent flows were filled with numerous multicolored and powerful turbulent flows, and the violent energy formed from them was sufficient to destroy an entire region. If such a group of supreme experts were to fight in the Heaven region, the Sky Dragon region would immediately suffer a large area of destruction. Many creatures wouldn't be able to survive. Chapter 1597. Rumble. Rumble. In the outer space, more than 100 incipient god realm experts and many holy beasts were engaged in a chaotic battle. The powerful energy fluctuations were enough to destroy everything. The space within 1,000,000 miles had become a vacuum. Many spaces had collapsed. One after another, streams of 5-colored turbulent energy gushed out from the cracks. Meteors, hailstones, tsunamis, meteorites. All of them had terrifying powers that could fall at any time. The battle between the top incipient god realm experts would take at least 10 days to half a month to determine the winner. The same went for the other incipient god realm experts. After all, the number of people on both sides was almost the same. It was just a matter of who was the strongest and could kill the enemy first to help the others. In a corner, one of them did not join the battle. He just sat on a ghost beast and watched everything indifferently as if it had nothing to do with him. Besides Ling Xiao, who else could it be? It was not that he did not want to join the battle, but he wanted to see how strong the battle between the two peak supremes was. His gaze never left Lao Dongxing and Ba Mo for even a moment. From the battle between the two experts on the supreme list, Ling Xiao realized that even if his god soul clone came out, he would not be able to resist more than 10 attacks from them. Almost all of them had powerful techniques that others at the same realm could not compare to. Moreover, their powers had reached the complete realm of the supreme realm. They could borrow endless energy to fight. Their consumption of god power was much higher than that of ordinary supremes. Even the shadow horse that he had fought before could not withstand a single blow from these two. The 100 experts on the supreme list could suppress the world and reach the peak. No one could compete with them. Ling Xiao sighed inwardly. Unless my god soul clone also reaches the late realm of the supreme realm, Even if my fighting power increases by 70 times, I will not be able to fight against them. The higher one's power was, the more important it was to accumulate. After reaching the complete realm, the techniques derived would be more mysterious and powerful. It depended on each person's talent and ability to use the power of heaven and earth. Whoever could borrow the most power and use it the most skillfully would have the strongest fighting power. This was what Ling Xiao had learned from observing the two peak supremes. It was crucial for him to take the next step to the peak. Kid, do you think you won't die if you hide here? A middle-level supreme martial artist from the Godly Axe Gang noticed Ling Xiao. With a hideous grin, he waved a giant axe and swung it furiously at Ling Xiao's head. Ling Xiao turned back to look at the middle-level supreme being. He didn't make a move, but the ghostly spirit he was sitting on let out a shriek. A formless lightning-like soul power rushed towards the consciousness of the middle-level supreme being. Ah! That mid-level supreme martial artist let out a blood-curdling screech as his battle prowess was immediately reduced by more than half. The speed of the ghost was unparalleled, as if it had already disappeared from the outer realm. At the next moment, when it reappeared, its two hooves were already stomping down on the head of that mid-level sovereign. The saint beast that protected the intermediate stage supreme being let out a roar, immediately wanting to protect its master. However, Ling Xiao was still able to unleash a powerful finger attack, forcefully shattering its defensive armor. The destructive power immediately melted its huge body, causing it so much pain that it wanted to die. Bang! The huge hooves of the ghost directly stomped on the head of that mid-level supreme martial artist, causing him to explode. The moment that spirit swept out, it was immediately absorbed by Ling Xiao. It's time to begin. A cold smile appeared on Ling Xiao's face as a gray divine sword appeared in his hand. This was the Dark Shadow Divine Sword of the Dark Shadow Clan. Wisps of fiendish wind aura surged endlessly like wind dragons. Like the strongest knight, Ling Xiao rode on the ghost and swept towards the opponent of a supreme being from the Sha Tian dragon sect in the distance. The ghost moved like lightning, and Ling Xiao's attacks were even faster. A wind blade flashed past like lightning, slicing the opponent who was fighting against the dragon gate into two, causing blood to splatter everywhere. The supreme being from the dragon gate was startled at first. Then, seeing that Ling Xiao had already turned to another direction, he exclaimed inwardly, "What a terrifying power! Has he already reached the high level?" Ling Xiao had the advantage of speed and top-notch divine weapons. Wherever he went, he killed the supreme beings below the high level, or the saint beasts at the 11th level. No one could survive even one attack from him. After all, he used a sneak attack. Moreover, there were few at the same level who could rival him. In just a short while he had killed 4 supreme beings at the incipient god realm and 3 saint beasts. The battle between the Kim people and the Dragon Gate supreme beings at the incipient god realm had been alleviated, and some of their advantages were gradually manifesting. Good kid, you dare to sneak attack. You're too shameless. Wait for me to kill you. After a high-level supreme being from the Godly Axe Gang killed a supreme being from the Dragon Gate, he finally discovered Ling Xiao's existence. This high-level supreme being was called Shi Yushan, and he was one of the founding elders of the Godly Axe Gang. He didn't cultivate the sky-splitting axe technique, nor did he use an axe. Instead, he held a snake-shaped spear, and the saint beast protecting him was a peak mid-level saint beast at the 11th level, the spotted rock snake. After he screamed in fear, he separated from his spotted rock snake, and the snake-shaped spear stabbed straight at Ling Xiao's face. The power of this attack was incomparably vigorous. It was like a giant snake pouncing out, forcefully tearing apart the vast sky. The impact of the meteorite that rolled over along with the snake figure was also extremely majestic and powerful. Shi Yushan had been a high-level supreme being for many years, and he had absolute confidence in himself. The person in front of him was just a middle-level supreme being. Even if he relied on the power of his weapon, he wouldn't be able to block his attack. However, he realized that the other party didn't even try to dodge. Instead, he raised the divine sword and slashed at him. A black wind dragon suddenly appeared, and instantly corroded his snake shadow into pieces. Many meteorites were also crushed into powder at the same time. "What, you can actually block my attack?" Shi Yushan exclaimed. His body was like a stone wall that blocked the black wind blades, but the sword aura still left cracks on it. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't use the power of his spirit to attack. Instead, his battle prowess had increased by 70 times, reaching the peak of a middle-level supreme being. With the help of the Phantom Divine Sword, it wasn't surprising that he could slash out an attack that could threaten a high-level supreme being. That divine sword must be a top-notch divine weapon. I must get it. Greed flashed across Shi Yushan's eyes, and he increased the power of the snake-shaped spear in his hand. He stabbed over 1,000 times, and many snake shadows with terrifying power blasted towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao sneered, and his figure fell back. He didn't want to meet force with force. Although he could compete with him, this was a battle of life and death. There was only life and death, no victory or defeat. His spirit doppelganger had already quietly swept out and circled behind Shi Yushan. Don't run if you have the guts, I'll destroy you. Shi Yushan roared. You're not qualified to destroy me. Ling Zhao's spirit suddenly attacked from behind, and the Imperial Dragon Heaven-destroying technique enveloped the top of Shi Yushan's head. Shi Yushan had already put up layers of defense, but under the attack of Ling Zhao's spirit doppelganger, his defenses still cracked. Shi Yushan was beaten until he spat out blood, and all the defenses around him collapsed. He looked up in panic. Who's that? Come out. To be able to break through his strong defenses with one move. This person was at least at the same level as him, or even above him. Even a peak supreme being would feel his scalp go numb when he sneak attacked. Haha, aren't I right in front of you? Ling Zhao's spirit landed in front of Shi Yushan, and he laughed. At the same time, he attacked again, and the golden dragon slammed straight at Shi Yushan's face. Ling Xiao did not show any mercy. He used his strongest power and directly blew up Shi Yushan's head, swallowing his spirit. This was the spirit of a high-level supreme being, and it was enough to increase the power of his spirit. Ling Xiao completely let go. His true body and doppelganger attacked at the same time, and they began to help the others kill all the people from the Godly Axe gang. Many people from the Golden Dragon, Dragon Gate, and those who came to help Ling Xiao did not understand why their opponents suddenly died, and they could not find the person who came to help them. However, they were completely relieved when they knew that the person was dealing with the Godly Axe gang. The Godly Axe gang had more than 80 people, and soon more than 30 people died, while the Dragon Gate and Sun Moon sect lost less than 5 people. The advantage of the two sides was starting to become one-sided. However, the high-level supreme being who challenged De Gujin had some tricks up his sleeves. He could actually summon 2 kinds of poisonous creatures, and De Gujin almost suffered a great loss. Other than the poisonous bees, there was also the 5-colored centipede swarm. Their numbers were not low, and the poison they contained was extremely terrifying. Once touched, it was impossible to escape. De Gujin had only brought 6 11th-level holy beasts this time, and they were all entangled by these 2 kinds of poisonous creatures. One had even been stung by the queen bee's stinger, and had already lost most of its battle strength. Later, it was bullied to death by the other poisonous bees. De Gujin had lost the support of his holy beasts, and the high-level poison master was still protected by 2 poisonous creatures. They surrounded and attacked De Gujin. De Gujin was a newly advanced high-level supreme being, and his battle strength was a notch lower than his opponent's. Moreover, his opponent was bullying him with numbers, and he was gradually unable to hold on. Old thing, you think you're very powerful just because you're a beast tamer? You still died in my hands. The high-level poison master continuously sent out ink-colored palm prints. The strong corrosive power made it impossible for anyone to approach. De Gujin blocked with all his might, but he was still sent flying far away. The defensive armor on his body had already been corroded by the ink-colored poisonous mist. Damn it, if only I had brought Xianxian. With the vermilion bird here, how could this guy be so arrogant? De Gujin said regretfully in his heart. At this time, a poisonous bee and a multicolored centipede attacked De Gujin from the left and right. A poisonous needle with incomparable sharpness stabbed forward, while the multicolored centipede opened its flat mouth and pounced forward, waves of multicolored poison floating around. Go to hell. The high-level poison master laughed sinisterly, and once again came over De Gujin's head. The power in his palms locked onto De Gujin. De Gujin's face was ashen. His reaction speed had already been paralyzed by the poison, and it was absolutely impossible for him to dodge the attacks from these three directions. Chapter 1598. Just as Dugujin was in despair, he suddenly felt someone grab his arm and forcefully drag him into the distance. What's going on? That high-ranking poison master and the two sacred beasts all missed their attacks and could not help but ask in surprise. He clearly felt that the other party was almost about to give up resisting, but there was suddenly a sudden change. Dugujin also did not understand what was going on. He felt that someone was pulling him, but he did not feel that someone was beside him. Who are you? Dugujin could not help but ask in a low voice. Old man, rest in peace and recuperate. Wait for me to take care of him. Ling Zhao's divine soul avatar said. Now that he had concealed his figure, it was impossible to see his existence without special abilities. Ling Zhao. Dugujin recognized Ling Zhao's voice. When he called out lightly, Ling Zhao's divine soul had already left his side and charged towards that high-ranking poison master. Just how many trump cards does this kid have? Dugujin sighed in his heart. That high-ranking poison master and the two sacred beasts chased over, but they were obstructed by Ling Zhao's divine soul. Ling Zhao directly used the Nine-Yang Heaven-Burning Fist, directly destroying all the power containing the poison source. After the two sacred beasts containing the poison source came into contact with the heavenly fire, they could not help but howl. It was difficult for them to break free from these flames, and they were gradually burned to ashes. Who is it? Come out for this, daddy. That high-ranking poison master revealed an incomparably panicked expression as he shouted. His body was surrounded by large amounts of poison gas. Ordinary Supremes would not be able to get close. After you die, perhaps you can find out who I am. Ling Zhao's divine soul laughed coldly. A dark purple flame appeared, instantly igniting the poison gas. Poison gas was most afraid of fire attacks. Once it came into contact with it, it immediately turned into a prairie fire, unstoppable. Pung pung. Many heavenly fire formed an enveloping force, burning the high-ranking poison master layer by layer. It scared the high-ranking poison master so much that he had no choice but to immediately cut off the release of poison gas, and could only use pure elemental power to defend the surroundings. But no matter how he defended, if he could not discover the existence of Ling Zhao's divine soul, only death awaited him. Emperor Dragon Sky Destroyer Twin Dragon Fiendish Wind. The close-range attack directly penetrated the high-tier poison master's defense, and the destructive power exploded his head. The pitiful high-level poison master had died in such a dubious manner. He really couldn't die in peace. When this person and the two saint beasts died, the other poisonous creatures could no longer withstand a single blow. Under the annihilation sword of Ling Zhao's true body, all of them were destroyed. The dragon sect's momentum was set, and the Divine Axe Gang's members were being bullied by their numbers. The more they killed, the fewer members they had. It could be said that Ling Zhao's existence directly affected the outcome of this battle. After all, his soul concealment technique was too terrifying. No one was able to detect his existence before they were annihilated. It was impossible to guard against it even if they wanted to. Baimo, who was fighting with Lao Dongsheng, had no time to spare and was fighting with all his might. Lao Dongsheng was a martial arts maniac, and his battle power was not any weaker than Baimo's. The two of them were evenly matched. If they really wanted to determine a victor, it would be extremely difficult for them to not determine life and death. When Baimo felt the familiar auras on his side disappear one by one, he was finally distracted. You dare to be distracted while fighting with me? Get defeated. Lao Dongsheng screamed in fear. He fused with his divine weapon and turned into a fire god bird, attacking Baimo. That furious flame was enough to burn the sky, evaporate the sea, and destroy everything. Baimo came back to his senses. Mountains appeared around him to block the attack, and he took it head-on. However, his mountains were smashed. The fire god bird tore through the air and pecked. The flame burned everywhere. Baimo's sky-opening axe slashed towards the sky. However, he didn't have enough energy, so he was forced to retreat 1,000 miles. At the same time, he used the retreating force to turn around and attack the others. They killed so many of us. Even if I have to risk my life, I will drag you all to the grave with them. Ba Mo stormed over, using his soul consciousness to check. He found that almost 50 of the people he had brought back and the Divine Axe Gang's members had fallen. They didn't know how many years it would take for one more incipient God Realm expert to appear. It was a big loss to lose so many people at once. Ba Mo's energy was pushed to the peak. Hundreds of thousands of miles of land sank in just a blink of an eye. The gravitational field that was more than 100,000 times heavier made people fall 1,000 meters. Their speed slowed down instantly. Ba Mo came to a female supreme expert of the Moon sect and attacked her mercilessly. He cut the beautiful female supreme expert into 2 halves. He didn't stop there. His body appeared next to another person. The sky-opening axe fell and cut another person. Fresh blood gushed out, which was a ghastly sight. It was as easy as flipping one's hand for the characters on the supreme list to kill the supreme experts who hadn't reached the peak realm yet. The other warriors of the Dragon Gate and the Sun and Moon sect were so anxious when they saw Ba Mo going crazy. They all wanted to avoid such a formidable character. However, their speed was greatly restricted. Ba Mo wasn't affected at all. He could walk freely in this area. In the next moment, he was in front of Yang Hai, who had accompanied Ling Xiao to the battle. How dare a nobody like you offend the Godly Axe Gang? Die all of you! The power of Ba Mo's pan axe slashed towards Yang Hai. Yang Hai felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. He was so scared that he couldn't move. He was going to become a dead soul under the axe. However, just as the axe was about to land on his head, a sword chi with a black wind blade swept towards Ba Mo. These black wind blades were so dense. They were like a storm that couldn't be defended against. Ba Mo felt a little threatened. His thick earth defense was torn apart. Many black wind blades attacked him. Who can break my defense? Ba Mo had to swing his axe back to the direction of the black wind blades. He was full of doubts. Apart from Lao Dongsheng, only Ling Taiming had the power to challenge him. Neither of them had the wind attribute. He couldn't think of anyone else who could threaten him. Ling Zhao's godly spirit had unknowingly grabbed the phantom sword. He dodged Ba Mo's axe and pulled Yang Hai back. Ling Zhao's godly spirit released all its power. With the top-notch phantom sword in his hand, his power wasn't inferior to any pinnacle honorable. Stop fooling around. Come out! Ba Mo roared in shock. He swung his axe at Ling Zhao's divine soul again. Ling Zhao's godly spirit didn't dare to fight him. He knew that Ba Mo's power was limitless. Even if he used 70 times his power, he wouldn't be a match for him. In Ba Mo's gravitational field, Ling Zhao's speed was still unparalleled. He could still dodge Ba Mo's attack. After all, Ling Xiao had entered the scorched stone space before. The gravitational field there wasn't any weaker than Ba Mo's, but he still made it through. Just as Ba Mo was about to continue his pursuit of Ling Xiao, Lao Dongsheng once again blocked Ba Mo's way. The battle between us has not ended yet. Don't even think of escaping. 10,000 birds returned to the nest. Lao Dongsheng attacked with all his might. Within a radius of tens of thousands of miles, there were thousands of fire god birds flying around. Flames of the origin were burning towards Ba Mo. Ba Mo didn't have the heart to continue fighting. He waved his axe and destroyed the fire god slashes. At the same time, he kept retreating. Unfortunately, Lao Dongsheng didn't intend to give Ba Mo any chance to escape. His storm-like attacks didn't stop, forcing Ba Mo to fight back. Lao Dongsheng, are you forcing me to kill you? Ba Mo was already infuriated. If Lao Dongsheng kept pushing him, he could only try his best to kill Lao Dongsheng first. Kill me if you can, I'm waiting, Lao Dongsheng said with a fanatical look. Alright, since that's the case, I'll fulfill your wish, Ba Mo shouted. Immediately after, he finally used the heaven-splitting disc axe's 78th ultimate move. The giant god Pengu appeared. He held the divine axe in his hand, splitting the heavens and the earth, destroying the stars and splitting the heavens. This is more interesting, Lao Dongsheng roared excitedly. The fire spear in his hand turned into a red heavenly pillar, stabbing towards the giant god Pengu. Rumble rumble. Under the ultimate clash of force, Lao Dongsheng was actually forced back half a step by Ba Mo. Just this half step already represented a lot of things. However, Lao Dongsheng didn't care. He specialized in the fire attribute, and it was normal for him to be a little more cautious than Ba-Mo in terms of strength. His explosive power of flames was his ultimate killing move. However, this was just the beginning. Ba-Mo attacked Lao Dongxing with all his might. The power of the ultimate disc axe was extremely terrifying. One axe after another, it was vast and continuous. Finally, Lao Dongxing was forced to retreat continuously. Blood trickled down the corner of his mouth, and his top-grade ancient god weapon actually had a crack. It seemed that Lao Dongxing was indeed a little more powerful than Ba-Mo. Lao Dongxing spat a mouthful of blood on his divine weapon, and the crack was actually repaired. Crimson meteorite fire. Lao Dongxing had also unleashed his killer move. He had to turn the tables with this move. Many meteorite fires appeared, and countless purple flames burned the entire space, turning the area within hundreds of thousands of miles into a scene of purgatory. It was as terrifying as the end of the world. The heaven-splitting disc axe's 81st ultimate move. The giant god Pangu appeared in the sea of fire. Many axe shadows slashed down the mountains and rivers, destroying countless stars, and forcefully extinguished the flames. The two ultimate attacks were attacking each other, and it made all the surrounding supreme and incipient god realm experts retreat far away. They had already stopped fighting, and they were dumbstruck at this scene. The battle between the top experts of the sovereign list, the most terrifying attacks, was definitely an earth-shaking battle. Is this the battle between the top experts of the sovereign list? It's so terrifying. Among the top 100 supreme experts in the heaven territory, they can be said to be at the sky realm, and they are almost invincible in this generation. Who can match them? No one can interfere with their battle. Only death can determine the winner. I hope Lao Lao can win. Now that the outcome is set, the Godly Axe Gang is no longer a threat. That's right. No matter how strong one person is, he can't resist so many of us. This old man will die for sure. If Ling Xiao didn't help us today, we wouldn't have won so easily. Chapter 1599. The intense battle lasted for several hours before it finally calmed down. Not a single trace of the flame was left, and the Pangu giant had also disappeared from this world. The two figures flew far away at the same time. Lao Dongxing retreated an entire 10,000 meters, and a lot of God's blood splattered out continuously. Ba-Mo also retreated more than 8,000 meters, and his expression did not lessen by much. In a contest of absolute strength, Lao Dongxing was still a notch lower. Silence. Absolute silence. No one from either side made a sound. They were all waiting quietly. The two Supreme Masters' robes fluttered, and they did not make the next move. It was very strange. Bang. Bang. All of a sudden, two earth-shattering explosions reverberated. The two of them exploded from inside out. Their bodies didn't seem to have anything left. Blood splashed unceasingly. Immediately after, their bodies quickly reformed again, but their auras were much weaker. Martial Addict is indeed not crazy. I didn't expect that after so many years. Your realm has improved so much. Ba-Mo looked at Lao Dongxing and said faintly. Lao Dongxing said indifferently, but I still can't suppress you, and you can't defeat me. Yes, but our Godly Axe Gang still lost this battle. However, I advise you not to touch our Godly Axe Gang. Otherwise, I'll bring my allies from the foreign lands back to annihilate your Jin clan. Ba-Mo didn't forget to threaten. Hehe, you can try. Today you have no chance to escape. Ling Taiming could not help but snort coldly. Really? If I want to escape, none of you can stop me. Ba-Mo glanced at Ling Taiming and said. If so, then eat my spear. Ling Taiming shouted, and thrusted his spear towards Ba-Mo. A huge golden dragon roared and dashed out. I hope that the Kim people will never walk the territory road. Today I, Ba-Mo, will definitely make you pay. Ba-Mo said, and a mass of blood burst out from his body. He seemed to have turned into a blood shadow, and the remaining 10 of his companions escaped. That kind of speed was so fast that none of the Supreme Masters and incipient God Realm experts could see it. Burning blood escape technique. Ling Taiming exclaimed. This was a technique that had reached the pinnacle of the Supreme Being realm. By burning their own blood essence, they could force out their limits and increase their speed by several times. This sort of ability was extremely harmful to one's body. If one didn't possess divine materials that could replenish one's blood essence, then one's cultivation would definitely be affected and regress. As expected, Ba Mo was not an ordinary person. He had used such a harmful method to bring the others with him. If Ling Taiming wanted to chase after him, he would have to burn his own blood essence like Ba Mo. Damn old man, if he escapes today, there will be many troubles in the future. Ling Taiming frowned and shouted. If he really wants to escape, none of us can stop him. In that battle just now I still lost by 1 point. As Lao Dongxing spoke, blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth once again, and his divine body once again cracked open. Ling Taiming glanced at Lao Dongxing and didn't seem to be too shocked, as if he had known this would happen. This battle ends here. Once we break that mysterious yellow great formation, there will be no godly axe gang in the Sky Dragon domain in the future. Ling Taiming said faintly and directly rushed into the Heaven domain. Once the 2 batches of Divine King Realm from Dragon Gate and Sun Moon Sect arrived, he would help them break the mysterious yellow great formation, and that would be the time for the godly axe gang to perish. In this battle, Dragon Gate and Sun Moon Sect had a total of more than 80 people, and only 12 people had died. Among them, 8 were from Sun Moon Sect, and 4 were from Dragon Gate. Compared to the 60 people that the other side had lost, it was definitely a complete victory. The people from Dragon Gate were clear that if it wasn't for Ling Xiao, their casualties would definitely not be so little. Sun Moon Sect had to pay such a price, and Ling Xiao had no obligation to share too much of the burden for them. Moreover, this time when the Godly Axe Gang was destroyed, they would gain the most. After all, their sects were closest to each other, so they could take over all of the Godly Axe Gang's territories. When the God Kings of Dragon Gate and Sun Moon Sect gathered, they had more than 2,000 half-incipient God Realm and King Realm experts. It was almost 1/5 of the top forces in the Sky Dragon domain. With such a formidable force descending on the Godly Axe Gang, how could they not destroy the gang? This battle would be called the Axe-Destroying War, and it would be recorded in the history books for eternity. Among them, many beautiful God Kings appeared in this battle. They had peerless appearances and extraordinary fighting competence. They had many things to rely on. They weren't from Moon Sect, but Alchemist Ling's beautiful wives and concubines. When the young men knew about this, they all praised Alchemist Ling's romantic reputation, and they all wanted to imitate him, reaching the peak and having a group of wives and concubines. After the Battle of the Godly Axe Gang, Ling Xiao's team returned to Dragon Gate. Everyone in Dragon Gate was greatly encouraged, and they finally heaved a heavy sigh of relief. In the past, because Ling Xiao had obtained the inheritance of the Soul Clan, he was covetously eyed by all the forces in the Heaven domain. Now with the destruction of the Dark Shadow Clan and the Godly Axe Gang, whether it was in the Sky Dragon domain or in other domains, all the forces were filled with reverence for Dragon Gate. No one dared to provoke Dragon Gate. As for the Beastmen clan in the Sky Sparrow domain, they were attacked by the Flame Clan, the Thousand Beast Alliance, the Barbarian Clan, and the Gu Clan. Many of their clansmen were killed, and they were on the verge of extinction. After a year, all the disturbances in the Heaven domain finally subsided, and there were few large-scale battles between the major domains. In the depths of the Dragon's Gaze mountain range, there were several dragon roars roaring incessantly. A blue light shone in all directions and rushed out from a direction. It seemed majestic, and the sapphire aura was crystal clear, incomparably beautiful. The blue true dragon rushed up to the 9 heavens, and after roaming around the Dragon's Gaze mountain range for a while, it transformed into its human form and descended. This was an extremely beautiful woman. Whether it was her facial features or her figure, they were all perfectly matched. Her body was surrounded by a glazed blue aura, and her temperament was especially seductive and noble. It was the Dragon Lady, who had rushed out of the dragon's mystic realm, and reached the realm of level 11. With agile steps, it walked towards a certain direction. "Boss!" She saw a young man lying lazily on a tree branch, and called out in surprise. The young man seemed to have just woken up. He looked at the Dragon Lady and smiled. "You finally broke through." That year, when Ling Xiao brought the Dragon Lady to the Heaven domain, he wanted to use the many resources here to cultivate her like the other holy beasts. However, The Golden Dragon clan also had a way to make the Dragon Lady stronger, so he let her stay in the Golden Dragon clan, and let the Dragon King and the others of the Golden Dragon clan cultivate her. Now, the Dragon Lady had finally caught up to the prodigal's speed, and reached the realm of level 11. Thank you for your gift, boss. The Dragon Lady replied. If not for Ling Xiao, she would never have been able to turn from a dragon into a supreme true dragon, let alone reach her current realm. All of this is your opportunity. It has nothing to do with me. Ling Xiao replied with a faint smile. Then he asked, do you want to go back to the old palace? Can I? The Dragon Lady asked happily. Yes, at your current realm. Nothing is impossible. Ling Xiao nodded lightly. Then I will listen to you. The Dragon Lady nodded. Ling Xiao looked up at the sky, and a complicated look flashed across his dragon eyes. He muttered, some things really can't be rushed. No one knew what he was talking about. Only he understood. Ling Xiao brought the Dragon Lady, the prodigal, and a few other holy beasts out of the heaven realm. Now that he had not gathered all 9 Genesis stones, Ling Xiao had returned to the Xianling continent first. It was really puzzling. Ling Xiao naturally did not think of a way to save his ancestor. He had something else to deal with. That was to increase the strength of the 2 divine beast clans. Why did Ling Xiao have such an idea? It was because he wanted to fulfill his promise to the Vermilion Bird divine beast, and let the Fire Qilin clan fight with them against the Golden Crow clan. With the Fire Qilin clan's current strength, to fight against the Golden Crow clan was like throwing an egg against a rock. They had to become stronger as soon as possible. At least some of them had to reach the realm of level 11, and the rest had to reach the realm of level 10. Only then would they have a chance of winning. Otherwise, even if they went with the Vermilion Bird divine beast, they would only be sending themselves to their deaths. What method did Ling Xiao have to speed up their growth? Of course, it was the Genesis stone that he had found that could have such a magical effect. Half a year ago, Ling Xiao had been thinking about this. Finally, he decided to tell Ling Bo the reason, and asked for the Genesis stones of water and fire properties. After all, these stones were temporarily useless in the Kim people. Sooner or later, they would be used in the Xianling continent. It was better to let him take them back and put them in the Water Dragon clan and the Fire Qilin clan. When they needed them in the future, he could take them out. After listening to Ling Xiao's explanation, Ling Bo handed all the Genesis stones to Ling Xiao without hesitation. Ling Xiao had great luck. It was a good thing for the Kim people to have a good relationship with the 2 divine beast clans. Moreover, most of the Genesis stones here were found by Ling Xiao. No one could say anything if he wanted to use them. Moreover, Ling Xiao's strength had proven that he was not afraid of any enemies. The Genesis stones in his hands were much safer than anyone else's. As long as the 2 Genesis stones were placed in the 2 clans, they could gather the origin energy from the outer space for them to absorb and become stronger. At the same time, they could change the cycle of Xianling continent's destruction to a certain extent. This time, Ling Xiao did not need to go through any space formation. He went through layers of space cracks and returned to the Xianling continent. The Xianling continent was the closest continent to the heaven domain. However, it was isolated by an ancient forbidden method. Not many people could discover its existence. With the passing of time, as the origin of the Xianling continent became thinner and thinner, the ancient taboo had become extremely weak. Ling Xiao did not need to pass through the heavenly domain fortress at all. He could force his way in. With his strong body, he blocked the turbulence and entered the Xianling continent. Chapter 1600. The Xianling continent was an ancient continent that had existed for millions of years. There were at least 5 types of godly beasts on this continent. The true dragon, the white tiger, the vermilion bird, the black tortoise, and the Qilin. They were the ancient creatures of this continent, and their bloodlines were passed down. Later on, other godly beasts also appeared here. That was the primordial era. The human race had just been born, and was on the path of change. Xianling continent had experienced millions of years. With the emergence of many powerful cultivators, and the chaotic wars between the various races, the various boundaries were heavily damaged. The origin force was gradually lost, causing the once glorious ancient continent to enter its final phase of decline. Many other races began to search for more suitable land to live in. That was how the prosperous Heaven Realm was today. After Ling Xiao entered Xianling continent, he immediately scanned the entire place with his divine telekinesis. With his speed and strength, no matter where he wanted to go, he would be able to reach it directly. It would not take too much time. He had returned to his homeland. But there weren't many old friends left in this land. The Ling clan, the proud smiling palace. Perhaps there were still people he knew, but they were not worth his time. No matter what, he still felt a sense of familiarity here. It made him feel like he had returned home. He liked this feeling. One day, I will definitely restore it to its former glory. Ling Xiao sighed and murmured. Ling Xiao landed directly in Wind Cloud City of the proud smiling palace. No one noticed how he appeared. It was as if he had been here for a long time. Ling Xiao was wearing a green robe. He looked like an ordinary, handsome young man walking on foot, enjoying this rare moment of peace. Looking at the rapid changes in Wind Cloud City, Ling Xiao was extremely satisfied. This was a city that he had built with his own hands. It was his territory and his people. He sincerely hoped that they could live and work in peace here. Everyone who walked around looked at Ling Xiao in disbelief. It was as if they were looking at the legendary person, the first city lord of Wind Cloud City. Unfortunately, when they blinked, they found that the person had already disappeared in front of them. Not long after, a cloaked man appeared in a corner of Wind Cloud City's Wind Cloud restaurant. This man looked rather strange. Anyone who wanted to see his face through his cloak could not. It was as if they could only see a blurry cloud. All the experts in the restaurant at the king rank and above were extremely shocked. They knew that this person was absolutely a first-rate expert, and he might already be in existence at the Mystic Emperor realm. This cloaked man was undoubtedly Ling Xiao. He knew that everyone in Wind Cloud City knew him. After all, there was a statue of him in the center of the city. The statue was over 100 meters tall, like a deity standing with his hands behind his back. That handsome face and the aura that looked down on the world were incomparable. He was a legendary figure in the Xianling continent that was revered by the future generations. At this moment, a person walked into the restaurant, immediately attracting the attention of everyone in the restaurant. At the same time, they stood up and bowed slightly to that person. Many people warmly greeted that person and tried to please him. Elder Lu is here. Today we can listen to the story of the Xiao Emperor again. That's great. Elder Lu comes out once a month to talk about following the Xiao Emperor. I don't know if he's telling the truth or not. I even suspect that he's bragging. Brother, don't talk nonsense. Elder Lu looks ordinary, but he might really be a hidden master. Otherwise, why didn't the manager of the restaurant dare to stop him every time he tells a story? That's true. I wonder what Elder Lu will say today. I don't want to follow the Xiao Emperor anymore. If I can join the Xiao Emperor, I will be satisfied. Elder Lu, come sit here. Serve the food and wine, so that Elder Lu can tell us more about the legend of the Xiao Emperor. The one who walked over was a white-haired old man. Although he was already in his 70s, his old eyes were reserved, his steps were steady, and his aura was extraordinary. He was obviously not an ordinary old man. There was a kind smile on his face, and he smiled whenever he met people. There was no hypocrisy on his face. Elder Lu sat in the center of the restaurant and smiled. Ha ha, it seems that everyone doesn't mind this old man's trembling. Well, I will tell a little bit more today. But first, I need to drink some wine to moisten my throat. Elder Lu, drink as much as you want. We will give you enough. Someone in the restaurant responded generously. The others also began to agree with him. After Elder Lu drank a cup of wine, he looked at the others and said with a smile, "When I followed the Xiao Emperor, he was only a half-step martial sovereign. He was as powerful as me, but I reached that level 1,000 years earlier than him. The Xiao Emperor had just reached that level, but he was already able to defeat the three of us half-step martial sovereigns. I, Elder Lu, had 3 attacks from the Xiao Emperor. Don't underestimate those 3 attacks. The other 2 old men couldn't even withstand 1 attack from the Xiao Emperor. The Xiao Emperor saw that I was still useful, so he said, 'You are good. I have the supreme grade Xian King Dan. Follow me, and I will help you become the Xian King.' How old was the Xiao Emperor then? He was only about 30 years old. It was the first time that I was shocked by the Xiao Emperor's aura. After that, I followed the Xiao Emperor and started to conquer the world. Elder Lu's words were soft and gentle, like the sound of bamboo, penetrating deep into people's hearts. It made people feel like they were in the same situation as the Xiao Emperor. At the same time, they seemed to see the heroic figure of the Xiao Emperor, who fought against so many powerful cultivators without being defeated. Everyone was mesmerized by Elder Lu's words and couldn't help themselves. Only Ling Xiao, who was wearing a cloak, was laughing in his heart. He thought to himself, since when did Elder Lu like to brag? He looked at Elder Lu, who was talking, and an invisible force stopped Elder Lu's words. Elder Lu's face turned serious, and he looked at Ling Xiao as if he was facing a formidable enemy. Then his old eyes narrowed, and he lost his composure as he exclaimed, "Palace Master!" As his voice faded, the cloaked Ling Xiao had already disappeared from the restaurant. Duke Lu instantly stood up, and his peak stage mystic Varch cultivation burst forth, causing everyone present to stumble. In the next moment, Duke Lu flew towards the door as if he had gone mad. His speed caused everyone present to be flabbergasted. Lu. Elder Lu is really a Xian Emperor. How is this possible? It seems that Elder Lu is really a powerful cultivator. Maybe he is the supreme elder of the proud smiling palace, and has followed the Xiao Emperor. I didn't expect this. If I can get on Elder Lu's good side, I can join the proud smiling palace. I wonder if Elder Lu will come next month. Yes, if Elder Lu is willing to let me follow him, I will do anything. Maybe when the Xiao Emperor comes back from the Qingyun realm, it will be a great fortune for us. Only then did they realize that Elder Lu, who had been telling them stories, was really a member of the proud smiling palace, and he was a super Xian Emperor. Everyone was regretful that they missed the chance to make friends with such a person. The Xian Emperor was one of the most powerful cultivators in the Central Territory. As long as the saints didn't show up, they could do whatever they wanted. On the top of a tall mountain in the rainy swamp mountain range, a figure was standing on the top of the tallest ancient tree, facing the wind. From afar, he seemed to be in harmony with the heaven and earth, and he had reached the level of being one with the world. After a long while, a figure shot over from afar. This person was Lu Gong, who had rushed out from the restaurant. He looked at the young man standing on top of the ancient tree with a face full of excitement. He actually knelt down in midair and said, "Lu Kun greets Palace Lord." However, before he knelt down, an invisible force seemed to bind him, and he couldn't kneel. Ling Xiao turned around and smiled. "Elder Lu, how have you been?" Elder Lu was undoubtedly Lu Kun, who used to follow Ling Xiao around. In the beginning, Lu Kun was only a half-step emperor, but he broke through to the low-level Xian Emperor after he obtained the supreme grade Xian Emperor pill. He originally thought that this was the end of his life. However, when Ling Xiao returned from the heaven region the last time, he gave him a batch of rare high-grade spirit ingredients. That was how he managed to reach the peak stage of the mystic Tharch realm. Lu Kun had followed Ling Xiao for many years, and he'd almost perished in the battles with the various powers. If Ling Xiao hadn't used many rare spiritual materials to save him, he would have died a long time ago. His respect for Ling Xiao was incomparable to anyone else's. At that time, Ling Xiao had wanted to take him with him to the Qingyun realm, but Lu Kun had stayed behind of his own accord. It wasn't that he didn't want to go to the Qingyun realm, but in his own words, he wanted to protect the Palace Lord's estate. He couldn't lose someone to look after the Palace Lord, and the other direct descendants of the Palace Lord had left. It could be said that Lu Kun was one of the most loyal direct descendants of Ling Xiao. Lu Kun looked excitedly at Ling Xiao, whose appearance hadn't changed at all. Tears welled up in his old eyes, and he said, "I, old Lu, can see the return of the Palace Lord again. I'm satisfied." Ling Xiao came to Lu Kun's side and sighed softly. "Elder Lu, you don't need to be like this. It's like you're going to die." After a pause he said, "It's been hard on you all these years. This time come with me to the Qingyun realm. The Xian Emperor's cultivation is too weak. If people know that you're my man, I can't afford to lose face." Lu Kun could feel that Ling Xiao's temperament hadn't changed, so he nodded heavily and said, "Thank you, Palace Lord." Now that the Laughing Palace had stabilized after the departure of the others, he could also leave with peace of mind. You've reached the edge of a breakthrough, but this is not the best place for a breakthrough. After I take you back to the Qingyan realm, it won't be too late for you to break through to the Saint realm. Ling Xiao said again. Lu Kun's body trembled a few times, and his heart was extremely excited. He had thought that he would never forget the Saint realm in this life, but after hearing Ling Xiao's words, he was relieved. He had never heard his palace master speak carelessly, and he was certain that he would reach the Saint realm. Chapter 1601. Ling Xiao met with Lu Kun and asked him to return to the sect to deal with some matters. When he returned to the Heaven realm, he would take him with him. At the same time, Ling Xiao asked Lu Kun not to disturb the others in the palace for the time being. Otherwise, when the old palace master returned, he would not be able to explain himself. After Ling Xiao left the rainy swamp mountain range, he went directly to the peak of the East Sea. He summoned Dragon Lady. Dragon Lady immediately transformed into her real body. After roaring a few times, she brought Ling Xiao and rushed into the Dragon Palace. Ling Xiao and Dragon Lady returned to the Dragon Palace. The old Dragon King and Dragon King were shocked. When they saw that Dragon Lady had reached the same realm as them, they were overjoyed. Now that the source energy in the ancestral land is thin, it is difficult to survive. The old Dragon King sighed with emotion. The 13th Prince of the Golden Dragon had persuaded them to move to the Heaven realm, but they refused to leave the Dragon Palace where they had lived for tens of thousands of years. They only allowed Dragon Lady to leave with Ling Xiao. Now that Dragon Lady had reached such a level in just a few decades, they could not help but be shocked. Old Dragon King, don't worry. This time, Dragon Lady and I came back to help the Dragon Palace regain its glory, so that the dragons can rise again. Ling Xiao said. Right after that, a water genesis stone appeared in front of him. When the water origin stone appeared, a large amount of source energy gathered, making the old Dragon King in front of him shine brightly. A source stone. The two Dragon Kings exclaimed. You two have good eyesight. I believe that as long as this source stone is temporarily placed in the Dragon Palace, it will gather a lot of source energy from the outside world. It will help all of you in the Dragon Palace advance faster. Ling Xiao said. Guest General. Of course, Old Wang didn't misjudge you. You are the lucky star of us dragons. Old Dragon King said excitedly. The Dragon King was also moved. That's right. With this source stone, the Dragon Palace will be able to regain its former glory after 1,000 years. Old Dragon King, I want to make it clear that I will only lend this water source stone to your Dragon Palace for a few years. I still need it in the future. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment. He decided to be blunt first, in case the dragons refused to return it when he wanted to retrieve it in the future. That would be troublesome. As soon as Ling Xiao finished speaking, the two Dragon Kings' smiles froze. Guest General, why are you doing this? Could it be that you're planning to exchange something from us? As long as you need it, I will give it to you immediately. Even if you want the Crown Prince to follow you, it's not that we can't agree, as long as this source stone stays in our Dragon Palace forever. Old Dragon King said eagerly. Ling Xiao shook his head and told Old Dragon King about what he was going to do in the future. He wanted to gather all 9 source stones and set up the origin formation to save the Xianling continent. He wanted to restore the prosperity of the Xianling continent. Naturally, he could not only think for the dragons. As long as the Xianling continent could gather the source energy again, all the creatures here would benefit. At the same time, he was doing this to save his ancestor. After Old Dragon King heard it, he understood that Ling Xiao's action was a good deed that would benefit thousands of creatures. There was no room for selfishness. Guest General, it's a blessing for the world to be so broad-minded. Although we dragons don't care about other races, we won't sacrifice the world for our own benefit. It's a blessing for our Dragon Palace to temporarily keep it in our Dragon Palace. Old Dragon King said with some regret. Ling Xiao was relieved. If the dragons were not willing to give in, he could only give up. After all, this matter was too important, and he could not afford to make any mistakes. Ling Xiao temporarily left the Dragon Lady in the Dragon Palace and hurried to the next stop. Ling Xiao left the dragon lady in the dragon palace when he was young, and he could not forget it until now. Walking here and looking at the familiar shape of the mountain, his heart was filled with endless emotions. He and the prodigal returned to the Fire Qilin clan's land, and took out a fire attribute Genesis stone, and placed it in their clan's land. At the same time, he also placed the remaining purple-black flames in the cauldron in their clan's land. This kind of extreme flame, as long as it was mixed with the Genesis stone, would become stronger and stronger sooner or later. These flames could be used by the Fire Qilin clan to strengthen the power of their Qilin holy fire. In addition, the prodigal reported the vermilion bird's request to the few old Fire Qilins, and asked them to make a decision. The few old Qilins agreed without hesitation. With the fire attribute Genesis stone, they could become stronger again. When the time came, they could compete with the Vermilion Bird clan for the Golden Crow clan's territory, which would make them even stronger. After doing all this, Ling Xiao left the prodigal here temporarily, and went to the Chaotic Battles Abyss alone. Now the Chaotic Battles Abyss was no longer a place where the young Earth Emperors of the Central Region fought for rankings. No one knew why, but in the past few decades, the restrictions here suddenly became stronger. Even if many mystic thearchs came, they couldn't break the restrictions here. They all realized that something must have happened in the Chaotic Battles Abyss. In the end, they even invited the Saint Elders of the various factions to come and break the defenses here. Unfortunately, they vomited blood because of the backlash of the restrictions. From then on, the Chaotic Battles Abyss became a forbidden land. No one could enter it anymore. Many factions had to find another battlefield to continue the battle of the Earth Emperors. When Ling Xiao arrived here, he directly ignored the restrictions and went in. He found the position where the old ancestor was and immediately went deep. Back then, it was extremely difficult for him to reach the 200,000-meter boundary. Now he could do it easily. He felt the blood in his body throbbing, and a familiar feeling hit his heart. The old ancestor is still here. Ling Xiao was secretly delighted. The feeling of a bloodline connection was definitely not something that could be easily severed. When Ling Xiao was near the boundary, before he could say anything, the bony shadow in the depths of the boundary said in a hoarse voice, "Boy, you're back. Have you found all 9 kinds of Genesis stones?" When Ling Xiao heard the old ancestor's words, his heart couldn't help but ache. He immediately responded, "Old ancestor, we have collected 6 kinds of Genesis stones. We still need the light, dark, and thunder Genesis stones." Oh, they actually found all 6 kinds of Genesis stones in less than 100 years. Those bastards have improved. Ling Hongyu responded rather optimistically. Ling Zhao's eyes focused. Through the layers of boundaries, he saw the old man who was using his body as a bridge and wrapped the boundaries with the power of metal. Ling Zhao's heart was filled with admiration. He was willing to sacrifice himself to let everyone in the ancestral land live. This courage was not something an ordinary person could do. Moreover, he was one of the top existences on the sovereign list. In many people's eyes, it was stupid to use his noble identity to protect the weak people like ants. Even Ling Xiao didn't think that he had such a selfless sacrificial spirit like his old ancestor. If we haven't found all 9 kinds of Genesis stones, we can't arrange the Genesis Great Formation. Kid, what are you doing here? Are you here to check if I'm dead or not? Asked Ling Hongyu. Ling Xiao answered, I came back to do something, so I came here to chat with my old ancestor. Soon, I will return to outer space to find the other 3 kinds of Genesis stones. I must help my old ancestor get rid of his sufferings and see the sun again. Ling Zhao's voice was sonorous and resolute. He couldn't help but release the aura of the incipient God realm. Good kid, you've reached the middle level of the Supreme Being realm. Good, even if I die, the Kim people, don't have to worry anymore. Ling Hongyu said excitedly as he sensed Ling Zhao's aura through the barrier. Although Ling Xiao could hear Ling Hongyu's voice clearly, he could feel that the latter's peak power had been reduced a lot. He was afraid that it was just as he had said. Enduring for more than 2,000 years was his limit. Ling Xiao took out the metal-class Genesis stone and said, Old ancestor, this is the Genesis stone of my tribe. It should be able to help you restore your power. I will put it here for now. When I find the other 3 kinds of Genesis stones, I will come back to take them. Then Ling Xiao put the Genesis Stone into the barrier and made it gather the metal-class Genesis Stone. This way, Ling Hongyu could endure for a few more days. It's hard on you, kid. Ling Hongyu sighed. Ling Xiao didn't say anything more. He took out many crystal clear god blood beads. He got them from the blood pond of the fierce blood demon. They were divine items that could replenish blood quickly. Ancestor, I have a divine blood bead in my hand. I'll force out some of my blood essence now. You should absorb as much of it as you can. It'll help you recover your blood qi. I'll use the divine blood bead to repair it. Ling Hongyu didn't respond. After a while he sighed and said, "Silly boy, you don't need to do this. Blood is everyone's foundation. Losing it again and again won't do you any good in the future. Although the god blood bead can restore it, it won't do you any good. Just forget it. With the Genesis Stone, the pressure on me is reduced. I should be able to endure for a few more days. Old ancestor, this bit of essence blood is nothing. I'm not even 200 years old yet, and I've already reached the middle stage supreme martial artist level. I can still bear the loss of some essence blood. Besides, this god blood bead can replenish it immediately, so you can rest assured and absorb more. As long as you can endure for a few more days, we will have more time to gather the other 3 Genesis Stones," Ling Xiao advised. Ling Hongyu was silent for a while and said, "All right. Since you're so filial, I will listen to you. It's a good thing that I can endure for another 1 or 2,000 years." As soon as Ling Hongyu's voice fell, Ling Zhao's blood vessels ruptured and his blood essence emerged. That thick blood essence was definitely comparable to the god's blood of a god. Ling Hongyu used a secret technique to suck out Ling Zhao's blood to replenish the blood that he had lost. Ling Xiao felt dizzy and uncomfortable. He couldn't afford to lose so much blood at his realm. Chapter 1602. Each drop of the blood of a supreme incipient god realm expert could be compared to a heaven-defying divine item. To warriors below the realm of supreme incipient god realm, it could bring back the dead and strengthen their bodies. Ling Xiao used to absorb the blood demon essence tree and many blood crystals. His blood qi was much thicker than ordinary warriors. However, he had his blood taken many times. Although he had to replenish it, he would never complain about having too much blood qi. It was lucky that Ling Xiao had soaked in the blood pond. His blood was 1 or 2 times more than that of an ordinary incipient god realm expert. Otherwise, he would have fainted when his ancestor sucked his blood. "All right, I've taken more than half of your blood. It's not a problem for you to endure for another 1,000 years." Ling Hongyu's voice arose. Ling Zhao's blood stopped flowing. Pausing for a while, Ling Hongyu said with surprise, "Ah, your blood is so pure this time. It can compete with my bloodline power. Seems like you have a big encounter. Good. It's not a problem to endure for another 1,500 years. You guys have 3 or 4,000 years to find more Genesis Stones." Ling Hongyu was the oldest ancestor of the Kim people. His seniority was even higher than Ling Taichu and Ling Taimeng. Moreover, his competence was at the peak of the Supreme Realm. As one of the top 10 characters of the Great Expert list, of course, his bloodline was the purest. When Ling Hongyu had taken Ling Zhao's blood continuously, of course, Ling Hongyu could recognize the change of Ling Zhao's blood. He didn't expect that Ling Xiao could activate his bloodline power to this level. He was surprised. Ling Xiao didn't have the strength to answer Ling Hongyu. He immediately swallowed many god blood beads and started to refine them to replenish his blood. Ling Zhao's refining speed was really fast. Although the blood qi of these god blood beads was tremendous, he couldn't absorb them in just a few breaths. "Not enough," Ling Xiao said. 10 more god blood beads appeared in his palm. He absorbed them all. Ling Zhao's blood qi was quickly replenished, and the bloodline power he had consumed also gradually recovered. After a while, Ling Zhao's face regained a lot of color. He let out a sigh of relief and thought to himself, "Fortunately, I have the god's blood bead. Otherwise, I really wouldn't have been able to afford it." Now he only felt that he had only recovered 70% of the blood essence that had been sucked away. The remaining 30% would probably have to be nurtured slowly in the future. "What do you think, kid? Are you unable to hold on any longer?" Ling Hongyu's voice rang out again. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, "Don't worry, ancestor. Ling Xiao can still hold on." That's great. I've really wronged you, Ling Hongyu said with guilt. What are you talking about, ancestor? I'm your descendant. I should die for you, Ling Xiao replied. Good. It's rare for you to be so filial, Ling Hongyu replied. Then he said, it's rare for you to come here. Stay and talk with me about the clan. We haven't talked for so many years. It's not a good time. Ling Xiao was also very happy to chat with his ancestor. He told Ling Hongyu about the situation of the Heavenly Dragon sect and their clan. Ling Hongyu answered him from time to time. Sometimes he sighed with emotion. When Ling Xiao talked about destroying the Dark Shadow clan and the Divine Axe gang, Ling Hongyu immediately said, they should be killed. Those who offended our clan should be killed. Ling Xiao could feel Ling Hongyu's thick murderous aura, even though they were separated by the barrier. He had heard that this ancestor was famous for being a good person. However, the murderous aura he was showing now was really terrifying. Maybe he's just kind to his clansmen, but to his enemies he's a real god of slaughter. Ling Xiao thought to himself. Oh right, you said that our clan wants to rob the Genesis Stone from the Winged Man tribe and the Demon Tiger tribe? Ling Hongyu asked. Ling Xiao replied with a brutal light, that's right. Those birdmen and the Demon Tiger tribe must be destroyed. They have always been our clan's enemy. They helped the Dark Shadow clan to kill our clansmen. They should all die. No, absolutely not. Before Absolute Beginning and Woody come back, you can't act rashly. Ling Hongyu objected immediately. Why? Are you worried that we can't defeat them? I'm the Supreme Alchemy God. I've provided many Supreme Pellets to the clan. We have many founding elders. Our clan, Ling Xiao explained. Before he could finish, Ling Hongyu interrupted him. You don't need to say more. You don't understand how terrifying these two clans are. Pausing for a while, he continued. First, let me tell you about the Winged Man tribe. They call themselves the God tribe. They are the favored children of God. They call themselves the God race, and they're favored by the heavens. They're born with the strength of a king rank or above, and no one can compare to them. Moreover, all of them are of the pure light attribute, and their rate of cultivation is faster than an ordinary person. Moreover, their speed of healing isn't any slower than my clan's ancient emperor's divine art. Their wings are like the wind attribute, allowing them to move unparalleled in speed. They have too many advantages when compared to those in the same realm. Moreover, they've moved to the Outer Realm a long time ago, and after many years of peaceful development, they've become unimaginably powerful. Moreover, there are at least 2 existences at the level of Pontiff in their clan, and their existence is on par with Absolute Beginning and Invincible. As for the Devil Tiger clan, there's no need to mention them. Their ancestor once fought me fiercely, and even though we almost perished together, they have a total of 8 people on the sovereign ranking. There are even some who aren't on the ranking, but their strength isn't any weaker than theirs. So it's absolutely unwise to start a war with them. Ling Xiao had once subdued 2 supreme experts of the Winged Clan, so he knew the situation of the Winged Clan like the back of his hand. It could be said that he knew much more than Ling Hongyu. He knew that what Ling Hongyu said was true. The Winged Clan was indeed a tough nut to crack. The Demon Tiger sect was known as the most powerful ancient clan in the Heaven Domain. Their history could be traced back to the ancient times. In the Heavenly Tiger region, their words carried enormous weight. This proved their strength. Now, after listening to his ancestor's explanation, Ling Xiao felt extremely depressed. If the Kim people were to start a war with the Winged Clan, both sides would suffer heavy losses. Moreover, if they wanted to deal with 2 clans at the same time, they would be at a disadvantage. But only these 2 clans have the Light and Darkness Source Stones. Ling Xiao replied reluctantly. Sai, I also know that this is difficult for you. Since ancient times, many people have wanted to gather all 9 Genesis Source Stones but failed. If you really can't do it, don't force yourself. I definitely don't want to see my clan being destroyed because of me. It's not worth it. Ling Hongyu sighed deeply. Then he sighed again. If my cultivation could improve further, I would definitely be able to get out of this predicament and restore the vitality of the Xianling continent. What a pity. Improve further? Ancestor, what is the realm above the Supreme Master? Ling Xiao asked with great interest. It was not the first time that he heard that there was a realm above the Supreme Master. However, he had never understood what it was like. Originally, with your competence, you need to improve further before you can know it. However, kid, your advancement speed is really abnormal. Now I will tell you. Perhaps you can reach that realm in the future, Ling Hongyu said. He paused for a while and then continued. The Supreme Incipient God Realm is the limit of the human body. Ling Hongyu paused for a while and then continued. The Incipient God Realm is the limit of the human body. It's called the Original God Realm. No one can compare to it. However, there's a legendary realm that can break the limit of the human body. It can break through the peak of the God Realm and reach a brand new realm. At that time, the God body will start to transform into a new life form. This life form can not only rejuvenate and change the appearance of different ages, but it can also control the earth and heaven. It can create a new place to live, create new creatures, and change everything in this world. This realm is called eternity in the legends. It can live forever. It can create a new world and life. Eternal life, eternal existence, the creation of the world, the creation of life, this is eternity. Ling Xiao muttered to himself, his eyes flashing with a hint of confusion. After reaching the King God realm, as long as they didn't have any conflicts with others and stayed in one place, they could live forever. However, if they wanted to create a new world and life, even the Supreme Incipient God Realm experts couldn't do that. The Supreme Incipient God Realm experts could destroy the earth and heaven. They could also create a small space on the continent. They could also create new things. However, they couldn't create a new world or life. It was indeed a realm that only existed in legends. Ling Xiao was deep in thought. He wanted to know how he could do this. However, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't figure out how to do that. Silly boy, wake up. Ling Hongyu's faint voice arose in Ling Xiao's ears. Although Ling Hongyu's voice wasn't loud, it had an invisible power that shook Ling Xiao and woke him up. Ling Xiao exhaled. He finally recognized that he was on the verge of bedevilment. If he didn't wake up in time, he could fall into a chaotic state. At that time, it would affect his future growth. Thank you, forefather. Ling Xiao thanked Ling Hongyu. You're too young. It's normal that you can't resist the temptation. When you reach the peak of Supreme Being, you will understand that realm. However, I haven't heard of anyone who can touch that realm. It's just a legend that when the world was created, only the giant gods of the antiquity had the god power. If anyone can step into that realm, he can destroy everything with a flip of his hand. At the same time, he can create new things. This is the real eternity. You don't need to think too much. Just reach the peak of Supreme Being first. It's not easy to reach this step. Yes, forefather. I know what to do. Ling Xiao answered honestly. He didn't dare to think about that realm anymore. If his mind wasn't steady and he fell into bedevilment, everything would be in vain. Alright, let nature take its course. If you can find the other 3 kinds of Genesis stones in the other space, it will be great. If you can't find them, forget it. Just let this old man and the ancestral planet disappear together. Anyway, I've lived long enough. I don't have any regrets. You should go back, Ling Hongyu said. Chapter 1603. Ling Xiao buried the metal-type Genesis stone under the wizardry barrier and gave it to Ling Hongyu. After chatting with him for a while, he finally left. However, he did not return to the heaven domain immediately. Instead, he went to the spiritual martial pavilion to check on Wu Bufan. The chaotic combat physique was rare even in 100,000 years. It was a natural supreme destiny. Ling Xiao really wanted to find Wu Bufan again and give him the chaotic divine beast's body in the cauldron to help him achieve more quickly. If he could make friends with such a person, it would definitely be something worth celebrating. Of course, if he became an opponent, he would not feel lonely. It was a pity that he could not find Wu Bufan's aura, even though he had covered the entire spiritual martial pavilion with his divine will. He was sure that Wu Bufan had completely disappeared. He was born with such a combat physique. Did he die young? Ling Xiao sighed in his heart. There were many geniuses with special constitutions in the world, but because they were too outstanding, they were afraid that the tallest tree in the forest would be destroyed by the wind, and they died young. This kind of example was not uncommon. Ling Xiao called Dragon Lady and the prodigal back, and planned to leave the Xianling continent. He believed that with the 3 Genesis stones here, the lifespan of the Xianling continent would be extended by a lot. Just as Ling Xiao was about to leave, the prodigal said, "Boss, I want to take a look at the dangerous place in the heaven domain before I go back. Maybe there are many good things there." Ling Xiao looked interested and said, "If you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten about it. There is a territory gate in the Xianling continent that can transport you to the heaven domain. It is indeed worth a look." I was too weak in the past. After entering that place, I was transported to the heaven domain inexplicably. Uncle Flaming Tiger died because of me. I want to see what is so strange about that place," the prodigal said. After that, they headed towards a mountain range in the central territory that was rarely visited by humans. This mountain range was located in the central region. It was very close to the southern wasteland, and was called the Southern Parting Mountain Range. There wasn't the slightest bit of water in this area of several tens of thousands of kilometers, and it was like a dead land. There were mostly rocky mountains, spirit beasts were rare, and there were even fewer trees and spirit herbs. A long time ago, many people thought that there were mystic crystals that could be mined in this mountain range. In the end, many forces and mercenaries came here to dig, but they couldn't find many valuable materials. They could only occasionally find some hard stones for refining. Therefore, it was obvious that people were coming to this mountain range again. Moreover, there were no civilians living in the surrounding area. There was no water source after all, so how could they survive? Back then, the prodigal had brought the Earth Flaming Tiger all over the mountains to search for the other Qilin clan. In the end, they had arrived here, but had mistakenly entered a mystic realm. This secret realm was located in the central area of this mountain range, within the many rocky mountains. Ling Xiao looked at the mountain range from the sky. It was as if an earth dragon was coiled here, and the rocky mountains were the dragon's spine. It seemed incomparably vigorous and imposing. Although Ling Xiao didn't know much about feng shui, he had some exchanges with Xian Yao, so he more or less had some general knowledge. For example, this earth dragon shape, although it wasn't the best place with good feng shui, it was the best terrain in the surrounding area. However, Ling Xiao had some clues. This place was mainly earth, and there was a lack of water. It was obvious that it was a dangerous place with earth spirits, and the earth dragon could turn over at any time. If one touched the dragon's reverse scale, the earth dragon would turn over, and its power would be infinite, killing all things. Earth restrains water, but water can also penetrate stone. It's a pity that there is no water here at all. There must have been restrictions set up here long ago. Although these restrictions are weak, they are definitely not something that an ordinary saint can see through. The location of this mystic realm is where the earth dragon's reverse scale is, so it can't be as simple as a domain gate. Perhaps there is some ancient secret hidden here. Ling Xiao mumbled to himself, then brought the dragon lady and the prodigal to the entrance of the mystic realm. The entrance to the mystic realm was in a rocky mountain range. This kind of rocky mountain range was too common, and there was nothing special about it. There was also a restriction that isolated it, so even the Holy Emperor couldn't see through it. Back then, the prodigal and the Earth Flaming Tiger were only lucky enough to enter, and the Earth Flaming Tiger was killed here. This showed that there was definitely something extraordinary about this place. This was a stone cave that led deep underground. According to the prodigal's description, they didn't go too deep before something happened. Thus, he had to remind Ling Xiao to be careful in case something went wrong. Ling Xiao used his soul consciousness to scan the stone cave. However, when his soul consciousness reached deep inside, it was cut off. It can cut off my soul consciousness. There must be something strange about this place, Ling Xiao said with a solemn face. He didn't expect that even his soul consciousness would be cut off. This meant that the other party's restriction wasn't any weaker than his. It might even be stronger. Ling Xiao didn't rush in immediately. Instead, he set up a restriction around this area, cutting off all senses from the outside world. This was to prevent any commotion that could cause panic in the distance. With Ling Xiao's ability, it wouldn't be a problem to move this rocky mountain away. However, in this ominous land, there might be some terrifying formation that could threaten him. He had to be careful. Ling Xiao's entire body emitted a 5-colored divine light as he brought the dragon lady and the prodigal into the cave. The stone cave looked dark and dry. However, under the illumination of Ling Xiao's protective divine light, it became much clearer. Not long after Ling Xiao stepped in, he immediately noticed that there were some formations carved on the ground under his feet. These formations extended deep into the cave. If he accidentally touched the nodes of the formation eye and activated the formation, something unimaginable would happen. Who could set up such a big formation here? Ling Xiao squinted and mumbled. Then a silver pattern brush appeared in his hand. This was the divine brush specially used by formation rune masters, and it was used to inscribe and set up formations. Ling Xiao had gotten it from the space rings of the pirates he had killed in outer space. He had originally planned to give it to Xianyao when he came back to find him in the future. However, after so many years, he hadn't heard any news about Xianyao. It was as if he had disappeared from the heaven domain. If Ling Xiao hadn't left him the jade tube of life, he would have thought that Xianyao was dead. Ling Xiao didn't know how to draw formations, but he knew some simple ways to destroy them. It was easy to create a formation, but difficult to destroy it. This only referred to when the formation was already activated. It wasn't too difficult to destroy the formation without touching it. It depended on the strength of the person destroying the formation. Ling Xiao held the divine brush in his hand and gathered energy on his wrist. He waved it at the many complicated formation patterns on the ground. A long stroke was drawn on the nodes of these formation patterns, breaking the interlocking structure of these formation patterns. Once the formation was activated, this corner wouldn't be able to play its role. Ling Xiao looked around and kept attacking, destroying the nodes of the formation patterns in front of him. His movements looked simple, but the first point of impact had to be precise and in place. Otherwise, when the formation was activated, everything he had done would be in vain. In addition, the person who carved the formation was definitely a supreme being. Otherwise, he would feel a strong resistance every time he drew, almost making it impossible for him to draw. When he had just destroyed dozens of nodes, Ling Xiao could clearly feel that he had consumed a bit of his divine power. He was only destroying the formation. If he were to draw this kind of formation, he probably wouldn't be able to handle it. An array master was not an easy profession to achieve. They kept a low profile, but their abilities were not small. An hour later, Ling Xiao had destroyed thousands of node structures and advanced for more than 1,000 meters. Finally, he arrived at the center of the formation. When he saw the dozens of level 11 beast cores arranged around him, he revealed an incomparably shocked expression. At this time, the prodigal boy also exclaimed softly, "This is where I was sent to the heavenly realm. Uncle Flaming Tiger was also killed here." Ling Xiao nodded. Although boss doesn't know much about formations, he does know that some formations contain a murderous formation. You must follow the directions set by the person who set up the formation to be safe. Although I've destroyed the periphery of this formation, the eye of the formation is still here. If dozens of 11th grade beast cores were to activate the formation at the same time, I wouldn't be able to withstand it. Dozens of level 11 beast cores were equivalent to the power of dozens of stage 11 holy beasts. One could imagine how terrifying the power of their combined attack was. Ling Xiao then used the destruction formation technique to destroy many of the nodes, and in an instant he took all the beast cores in his hands. Although these beast cores had lost a portion of their essence, they could still be used. They could not be wasted. After Ling Xiao broke the formation, he looked around and saw some broken bodies, broken bones, and broken weapons. The broken flesh was still there, but the blood qi had disappeared. Those broken bones were like divine weapons that would never decay. Looks like these people died here by accident. They're probably all god kings or above, or they wouldn't be able to maintain their limbs. Ling Xiao murmured before ignoring them. He continued down the cavern. That's right. You're a god king. After he had advanced for about 100 meters, the situation in the cave finally appeared. In front of them, there was a stone door that seemed to be 10,000 kilograms. On the stone door, there were mysterious and complicated array patterns, and there were even some strange patterns, giving off an ancient aura. What is this place? It's actually hidden so deeply. Ling Xiao also revealed a surprised expression as he muttered. The Xianling continent was one of the ancient continents, so it was not surprising that there was a sovereign-level secret realm here. However, Ling Xiao could not guess which era this was left behind, or perhaps there was a sovereign who was in seclusion here. After all, his divine sense could not penetrate this ancient stone door. Ling Xiao was hesitating. Should he destroy this stone door? He was also afraid that there was a sovereign who was in seclusion inside, and disturbing the peace was definitely a very rude thing to do. Chapter 1604. There hasn't been anyone here for many years. I don't think anyone is in seclusion here. Let's go in and take a look first. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment before deciding to open the stone door and see what secrets were hidden here. Ling Xiao kept Dragon Lady and the Prodigal and observed the situation around him. He was afraid that there would be some secret killing array hidden here. Once he touched it, he would have to spend some time to solve it. Ling Xiao carefully leaned towards the stone door and looked at the various array patterns and strange patterns carved on the stone door. What a complicated array pattern! What an ancient pattern! Ling Xiao muttered to himself. He had seen Xian Yao inscribe array patterns before, but compared to the ones in front of him, the difference was definitely too great. Thinking back to the great array on the ground just now, Ling Xiao couldn't help but suspect that if he met the array inscription master who set up this great array, the other party might be a top-notch divine array master, who could set up the origin array. Just 2 meters in front of the great array, Ling Xiao felt the floating array pattern energy here. Although the energy was very hidden, it couldn't escape his senses. The defense is really tight, it won't be easy to break. Ling Xiao thought to himself. These array patterns were carved on the stone door. If he wanted to reach the stone door, he would inevitably be killed by the power of these array patterns. This was a kind of array pattern that was always open, not something an ordinary person could break. Now that he had reached this step, he could only use brute force to break it. After Ling Xiao took a few steps back, a wood attribute divine weapon appeared in his hand. He muttered. Wood restrains earth. This is the earth evil land. I believe I can restrain it with the power of wood. After saying that, the green sword in his hand began to slash at the stone door. Boom. Ling Xiao's power touched the power of the array pattern in front of the stone door, causing an earth-shattering sound. With such a force, it was completely enough to destroy the stone cave. However, the stone cave only shook for a while, and after some stone chips fell, there was no other movement. And in front of this stone door, a series of earthy yellow light flashed. These rays of light were incomparably thick and solid. They were like little earth dragons swimming about, filled with an austere aura. Ling Xiao sensed the power of the runes in front of the stone door, and discovered that although the power was strong, it was still within the range of what he could endure. He put away the divine artifact, and after a loud shout, a cyan fist blasted towards the power of the formation pattern. Another deafening explosion sounded. The power of the earth ray was struck by Ling Xiao, and cracks spread in all directions. At the same time, the earth dragons lunged towards Ling Xiao with a powerful strangling power that could annihilate any expert below the divine king realm. Even low-level sovereigns would be heavily injured by it. However, Ling Xiao's fleshly body was freakishly strong. These energies only tickled him and didn't cause too much damage. He bellowed again, and his other fist smashed down again. The powerful force completely destroyed the power of the formation runes. However, as the power here was destroyed, the stone cave actually shook as if it was experiencing a magnitude 12 earthquake. It was about to collapse completely, and the ground under Ling Xiao's feet also began to crack. Rumble, rumble. Ling Xiao was already prepared. His power had already spread out, and the rocks that were smashing down were all sent flying. Such a little bit of power couldn't possibly hurt him. Ling Xiao didn't hesitate and directly rushed towards the stone door. A green palm slapped towards the stone door, intending to completely destroy it. However, when Ling Xiao's hand was about to touch the stone door, it actually opened by itself. Suddenly, an ancient aura rushed over. It was a feeling that came from the primordial era, and it made people tremble even though it wasn't cold. Not only that, but there was a shocking roar coming from behind the stone door. It was the sound of a dragon's roar, and at the same time, there was a burst of earth-shaking footsteps. Ling Xiao's eyes widened, and his face revealed an extremely horrified expression. It was as if he had fallen into another space of nothingness and entered an inexplicable world. A real earth dragon. Ling Xiao saw a terrifying earth dragon pouncing towards him at first glance. This earth dragon wasn't an ordinary earth dragon with impure bloodline, but a real earth dragon of the divine beast clan. Its body was tens of thousands of meters long, and its huge body was much larger than the golden dragon and the water dragon clan. Its dragon scales glowed with an earthy yellow light, and a heavy aura rushed over. The terrifying dragon's mouth was like a black hole, and it came with a bloodthirsty murderous intent that made people's hearts tremble. Ling Xiao hurriedly retreated. His eyes focused and emitted bursts of green light, seeing through all nothingness. However, he discovered that this earth dragon really did exist, and this place was still filled with chaotic desolate qi. Could this be real? Ling Xiao cried out in surprise. The earth dragon had already arrived in front of him, and its ferocious aura was very strong, causing people to tremble in fear. Ling Xiao's figure danced, and the dragon's subduing palm ruthlessly smashed towards the earth dragon. Ling Xiao's strength was incomparably strong, and this earth dragon wasn't weak either. It actually took Ling Xiao's dragon's subduing palm head-on, and it was only able to force it back slightly. The earth dragon's body swayed angrily, and its powerful dragon tail swept over, carrying with it the power to break through the air. It was enough to destroy half of the mountain range. Whether you're real or fake, in front of this empress, you'd better sit still. Ling Xiao roared, and his combat strength increased by 70 times, and a mighty golden dragon appeared behind him. Ling Xiao's dragon's subduing palm slammed towards the earth dragon's tail with all his strength. Golden light splattered wildly, and the thick earth kept crashing. The intersecting forces produced an earth-shattering sound. Under Ling Xiao's powerful pressure, the earth dragon was blasted back. Ling Xiao immediately increased the power of his attack after gaining the upper hand. Golden palms with the power to destroy heaven and earth swept out. The earth dragon roared non-stop, and its body kept churning. Its dragon claws slashed down furiously, and its dragon tail swept rapidly. Many meteorites kept smashing down, and all of them carried the power of millions of kilograms. It was enough to make a mid-level supreme being unable to withstand it. Fortunately, Ling Xiao's strength was strong enough to suppress this earth dragon. Ling Xiao's earth-shattering power kept blasting out, and the earth dragon finally couldn't withstand Ling Xiao's devastation anymore. Its body collapsed and scattered. Only then did Ling Xiao realize that this wasn't a real earth dragon, but just the essence of dragon energy. It was the dragon pearl that was doing this. It contained the purest power of a true dragon, and it hadn't dissipated yet. That was why it could condense into form and attack as if it was real. Ling Xiao watched as the earth dragon disappeared. Ling Xiao forcefully absorbed the dragon energy that was about to dissipate. This was dragon energy that had been accumulated for tens of thousands of years, and it could make him possess the aura of dragons and strengthen his body. When the dragon energy entered his stomach, the dragon-shaped battle qi contained in Ling Xiao's bloodline immediately devoured it. Ling Xiao could only feel his body emitting a slight crackling sound. His flesh, his organs, his bones, everything was changing. His physique, which was originally at the peak of a mid-grade ancient god artifact, was advancing towards a high-grade ancient god artifact. In addition, he only felt that his combat strength was surging unceasingly, as if he had an inexhaustible amount of strength, an inexhaustible force. The golden dragon behind Ling Xiao became more and more solid, as if it was a real existence. It was condensed and did not dissipate. It was so vivid that it was daunting. Ling Xiao didn't know how much time had passed, but the dragon qi was completely refined by him. Ling Xiao opened his eyes, and two dragon energy roared out. A dignified aura appeared, giving off an invisible sense of oppression. The golden dragon behind him also seemed to come to life. It had a real aura, and no one could tell whether it was an illusion or a real existence. The dragon energy here is so dense. Although it can't increase my divine power and battle strength, it can let me condense the dragon-shaped battle qi into reality. I can let it attack the enemy like a real dragon. Ling Xiao said with great joy. Then he exclaimed, "Go." Closely after his voice, his dragon-shaped battle chi roared and rushed out of his back and started to roam and surge in the vicinity. Come back! With another thought from Ling Xiao, the dragon-shaped battle chi flew back and hovered behind him, like a protective divine beast. It looked especially real and imposing. Ling Xiao was overjoyed. He retracted the dragon-shaped battle chi and said to himself, "This dragon-shaped battle chi is only slightly weaker than my real body. It's easy to deal with ordinary mid-grade supremacies. It's really useful, haha." At this time, he finally had time to observe the situation. He discovered that this space seemed to be independent, like a normal space outside the domain. However, it didn't seem like it, because there were no astral winds or various kinds of turbulence. Instead, it was filled with waves of chaotic power of the 5 elements. This power was very pure, and it was actually formed by the convergence of primordial energy. At the same time, Ling Xiao also saw a vast tide of stars twinkling, and there was also a sun and a bright moon. The scene was like a fantasy. Apart from that, there were many strange flowers and strange plants formed by the chaotic aura, as well as some spiritual beasts. They weren't real existences, but they weren't much different from living things. They absorbed the chaotic aura here, inhaled the heaven and earth, and carried out a cycle of life. The only pity was that these things were lacking something, so they couldn't become real existences. However, Ling Xiao didn't understand why this scene, which was clearly formed by the void aura, felt so real. Why couldn't his green eyes see through it? Ling Xiao fell into deep thought. After a while, his expression kept changing. Finally, as if he thought of something, an incomparable shock flashed in his eyes. Could this be the eternal legend, the creation of life? Ling Xiao exclaimed. Chapter 1605. Eternity was a kind of legend. It was a realm that only the ancient gods had reached before the birth of all living beings. They were illusory existences that seemed to be in control of the fate of all living beings. The 5 elements reinforced and restrained each other, the rise and fall of fate, the cycle of life and death, all of them had a fixed pattern. And all of these rules were created by the eternal God. Whether it really existed or not, no one knew. Many of the pinnacle supreme martial artists could only guess and yearn for it. They had never set foot in that realm, so naturally, they could not explain what kind of realm it was. Ling Xiao did not expect that he would be able to see the space of creation in the mystic realm of Xianling continent. Everything here was created by the power of chaos. They lived like living beings, just short of injecting a little vitality into their bodies to truly resurrect them. Or perhaps after tens of thousands of years of evolution, they could create life through the power of chaos. Ling Xiao was shocked beyond words. He didn't know what words to use to express what he had just witnessed. He had just heard about this realm from his ancestor, and now he was seeing the real scene of creation in front of him. It was really unbelievable. I really don't know how many years this space has been created. Who has such great power to achieve this? Could it be the ruins left behind by the ancient gods? Ling Xiao took a deep breath and muttered to himself. Ling Xiao calmed his mind and kept the Earth Dragon's Dragon Ball. Every Dragon Ball had no attribute. No matter what kind of beast that contained the blood of a dragon, it would have the ability to transform into a dragon after consuming it. The premise was that it could withstand the energy of the Dragon Ball. Otherwise, it would explode from the energy of the Dragon Ball. After obtaining the Dragon Ball, Ling Xiao was prepared to carefully experience all the changes in this place, hoping to master the power of creation, so that he could find some opportunities and directions to break through to the eternal realm in the future. But he suddenly realized that the aura here seemed to be gradually fading away, and the power of chaos was no longer flowing according to the rules. The power was actually surging in one direction, as if something was absorbing the power at a shocking speed. Ling Xiao was shocked. He didn't want to miss such a scene. Once he lost this opportunity, it would be difficult for him to encounter such a fateful encounter in the future. Don't even think about ruining this. Ling Xiao let out a startled roar. His power surged out and immediately went in the direction where the primal chi was being absorbed. He forcibly isolated himself from the other party's suction force, preventing all of this from flowing away. At the same time, he gathered his strength and looked down. His green eyes pierced through the layers of space, and saw that there was a 5-colored cocoon in the distance. The cocoon was made from chaotic chi and gave off a primordial aura. Furthermore, the silhouettes of the 4 divine beasts floated above it. The azure dragon, the white tiger, the vermilion bird, and the black tortoise were the 4 most powerful divine beasts. They guarded the surroundings like the most loyal guardian divine beasts. No one could even think of approaching them. Ling Xiao held his breath. He really couldn't imagine that such a chaotic divine object could be nurtured in this space. Perhaps it was a top-grade supreme material, or perhaps some kind of creature was undergoing a metamorphosis. He could faintly sense that there seemed to be a life beating under the cocoon. It was just that he had isolated the chaotic chi, causing it to stop beating again. Let's not worry about it for now. Let's immediately comprehend everything here and memorize it. Ling Xiao said as he shook his head. Ling Xiao calmed his mind and closed his eyes. His spiritual sea was completely relaxed as he deeply imprinted all of the scenes here into his sea of consciousness. Now that his sea of consciousness was much more vast than any other sovereign, it was relatively easy for him to memorize all of the scenes here that were formed from the chaotic chi. However, just as he released the space in his sea of consciousness, the world force above his spiritual world, no, it should be said that the scene of the origin of the universe actually evolved on its own. The trees and flowers were all connected with the trees and flowers in this space, and they were all absorbed into his spiritual world. Not only that, the spiritual beasts, stars, suns, moons, and many other things formed from the chaotic chi all entered his spiritual world, and mixed with the scene of the origin of the universe, causing the entire world to seem to be alive at all times. Even Ling Xiao couldn't understand what was going on with this mysterious process. He was currently in a state of the beginning of the chaos and the birth of all living things. It made him vaguely feel as if he could see the changes of the times that all living things evolved from, as well as the process of the growth of various living things, as well as the process of aging and death. All of this was evolving in a cycle, with some kind of natural law. It seemed as if it could be easily controlled, but also seemed as if it could not be touched. After an unknown period of time, Ling Xiao slowly woke up, and a blank look flashed across his eyes. He didn't understand at all how his origin of the universe's power could fuse with everything in this space. He also felt that his spiritual world seemed to have opened up a new world that was even wider, and could fuse with even more objects of nothingness. It was as if it was an independent space that could change according to his thoughts. After a long time, Ling Xiao shook his head and smiled. Could it be that that space exists in my mind? Will I be the one to create it in the future? Ling Xiao, who couldn't understand these things, didn't plan to continue looking into it. It was better to let nature take its course. At this moment, Ling Xiao finally turned his gaze to the giant cocoon of chaos, and he directly flew towards it. The 4 divine beast silhouettes on the giant cocoon weren't weak. They actually knew how to protect their master, and they pounced towards Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao was so intimidating that they couldn't break his protective divine light. These things can make ordinary holy emperors suffer a little, but they can't threaten me. Ling Xiao squinted. He hesitated for a while before dispersing the restrictions he had set up. He wanted to see if this giant cocoon could automatically absorb the chaos energy. This chaos energy was the combination of the 5 purest origin energies of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Any supreme realm or incipient god realm expert in this place could take in the chaotic energy they needed to increase their cultivation base faster. However, Ling Xiao didn't do that. He wanted to see what kind of divine item this giant cocoon was. He wanted to see if he could take it for himself. Sure enough, the chaotic divine light on the cocoon grew even brighter after he removed the restriction, and the silhouettes of the 4 divine beasts started to absorb the chaotic energy in this space to their heart's content. It seemed rather miraculous. Ling Xiao carefully sensed the changes of the giant cocoon. He could feel the aura of life and the beating of a heart. Does this cocoon really nurture some kind of chaos creature? Ling Xiao guessed. He was hesitant for a while. He wanted to know what this thing was. He couldn't wait to break the giant cocoon's energy to see what kind of creature was inside. At the same time, he was afraid that his intervention would destroy this life. All of a sudden, Ling Xiao felt that the giant cocoon was absorbing the energy here faster. Its power was increasing. It seems like you want to use the energy here to break through. Alright, I want to see what kind of magical creature you are. Ling Xiao hesitated for a while. He decided to wait for the giant cocoon to break, and let him see what was inside. After all, Ling Xiao felt that even if this chaos divine item could break out of the cocoon, he had enough power to deal with it. Therefore, he wasn't worried. Taking advantage of this time, Ling Xiao summoned his divine beasts and holy beasts to devour the chaos energy here. There was a lot of energy here. It was enough for them to absorb and refine it to become much stronger. Ling Xiao also planned to meditate in seclusion here for a few days. He wanted to sort out his thoughts and increase his cultivation. After all, the chaos energy here was also very beneficial to him. Therefore, Ling Xiao and his 2 divine beasts and 4 holy beasts went into seclusion here to devour the chaos energy. The chaos energy was the energy of the creation of heaven and earth. It was very beneficial to any kind of creature. Ma Long, who had been stuck at the peak of level 10, finally had the opportunity to break through. There were signs of it. Ling Xiao, Dragoness, the Prodigal, Xiao Jin Muscle, and Ghost's power was also increasing steadily. It was just that it was not as obvious as the dragon horse. At the same time, they were much weaker than the giant cocoon. The giant cocoon was very compatible with the chaos energy. It was absorbing the energy like a sponge, as if it was afraid that Ling Xiao and the rest would snatch it away. Hee, I want to see who can absorb it faster. Ling Xiao laughed coldly. The 2 heavenly jewels in his sea of consciousness started to spin rapidly. He also sped up the circulation of his divine power, and quickly devoured the chaos energy. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. The chaos energy in this space had decreased by a lot. After all, there were so many people absorbing it. Moreover, the chaos energy here was limited. It could not be produced continuously. In this year, Ma Long finally succeeded in breaking through to the level 11 Ma Long. The 2 dragon horns on its forehead became sharper and looked no different from a real dragon's horns. Dragon scales flickered all over its body, making it look extremely thick and sturdy. Its body was much stronger than before. Every breath it took was accompanied by a dragon's roar. After breaking through, it licked Ling Xiao's face intimately to express its gratitude to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao wanted to let the dragon horse consume the dragon pearl. However, after some hesitation, he temporarily dispelled the idea. It was better to wait for it to consolidate its power for a period of time before asking it for its opinion. After another half a year, the chaos energy was almost gone. The giant cocoon was finally going to break out of its cocoon. Chapter 1606. After 1.5 years, Ling Xiao had actually reached the middle stage Supreme Realm with the help of the chaotic qi. When one reached the Supreme Realm, the amount of energy needed to advance from the early stage to the middle stage was enormous. It could take at least hundreds of years, thousands of years, or even tens of thousands of years. There were even some who could not advance at all. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, had obtained a great opportunity and advanced rapidly. This made people jealous. After all, the chaotic energy was the purest and most vast energy in the world. Every wisp of chaotic energy was enough to benefit anyone. If it was an ordinary incipient God Realm expert, he could have reached the peak of the middle stage, or had the opportunity to break through after absorbing so much chaotic energy. However, Ling Xiao only took a small step forward. This had a lot to do with his own body. He needed to absorb more than 5 people's chaotic energy to improve a little. That was why he had such a result today. Lady Dragon and the Prodigal were the same as Ling Xiao. They only took a small step forward. They were divine beasts, so the energy they needed to absorb was a few times more than ordinary holy beasts. Xiao Jin and the muscular man had a significant increase in their strength. Their strength had reached the late phase of low-tier 11th rank. As for the dragon horse, it had advanced from the peak of 10th rank to 11th rank. As for the ghost, it had reached the peak of the middle phase of 11th rank. It only needed a little more strength before it could break through. The strength it lacked was not the strength of its body, but the strength of its soul. After all, it was a type of soul beast. Only by absorbing a large amount of soul power could it successfully break through to the next rank. With such a harvest on this trip back to Xianling continent, Ling Xiao felt that this trip was not in vain. Just as the last bit of chaotic energy was about to be absorbed by the chaotic cocoon, Ling Xiao waved his hand and immediately restrained the chaotic energy. He then kept it into the cauldron. This primal chaos chi was extremely pure. It was the purest form of energy. If even a trace of it was infused into his descendants, it would be extremely beneficial to their cultivation. It would increase their comprehension ability, as well as their affinity with the spiritual chi and origin energy between heaven and earth. Moreover, with Ling Xiao's alchemy skills, he could even refine the top chaotic divine pills. The primal chaos divine pellet was the best divine pellet that Ling Xiao had in his inheritance. It could help warriors at any level of King God Realm reach the incipient God Realm in one step. They didn't need to reach the peak of King God Realm, or half incipient God Realm to break through. As for supreme beings, they could jump 2 levels. In other words, if a low-level supreme being consumed it, they could directly reach the high-level supreme being realm. This was not all the chaotic divine pill had. If a pregnant woman were to consume it, the baby in her womb would have the innate chaotic body. The chaotic body only appeared once in 100,000 years. If he could create an infant with such a body, his future would definitely be smooth. He would be in existence with unparalleled battle prowess. In order to refine chaotic divine pills, the first requirement was to have chaotic chi and chaotic beast pills as a catalyst. Then they would be able to refine the chaotic divine pills along with various heaven-defying 5 elemental materials. Therefore, Ling Xiao did not want to miss the opportunity to collect the chaos chi. At this moment, he and his divine beasts and holy beasts all woke up. Ling Xiao looked at the chaotic cocoon. It was still the same size, but the energy around it was many times denser than it was 1.5 years ago. The silhouettes of the 4 divine beasts had also become more solid. The energy they contained had far surpassed the Holy Emperor's strength. They had reached the level of a high-level God King. Ling Xiao could sense that the aura under the cocoon was getting stronger and stronger. Moreover, it was obvious that there was a person there. The aura and the sound of his heartbeat were no different from that of a human. Could this be the chaotic body that was born in this space? Ling Xiao guessed. If such a person were to be born, there would definitely be a powerful god of war in the universe in the future. After all, the chaotic body had an unparalleled advantage in terms of comprehension of the universe. There would not be any bottlenecks when it came to breaking through. The level of a god king was definitely not his final destination. The space lacked chaotic chi, so the chaotic cocoon had no more energy to suck in. Finally, it began to suck in all the chaotic chi outside the cocoon. The power of the chaotic cocoon grew weaker and weaker. The 4 divine beasts constantly roared and twirled around it. The aura of the person in the chaotic cocoon skyrocketed once again. He actually went from early high-level God King to mid-high-level God King in a single stroke, and it did not stop there. It continued to rise rapidly. Ling Xiao focused his eyes. His green pupils pierced through the layers of obstructions and landed in the chaotic cocoon. He wanted to see just what kind of person was making a breakthrough there. The chaotic chi was just too vast. Ling Xiao could only see a blurry figure even when he focused his eyes. He could not tell whether it was a man or a woman, old or young. Looks like I can only wait a little longer. Ling Xiao sighed softly. In the blink of an eye, another month had passed. The chaotic chi in the chaotic cocoon finally became thinner. Vaguely, he could see the figure of a man. The 4 divine beasts were still roaring and twirling around him. Their auras were extremely thick. It was similar to the dragon-shaped fighting force that Ling Xiao had just obtained. They could directly use the illusory energy to attack the enemy. It was really extraordinary. And the power of the person in the chaotic cocoon had reached the great perfection of high-level God King realm. He could advance to the half-incipient God realm, or even the supreme incipient God realm at any moment. They all say that my advancement speed is peerless. But compared to this person, I'm still far behind. Ling Xiao sighed inwardly. 1.5 years ago, the person under the chaotic cocoon had just entered the Holy Emperor's realm. But today he had leaped several realms and reached this realm. It was really astounding. All of a sudden, the 4 divine beasts in front of the chaotic cocoon roared and hissed. Their powers had reached the acme. The 4 divine beasts were constantly merging and changing their positions. In the end, they turned into a vortex of energy that merged with each other and plunged into that person. And all the chaotic chi above the chaotic cocoon was swept away by that person, and all of it went into his body. That person had finally recovered all of his vitality and power. He bounced up from his original position. All of the energy had disappeared and his body was finally revealed. It's him. Ling Xiao was tongue-tied as he looked at that person in shock. He had never thought that the person under the chaotic cocoon would be Wu Bufan, whom he had been looking for a long time. His ordinary appearance was still the same, and he was also wearing an ordinary sackcloth. His eyes were closed, and his expression was filled with gentleness. At first glance, he was just an ordinary young man in the vast sea of people. But if a true expert looked at him, they would find that he had actually reached the natural state of returning to the natural state. Behind him, there was a faint primal chaos chi, which was indeed the appearance of an innate godhead. Ling Xiao had thought that a warrior with the strongest god body like Wu Bufan wouldn't die young. Today his assumption was confirmed. Wu Bufan had an earth-shaking chance. He had obtained the chaotic chi and reached the great circle of King God Realm. Moreover, he would reach the incipient God Realm in less than 10 years. Because he had compressed all of the energy he had absorbed, he could have reached the great circle of half-incipient God Realm. Finally, Wu Bufan opened his eyes. 2 flows of chaotic chi shot towards Ling Xiao. His eyes had surpassed the power of a King God Realm expert. They had reached the attacking power of a half-incipient God Realm expert. This innate war physique was extraordinary. He couldn't be judged by ordinary people. Bang bang. The 2 flows of energy reached Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao's protective divine light had stopped them. They couldn't hurt him at all. After all, Ling Xiao's competence was much stronger than Wu Bufan. How could he hurt Ling Xiao with just this little bit of energy? Haha, I didn't expect to meet Brother Wu here. Congratulations. Ling Xiao laughed cheerfully at Wu Bufan. He remembered that he had fought with Wu Bufan for 7 days and 7 nights. Eventually, he had to use one move to defeat him. It was still fresh in his memory. Wu Bufan revealed a faint and amiable smile. This proves that I, Wu Bufan, and Brother Ling are fated to meet each other. I still can't forget the battle where I lost to you. I originally wanted to see if I could fight you again with my new strength, but now it seems that Brother Ling has surpassed me again. It's truly admirable. Wu Bufan was born with an amiable aura. He gave people a feeling that he was the young man next door. Each of his words could give people a good impression. Haha, I was just lucky. Brother Wu, you're born with the chaotic body. No one can compete with your advancement speed. Today you've got a great chance here. I think you will surpass me in the near future. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Ling Xiao couldn't help but think that if he and his divine beasts and holy beasts hadn't devoured the chaotic energy, what realm would Wu Bufan have reached after he had absorbed all of it? This was indeed a problem that no one could imagine. To be honest, it's all thanks to Brother Ling, otherwise, Bufan would have fallen into eternal slumber here. I don't know when I would have woken up. Bufan thanks Brother Ling. Wu Bufan said and bowed to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was puzzled. What do you mean, Brother Wu? He had clearly absorbed the chaotic energy here. Wu Bufan should hate him. Why was he thanking him instead? Wu Bufan sighed lightly and said, I lost consciousness after I entered this place by mistake, and I don't know what happened. As for Brother Ling, he destroyed some of the structures and energy of this place, and it allowed me to regain a trace of clarity. That's how I was able to obtain new life and reach my current realm. So Brother Ling deserves this bow. If there's an opportunity in the future, Bufan will definitely repay Brother Ling's kindness. Oh, that's easy. Ling Xiao smiled awkwardly. He thought to himself, fortunately, I didn't break this guy's cocoon. Otherwise, I would have sinned. Let's go out first. This space has no value anymore, Wu Bufan suggested. Chapter 1607. Ling Xiao and Wu Bufan rushed out of this space. The Nanli mountain range had also been completely destroyed by Ling Xiao's continuous destruction of the formation. This space had also been completely flattened by him. After all, there was no creation object here and no chaos chi. Even if someone came to this place in the future, they would not be able to obtain any benefits. It was better to destroy it. At the peak of a mountain, two young men stood facing the wind. One of them looked extraordinarily handsome, dignified, and was in high spirits. The other one looked ordinary, but there was a sense of familiarity about him that made people feel comfortable. I heard that you went to the heaven domain, but I didn't expect it to be true. It seems that Brother Ling's great achievements have spread in the heaven domain. Wu Bufan said with a faint smile. He and Ling Xiao had only met a few times, but both of them had a feeling of mutual appreciation. He knew that Ling Xiao was definitely not the kind of person who would be willing to be lonely. Ling Xiao's name must have spread in the heaven domain. Brother Wu, you must be joking. If you had come to the heaven region earlier, I'm afraid you would have already made a name for yourself in the heaven region, Ling Xiao replied. He then continued, Brother Wu, I'm sure you've sensed the current situation of the Xianling continent. It's no longer suitable for you to cultivate there. Wu Bufan pondered for a moment and said, What plans can I have? If I want to improve further, I can only go to the heaven domain like Brother Ling. I have long wanted to see how many experts have gathered in the heaven domain. Hee, I'm afraid the heaven domain will not be able to accommodate a dragon like you. Only the outer domain will be your real battlefield, Ling Xiao said with a smile. The outer domain? Wu Bufan asked with a puzzled look. Then Ling Xiao explained to Wu Bufan all the common knowledge of the heaven domain and the outer domain. Wu Bufan's blood boiled as he listened. The phantoms of the four divine beasts appeared behind him. He seemed to have transformed from an ordinary young man into a real emperor. He looked extremely noble. Even Ling Xiao could sense Wu Bufan's overwhelming battle intent. After absorbing the chaos qi, Wu Bufan had indeed awakened all of his innate talents. His future path would be even further and stronger. Looks like I'm truly a frog at the bottom of a well. Wu Bufan couldn't help but sigh lightly. Brother Wu, you are too modest. Once you reach the heaven region, you will quickly adapt to it. With your strength, you are already at the top of the heaven region. Once you advance a step further, I'm afraid that you will be invincible, Ling Xiao said. Haha, before I was invincible in the world, Brother Ling had probably already dominated the outer realm. Wu Bufan smiled lightly. The two outstanding youths were respectful to each other, and both were sincere from the bottom of their hearts. By the way, since Brother Ling has already settled down in the heaven region, why did you return to the Xianling continent? Is it because of nostalgia? Wu Bufan asked. Ling Xiao shook his head and said solemnly, I came back because I have something important to do. He paused for a moment, then continued. Brother Wu, when you reach the pinnacle of strength, have you ever thought about how you will miss this place? Do you want the martial spirit pavilion to remain here forever? Wu Bufan was a little confused. He didn't understand the meaning behind Ling Xiao's question. He thought for a moment and said, Humans are not grass or trees. How can we be emotionless? I grew up in the martial spirit pavilion. It is my home. No matter how strong I am, the martial spirit pavilion is still in my heart. It is worth protecting forever. Whoever dares to destroy the martial spirit pavilion, I, Wu Bufan, will definitely take their lives. Wu Bufan's feelings for the martial spirit pavilion were indeed deep. The fact that he was able to speak so resolutely showed his determination. What if the destruction of the martial spirit pavilion was not caused by humans? Ling Xiao asked. Not caused by humans? What do you mean? Wu Bufan asked confusedly. Ling Xiao raised his head and looked at the blue sky. He sighed and said, The Xianling continent is one of the ancient continents. It has existed for tens of thousands of years. It has produced many saint and god-level warriors. After the baptism of many wars, it has been severely damaged. The area of the continent has shrunk rapidly. The energy barrier is no longer stable, and there is no source force to supply it. In less than 1,000 years, it will all self-destruct. At that time, all living beings on the Xianling continent will die. Not only the martial spirit pavilion, but the proud smiling palace will also cease to exist. Wu Bufan was shocked after listening to Ling Xiao's words. He didn't doubt that Ling Xiao was just trying to scare him. He just didn't expect that the Xianling continent was on the verge of destruction. Although he didn't have the noble thought of mourning for the people of the world, he had to think about how the people of the martial spirit pavilion would live when the Xianling continent was destroyed. After a long while, Wu Bufan looked at Ling Xiao and said, "Brother Ling, do you have a solution?" He knew that Ling Xiao had already made up his mind. He wanted to hear Ling Xiao's opinion first. "I do have a solution, but it is extremely difficult," Ling Xiao answered, and then he said, "That is to gather all the Genesis stones of the 9 attributes and set up the Genesis formation in the Xianling continent to restore the supply of Genesis Qi in the continent, so that the boundary of the continent can be restored. In this way, not only can the continent be saved, but it can also be restored to its ancient glory." Since Brother Ling already has a solution, did you come back this time to set up the Genesis formation to save the continent and all living beings? If so, everyone on the continent will remember Brother Ling's great kindness," Wu Bufan said with a look of admiration. Ling Xiao shook his head and explained, "The 9 Genesis stones are the world's top supreme god stones. Every one of them is extremely rare. Even if you search through the chaotic streams of space in the outer domain, you won't be able to find 1 or 2 of them. Our Kim people have used all the power of our clan to search for them, but we have only found 6 types of Genesis stones. We still lack the light, dark, and thunder Genesis stones. We have some clues about these 3 types of Genesis stones, but I'm afraid it will be difficult for us to obtain them by ourselves." "Even with Brother Ling's ability, you can't do it?" Wu Bufan could feel that Ling Xiao was much stronger than him, so he asked this question. "If it's possible, I won't have to worry so much," Ling Xiao replied. He then told Wu Bufan about the whereabouts of the 3 types of Genesis stones, as well as the strength of the Winged Men clan and the Demon Tiger sect, so that he could understand their current difficulties. The reason why Ling Xiao told Wu Bufan so much was because he wanted to rope Wu Bufan in to help him. Although Wu Bufan was weaker than him right now, he believed that in 100 years, Wu Bufan would definitely amaze the world. It would not be difficult for him to catch up. With Wu Bufan's battle prowess with the chaotic body, he definitely had no opponents at the same level of cultivation as him. He would definitely be the best helper he could have against the people of the 2 races. Or when he ventured into the chaotic lightning domain, Wu Bufan would have quite the advantage. "I know Brother Wu's ability. I've said so much, so you should understand what I'm trying to say," Ling Xiao said as he stared at Wu Bufan. If Wu Bufan was unwilling to help him, then he would be wasting his time. Fortunately, although Wu Bufan was obsessed with martial arts, he was still a sensible person who could see the big picture. He said without thinking, "As long as the fate of the continent can be saved, I, Wu Bufan, am willing to help Brother Ling." "Haha, Brother Wu is really a straightforward person," Ling Xiao said with a laugh. Immediately after, a huge corpse appeared in front of him. This was the corpse of the Chaos Divine Beast that Ling Xiao had killed before. Its beast core and a part of its blood essence had been taken by Ling Xiao. Apart from that, its body was still relatively intact. Wu Bufan's heart skipped a few beats. He looked at the corpse and felt the same aura flowing in it. "The legendary Chaos Divine Beast," Wu Bufan exclaimed after observing it for a while. Ling Xiao nodded and said, "Yes, I believe it will be helpful to Brother Wu." Then Ling Xiao took out a lot of supreme grade 5 elements divine materials and gave them to Wu Bufan. He did this to tell Wu Bufan that he, Ling Xiao, was sincere in befriending him and needed his help. If Wu Bufan didn't want to help him save the Xianling continent and find the Genesis stone, Ling Xiao wouldn't have given him the Chaos Divine Beast's corpse and the divine materials. After all, these things couldn't be measured by the value of divine crystals. Even though Wu Bufan had the mentality of being unfazed by the natural disasters, he was still extremely moved by these divine objects. He looked at Ling Xiao and kept all the divine items. Then he said to Ling Xiao seriously, "I owe Brother Ling 2 favors. Bufan, I will repay you in the future." Wu Bufan couldn't refuse Ling Xiao's gifts, especially the Chaos Divine Beast's corpse. Each kind of divine beast was rare in the world. Some of them might even be extinct. It was hard to find them. The Chaos Divine Beast was compatible with his chaotic body. If he could refine the Chaos Divine Beast's essence blood and comprehend the devouring power, his fighting power would double. It's too cliché. As long as Brother Wu reaches the supreme incipient god realm, we can find the Genesis stone together and save the Xianling continent. Then these things are nothing. Maybe when the Xianling continent regains its supply of Genesis Qi, we will come back to live here. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Well, let's work hard for the survival of the Xianling continent. Wu Bufan's eyes shot out bright light. Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. It was great to persuade Wu Bufan to search for the Genesis stone with him. Of course, he didn't want Wu Bufan to submit to him. When Wu Bufan's fighting power was equal to his, they would still have a battle to decide the winner. Subsequently, Ling Xiao and Wu Bufan went to the spiritual martial pavilion together. Wu Bufan only followed Yi Shiwen to the heaven domain after he had finished dealing with some matters. About half a month later, Wu Bufan had finally finished dealing with many matters. Brother Ling, let's go. Wu Bufan said to Ling Xiao in a low voice. Ling Xiao nodded and said, Yes, let's go. I believe that Brother Wu's trip will not be in vain. As Wu Bufan and Ling Xiao went to the heaven domain, another legendary figure like a war god would appear. Chapter 1608. Ling Xiao took Wu Bufan to the heaven territory. Wu Bufan was worthy of his innate god body. After he had arrived in the heaven territory, he had absorbed a lot of energy from the origin. His peak of king god realm started to loosen, but he had to suppress it. Ling Xiao could feel that Wu Bufan wanted to accumulate his energy to the point where he couldn't store anymore. Then he would break through to the incipient god realm. That way he could reach the incipient god realm directly. He didn't need to wait for the half-incipient god realm. As the Kim people couldn't attack the Winged Men tribe and the Demon Tiger tribe, Ling Xiao didn't have anything to do. He took Wu Bufan to travel around to learn about the local conditions and customs of the heaven territory. After a year of traveling, Wu Bufan finally had a better understanding of the distribution of the major forces in the heaven domain and the regions in the heaven domain. He had even entered the prison arena many times to train himself, defeating many peak god kings before leaving. As a result, his name as Wu Bufan slowly rose up in the heaven region without anyone noticing. After that, as Wu Bufan had requested, Ling Xiao parted with him. Wu Bufan planned to travel around the heaven territory himself. 10 years later, he would go to the Dragon Gate to find Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao knew that Wu Bufan had his own plan, so he didn't force him. After all, everybody had their own destiny. Wu Bufan was an innate god body. Of course, he didn't need to depend on his destiny to become stronger. Ling Xiao gave Wu Bufan a token and some divine crystals, so that he could go to the Dragon Gate to find him. Wu Bufan didn't reject it. He owed Shiyan 1 favor, 2 favors. It didn't matter if he owed him 1 more favor. After Ling Xiao and Wu Bufan parted, Ling Xiao returned to the Kim people immediately. Ling Xiao reported the situation with Ling Hongyu to Chief Ling Bo, Great Elder Ling Qiu, and the others. At the same time, he told them about the situation of the Winged Men tribe and the Demon Tiger sect, asking them not to act rashly for the time being. This matter was too important, so they could only report it to Ling Taimeng and ask him to make a decision. At the same time, they were trying to figure out a way to summon the 2 peak supremes of the Kim people who were on the supremacy list. With them here, it would be much easier to find the other 3 kinds of Genesis stones. They were Ling Taichu and Ling Wudi, both ancestors of the Kim people who had lived for at least 100,000 years. For the time being, Ling Xiao did not want to care about these things. He asked the clan and the outer sect to hand over all the supreme divine materials to him. He planned to frantically refine many supreme god pills for the clan and the outer sect. At the same time, he also called on the many miracle apothecaries in the outer sect to refine God King pills with all their might, so as to strengthen the strength of the others as soon as possible. He faintly felt that in the near future, experts from the outer realms might attack. Only by improving everyone's strength would they have enough resources to face the battle. Apart from that, Ling Xiao also summoned the Kim people and the important descendants of the soul race, and had them enter his cauldron to soak in the blood pool. The blood pool was obtained from the fierce blood demon land. At that time, Ling Xiao had dug it up and placed it in the cauldron. He originally wanted to leave it for his descendants, but now that the situation had changed, he needed to improve everyone's bloodline, innate talent, and combat strength as soon as possible. Therefore, he had no choice but to contribute this private blood pool to activate the innate talents of the 2 clans with the bloodline of the ancient race. Of course, before that, Ling Xiao still wanted to baptize his women, relatives, and descendants. Even those without the bloodline of the ancient race would have their blood energy doubled after soaking in the blood pool, awakening some unknown innate talents. Among them Feng Xianyun, Ji Beixin, Dongfang Jing, Feng Lingtian Lingyu, and Lingying had received great fortune to strengthen their bloodline. After Ling Xiao transformed his own people's bloodline power, he began to discuss this matter with the clan. However, he could only limit the number of people to 50. If there were more, the power of the blood pool wouldn't be able to withstand it. After all, he had to leave some for the soul race. When the Kim people knew that Ling Xiao had such a magical blood pool, Ling Bo and Ling Qiu were so happy. If they could increase the bloodline of 50 members of their clan, not only would it benefit the descendants of the Kim people a lot, but it would also strengthen the foundation of their clan. The Kim people immediately called for an emergency meeting of the founding elders. After discussing for a while, they assigned the 50 quotas to the newly ascended incipient God Realm experts, the youngest ones, and more than 10 outstanding young King God Realm experts and the other outstanding members of the younger generation. That way, the Kim people wouldn't have a shortage of young talents in the future. At the same time, they would be able to train stronger descendants. Ling Xiao had taken out the blood pool to increase the bloodline of these 50 people to the strongest level. More than 10 of them had their fighting competence increased by more than 50 times. Some of them even had their fighting competence increased by more than 60 times. They were very close to Ling Xiao's 70 times. Ling Chen's fighting power had also been converted to true dragon battle chi. It wasn't just the flood dragon anymore. His fighting competence had reached 63 times. This time, the bloodline enhancement was significant to Ling Chen. It was the key for him to enter the legendary list in the future. After the Kim people had been upgraded, Ling Xiao had selected another 50 members of the Soul Clan to enter the blood pool. Today, many members of the Soul Clan had reached the Saint Realm. Some of them had reached the Holy Emperor's realm. Their power had been accumulating for a long time. Although the Soul Clan was one of the most powerful ancient races, cultivating strength was not their specialty. They focused on cultivating soul power. Everyone had the talent to fight above their level. This time, the 50 Soul Clan members who were sent into the blood pool had their heavy soul talent awakened even stronger. After doing all this, Ling Xiao went into seclusion to refine pills. At this time, the Kim people and the Dragon Gate had used up most of the supreme materials they had sent over. It was enough to refine nearly 100 Sovereign God pills. Once these Sovereign God pills were refined, they would increase the strength of the Kim people and the Dragon Gate in all aspects. After Ling Xiao entered the seclusion room, he was truly separated from his divine soul. Refining pills with his true body and divine soul at the same time was equivalent to 2 supreme alchemy gods working at the same time. The refining speed was unbelievably fast. It was just that the time it took to condense the Sovereign God pills was not short. It would also take a long time to refine all the materials. Moreover, he had also used the many divine materials he had collected from the outer realms over the years to refine a batch of Sovereign God pills for emergencies. In the blink of an eye, Ling Xiao had been in seclusion for 3 years. Apart from refining pills in the first year, Ling Xiao spent the rest of his time comprehending the changes in the world in his sea of consciousness. He found that the world in his sea of consciousness was still operating in a regular cycle. The trees, flowers, spiritual beasts, and divine beasts seemed to be much more lively and real than before. It gave him the illusion that he had created a world of life. His divine soul meditated in this sea of consciousness every day. He wanted to understand the wonders within, but he was unable to grasp the key point. However, sitting quietly in this world could make his thoughts run wild. It could make him feel that it was of great help to the operation of his power and comprehension. In addition, he could also use his spiritual fluid to condense into many forms. They could also stay here for a long time, but they would disappear automatically in the end. It was a very mysterious feeling. He didn't understand why he couldn't live with other condensed forms. When Ling Xiao got out of his seclusion, he handed over all the Supreme God pills, leaving only the Supreme God pills that he had refined with his own materials. If it were in the past, he would definitely keep a part of them. However, this time the crisis in the clan was caused by him. He couldn't do that anymore. He had to increase the strength of the clan and the Dragon Gate. As for divine alchemist Jiang Xian, who had been controlled by Ling Xiao in the Tianyuan area, he was constantly refining all kinds of divine pills for him on his mountain. These could be used to provide for the people on his mountain and contribute to the sect. It could be considered as compensation for his absence in the past years. Now on his mountain besides him, there were also Yang Hai, Evil Emperor, Mad Monk Sha Tian, and a few others who had reached the incipient god realm. In the Dragon Gate, it was still the general trend, second only to the main peak. If Ling Xiao could summon his supreme puppet, it would be enough to control many matters in the Dragon Gate. Ling Xiao stayed in the mountain for around a month, then brought his disciple Yun Tian to Sky Dragon City. Today, Yun Tian had reached the demigod king realm. Soon he would become the first god king among the descendants of the Soul Clan. In a suburban area of Sky Dragon City, people from the Ling clan and the Soul Clan lived here. After many years of development, their strength could barely keep up with the people of the Heaven Domain. They were no longer weak. Yun Tian, who followed behind Ling Xiao, had silver hair and a cold face. He had a cold light that made people not dare to approach him. Among the young generation in the Dragon Gate, Yun Tian had shown his talent. He didn't embarrass his master, Ling Xiao. Tianer, it's been so many years. Haven't you let go of that matter? Ling Xiao asked. Originally, this disciple of his was also a cheerful and active person. Now he had become a cold young man who only focused on cultivation. He didn't care about any woman who liked him. Ling Xiao had already heard the report. He also understood that his disciple had a hurdle in his heart that he couldn't get over. Master, I'm fine. I'm living well now. Yun Tian replied to Ling Xiao with incomparable respect. Only in front of Ling Xiao would Yun Tian reveal an expression that was different from his usual self. Ling Xiao sighed. Tianer, listen to your master. Let the past be the past. I believe that her spirit in heaven doesn't want to see you like this for her. Master, I know, but right now, I just want to become stronger as soon as possible. When I have the ability to protect my clansmen, I will consider other things. Yun Tian replied indifferently. Ling Xiao could tell that he was being perfunctory, but he didn't know how to persuade him. He could only sigh helplessly in his heart. Chapter 1609. Ling Xiao moved all the members of the Soul Clan back to the ancestral land that the Dark Shadow Clan had occupied. Demon Soul City would be controlled by the Soul Clan once again. Yun Tian's father, Yun Li, would be the current chief of the Soul Clan. He would try his best to develop the Soul Clan. At this moment, the outstanding young warriors of the Soul Clan were still cultivating in the Dragon Gate. However, they would return to the Soul Clan in the future. The descendants of the Soul Clan didn't need to change their living environment anymore. They had finally settled down. The entire Soul Clan celebrated for 3 days and 3 nights. They thanked Ling Xiao from the bottom of their hearts and toasted Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't reject any of them. He had a natural sense of closeness with them, just like he did with the Gold Clan. There was no barrier between them. 3 days later, Ling Xiao buried many gods' corpses and demon corpses in the former territory of the Dark Shadow Clan, which was also the current territory of the Soul Clan. He gave the controlling technique to Yun Li and Yun Tian. He asked them to summon the gods' corpses and Yun Tian when their clan was in danger. Moreover, the incipient god realm experts of the Dark Shadow Clan that Ling Xiao had controlled were also arranged to guard this place just in case. After everything was done, Ling Xiao summoned the higher echelons of the Soul Clan and gave them many holy, divine, and pellets to help the Soul Clan produce more saints, holy emperor, king god realm experts, and even incipient god realm experts. The members of the Soul Clan were so grateful to Ling Xiao. They worshipped him as if he was their god. They believed that Ling Xiao was the reincarnation of their ancestor. Roughly a month later, Ling Xiao finally left this place after dealing with all the matters that needed to be dealt with. At this moment, the Soul Clan needed to rest. Ling Xiao had given them everything he needed. Whether they could restore the prestige of the Soul Clan depended on their luck. Ling Xiao left the territory of the Soul Clan and returned to the Dragon Gate. He planned to go to the mysterious sky region to find Yin Mingqi. She used to take Bing Ruoshui out of the Dragon Gate to cultivate in the mysterious sky region. However, after so many years, she hadn't come back. The Lotus cult had told him that Yun Mingqi had returned to the Lotus cult once. However, she had gone out to train for many years. Ling Xiao was a little worried. Where did they go to train? Was there any danger? At the same time, he wanted to see Shaolin clan. Back then, that lass had found her grandfather's whereabouts and planned to ask him to help her grandfather. Later, after the battle with the Godly Axe gang, Ling Xiao took her to the place where her grandfather Qiaofeng cultivated in seclusion. However, the place was empty. There was no sign of her grandfather Qiaofeng. After searching a few times, Xiaoling reluctantly accepted reality. Her grandfather had lied to her and left. She didn't know where he was fighting. Because of this, Xiaoling sadly left the Sky Dragon domain and returned to the mysterious Sky region. She worked hard to cultivate and reach a stronger realm. She was determined to find her grandfather even if she had to travel the world. Ling Xiao could sense Xiaoling's determination. Her physique was 1 in a million. As long as she focused on cultivating, it would not be inferior to any innate divine physique. Those who cultivated with her would benefit greatly. After Ling Xiao returned to the Dragon Gate, he gave some instructions to the others before rushing to the mysterious Sky region. Ling Xiao did not use any spatial formations or domain gates. He directly entered the outer realm and quickly rushed to the mysterious Sky region. Ling Xiao now knew the outer realm like the back of his hand. As long as he didn't fly too far away from the Heaven region, there wouldn't be too much danger. Only after leaving the Heaven region and encountering some special space would there be great danger. Don't tell me these two women dislike me for not being home all year round. Now that they are throwing a tantrum, they don't want to come back. Ling Xiao sat on the dragon horse and leisurely thought to himself. Now that the ghost soul had reached the peak of the middle level, it already had the opportunity to break through. Thus, Ling Xiao let it accumulate soul power in the medicine cauldron and prepare to break through. The dragon horse had already reached the 11th rank. Galloping in the outer realm was no longer a problem. Ling Xiao had plenty of time. Thus he was not in a hurry. He calmly used his divine soul to comprehend the created worlds. He strived to understand the mysteries of the worlds as soon as possible. However, the dragon horse was a rare beast. It was the mount of an emperor. It was not something ordinary people could obtain. As it flew in the outer realm, it naturally attracted the attention of some greedy people. TSK, it really is a dragon horse. This is an extremely rare top-notch divine horse. Furthermore, the dragon bloodline has already reached the stage where it is about to transform into a dragon. This brat is really lucky to be able to tame it. A sinister voice rang out in the endless void. Following that, another voice sneered and said, "Normally, dragon horses won't submit to humans. At most, they'll just get along with each other as equals. Why don't we kill that brat first and then subdue it with our own abilities?" Haha, that's a good idea. If I can obtain the help of this dragon horse, my luck will definitely increase greatly. The person who spoke in front laughed wildly. The dragon horse was already intelligent. Knowing that someone actually dared to have designs on it, it immediately raised its head and let out a neigh. It raised its front hooves and stomped heavily on the void. Bang! The surrounding space immediately distorted and collapsed. Moreover, the surrounding tens of thousands of miles were trembling nonstop. Its dragon eyes looked at the people who appeared in front of it with anger. Ling Xiao had been disturbed, and he had also noticed the two people who had sneaked into the area. He saw that these two people had just entered the low-level Great Master realm. It was not enough to arouse Ling Xiao's interest in dealing with them. These two people both had an icy aura. Their mounts were also ice lions. Ling Xiao guessed that they should be the incipient God realm experts of the mysterious Sky region. However, he did not know which force they were from. However, no matter who it was, anyone who dared to have designs on Ling Xiao's mount was a blind dog. Get out of here immediately. There's still activity. Ling Xiao said lazily. Oh, your tone is really arrogant. If you know what's good for you, leave the dragon horse and get out of here. Otherwise, we will chop you alive. The man in the blue robe shouted disdainfully with a broadsword in his hand. The other man in white had a mocking look on his face as he said, "Kid, maybe you don't know who we are. Let me tell you now, We are from the Ice Clan of the Profound Sky region. We are interested in your dragon horse. If you leave it here and scram, you might still have a chance to live. The mysterious Sky region also had ancient clans. The Ice Clan was one of them. They were not as famous as the other ancient clans. However, they were a clan that had been passed down from the antiquity time. They should not be underestimated. Moreover, the two of them were just new incipient God realm experts. They were a little too arrogant. As soon as they came to outer space to experience the world, they met Ling Xiao and the dragon horse. They did not think that the other dared to travel alone in outer space. Would his competence be ordinary? I gave you a chance, but you didn't know how to cherish it. Ling Xiao said coldly. Then he patted the dragon horse's forehead and said, "Let me see how strong your new power is." "Boss, don't worry. I won't let you down." The dragon horse responded to Ling Xiao. Then it stomped its four hooves, making a deep sound. All of a sudden, it sped up like a blood-red light column. In just a blink of an eye, it reached the blue-robed man and his mount. Before the blue-robed man and the ice lion could react, they were trampled by the dragon horse's front hooves, causing the ice lion to roar as blood splattered everywhere. After being baptized in the dragon pool, the dragon horse's vitality was vigorous and its physical body was strong. Since it possessed the dragon race's battle chi, it was naturally not something that ordinary holy beasts could compare to. In addition, it was born with a godly speed. Of course, its sudden attack was successful. The blue-robed man was startled. He jumped up from the ice lion and shouted, "What a good dragon horse! Wait for me to let you taste some pain. Ice devours the world." The blue-robed man swung his saber repeatedly, and numerous icy lights appeared. In an instant, the area within a radius of tens of thousands of miles was frozen. Each of the saber lights contained an extremely cold aura, and they wanted to completely freeze the dragon horse. However, the dragon horse was a non-elemental divine beast. It was like a ghost, but its speed was as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, it dodged the attack. Unfortunately, it did not have much combat experience. The blue-robed man's companion had already charged over from another direction. A mere non-elemental dragon horse dares to be so arrogant here. I'll freeze you for a few months first. Let's see if you surrender or not. The white-robed man shouted in alarm. He and his ice lion attacked at the same time, and the overwhelming hail and frost came crashing down. Within a radius of tens of thousands of miles, everything turned into countless ice crystals, completely freezing this space. All of the turbulent astral winds could no longer move. This was the powerful strength of the two great sovereigns working together. And it was also the extraordinary ability that the ancient race possessed. Ordinary sovereigns would probably be frozen to death. The dragon horse and Ling Xiao were indeed frozen into ice sculptures. Even their expressions were frozen stiff. However, the two of them were not careless. They quickly unleashed their ice arts again and again, once again consolidating the thickness of the ice crystals and completely sealing them. They really can't withstand a single blow. Freeze them for 10 days to half a month. At that time, they will be obedient. The blue-robed man laughed sinisterly. The white-robed man looked at Ling Xiao with some surprise and said, "That brat looks a little familiar, but I can't remember for a moment." "You're overthinking it. It should just be a nameless little." The blue-robed man waved his hand. Bang! Before he could finish speaking, the frozen space between them instantly cracked and collapsed. How is this possible? The two of them cried out in alarm. "Is this all you can do? Then you can go die." Ling Xiao wiped away his cold smile and said. His figure immediately disappeared in front of their eyes. Before they could react, two sharp swords had already descended from above their heads. Put. The two of them and their holy beasts were all dismembered by Ling Xiao in a single move, and a lot of blood splattered everywhere. Their souls did not even have the chance to escape before they were devoured by Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao did not expect that the two people he had accidentally killed would find out about Xiaofeng's current location. Chapter 1610. The Ice Clan could barely be considered as one of the ancient families. Although they were not particularly famous, they were not to be underestimated. They were not as strong as the Black Turtle sect and the Lotus religion, But everyone knew that even the Black Turtle sect had to show respect to the Ice Clan. They knew that the Ice Clan was not any weaker than them. The Ice Clan's territory was located in the northernmost part of the Ice Clan. The Ice Clan mainly cultivated the ice and water attribute. They had a God King ranked lion beast, which controlled a large area of ice and snow. They did not allow ordinary warriors to come close to their territory to cultivate. But now, an unexpected guest had come to their territory. Ling Xiao stepped into the vast expanse of ice and snow on foot, and a wave of colder than any other place assaulted him. As far as the eye could see, the endless ice mountains and the fluttering white snow could really be called a painting of ice, giving people a different kind of pleasing to the eye. I didn't expect the Ice Clan to occupy such a good place. But it's a waste. Ling Xiao sighed as he looked around. He had absorbed the divine souls of the two supremes of the Ice Clan. He had never thought that Xiao Feng's enemy would be from the Ice Clan. Moreover, Xiao Feng had come here several years ago to fight with his enemy. He had been captured and sealed in the Ice Clan's territory, ready to freeze him to death. Ling Xiao could only pray in his heart that Xiao Feng was lucky and could hold on. Otherwise, he really didn't know how to explain things to Xiaoling. Boy, who are you? Do you know that this is the Ice Clan's territory? Trespassers will die. A young man with the strength of the Holy Emperor appeared in front of Ling Xiao. This young man was extraordinarily handsome, and had a robust figure. He wore white clothes, and he seemed to have fused into one with the heavens and the earth, causing him to seem extremely elegant. The only thing lacking was that his eyes were too feminine, giving off a sinister and unapproachable feeling. Ice Battle Soldier, a direct descendant of the Ice Clan, was very talented in cultivation. He had the power of a high-level holy emperor at the age of 70 or 80. Among the younger generation, he was considered one of the best. Ling Xiao didn't have a grudge against the Ice Clan. He wouldn't drag the other members of the Ice Clan into this just because they had offended him, or because they had captured Xiao Feng. He also wouldn't bully the weak to deal with such a small fry that was no longer on the same level as him. Inform your patriarch that Ling Xiao of Dragon Gate is here to visit. Ling Xiao said faintly. He planned to use peaceful means before resorting to force. He wanted to see what the ice race's attitude was like. He had a lot of enemies in the heaven domain, and he didn't want to make another enemy. This was indeed not worth it. You're Ling Xiao? Ha! The Ice Battle Soldier burst into laughter after a moment of surprise. Everyone could see that he didn't believe what Ling Xiao had said. After a while he said, If you are Ling Xiao, I am Ling Xiao's father, you little slap. Before he could finish speaking, he felt a pain on his face. In an instant he was sent flying by a terrifying force. His handsome face almost caved in, and several of his front teeth fell to the ground. Blood splattered on the snowy ground, leaving a few spots of captivating red. This is to teach you a lesson. If you say something rude again, I will smash your head. A light voice floated in the air. When the Ice Battle Soldier managed to sit up, he had already lost sight of the person. Even if you are an immortal king, don't you dare to mess around in the Ice Clan, he said with a ferocious expression. As he finished speaking, a snow-white spirit beast that was as white as a mountain appeared by his side. This was a rank 9 frost wolf. Its huge body was incomparably awe-inspiring and extraordinary. The Ice Battle Soldier jumped onto the wolf's back, patted it and said, Inform our clansmen to be on guard. There are intruders. As his voice fell, the snow-ice wolf immediately raised its head to the sky and howled. Awa! The wolf's howl shook the heavens and earth, conveying a message that only the Ice Clan knew. Soon after, many wolf howls rang out in the surroundings as a response. It was not difficult for Ling Xiao to break into the Ice Clan's hinterland. He turned into a gust of wind and snow, flying through the mountains. The Ice Clan members who were on guard couldn't even see his figure, and they didn't know that Ling Xiao had already quietly arrived in front of their clan's territory. Normally, sects and ancient clans didn't need to use space bases to encircle their territory. After all, the space base would not be able to hide in front of many experts, and with the strongest experts in their forces, they would definitely not be afraid of others forcefully breaking in. Moreover, they would also set up some defensive formations or killing formations to defend against enemies. When Ling Xiao landed in front of the Ice Clan's territory, he immediately felt the protection of the Great Formation. Once the Great Formation was activated, even a supreme expert at incipient God realm wouldn't be able to endure it. Ordinary warriors would have no choice but to die. Who are you? You dare to intrude our Ice Clan's territory? You don't want to live anymore. A furious roar rang out. The presences of many God Kings surged, and over a dozen God Kings suddenly appeared before Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't mind them and shouted, "Dragon Gate, Ling Xiao is here to visit." Ling Xiao's voice sounded like a dragon's roar, which sent more than 10 King God Realm experts flying away. The King God Realm experts of the Ice Clan discolored. They could imagine that the man in front of them was at least at incipient God Realm. Dragon Gate Ling Xiao? After they pulled themselves together, they looked surprised. Although the Ice Clan was secluded, they had heard many big news out of the Heaven territory. Of course, they had heard of the name of the only supreme expert in the Sky Dragon territory, Ling Xiao. However, they didn't know why he suddenly came to the Ice Clan. At this moment, the supreme incipient God Realm experts of the Ice Clan were finally disturbed. Since we have a guest, our Ice Clan will welcome him. However, I wonder why Alchemist Ling attacked us? Did our Ice Clan offend you in any way? A vigorous voice arose faintly. 4 experts at the supreme level arrived in front of Ling Xiao in just a blink of an eye. The 4 of them emitted an extremely cold aura. Their spirit and aura were extraordinary. 2 of them were at the mid-level of the supreme level, and the other 2 were at the low level. One of them was at the peak of the low-level supreme level. He was the current patriarch of the Ice Clan, Bing Hanfang. Bing Hanfang had a head full of white hair, but his resolute face made him look like he was in his 30s or 40s. He looked especially young. His simple white clothes accentuated his slender and muscular body. He didn't feel cold at all because of the extremely cold air in this place. Among the other 3, only one of them looked middle-aged. The other 2 were at the same level as Bing Hanfang. They looked extremely young. It was because the Ice Clan had the Ice Soul Rejuvenating Spring, which could make any man or woman regain their youthful looks. Ling Xiao's eyes paused on Bing Hanfang for a while. Then his eyes fell on the middle-aged man. This middle-aged man had the same cultivation base as Bing Hanfang. He was Qiaofeng's archenemy Bing Weiyu. The reason why Ling Xiao knew about him was because of the memories of the other 2. Haha, Ling Xiao has come to visit without notice. Please forgive me. Ling Xiao smiled and cupped his hands. Then he looked at Bing Weiyu and said, "Let him go, then explode your body. I'll leave your divine soul intact." Ling Xiao's tone was light, but it carried an unquestionable majesty. Bing Weiyu's expression slightly changed. He shouted, "How dare you? Even if you're the supreme alchemy god, we won't allow you to behave atrociously in our Ice Clan. If you know what's good for you, then get lost. Even though our Ice Clan doesn't have a supreme alchemy god, we don't want you to come knocking on our door." The other 3 from the Ice Clan were also annoyed at being ignored by Ling Xiao. Bing Hanfang said in a deep voice, "If you're a guest in our Ice Clan, we welcome you at any time. However, if you want to deal with our Ice Clan, we won't be polite to our enemies. Everything has its consequences. Bing Weiyu, if you have a bit of backbone, don't let your other clansmen suffer for you." Ling Xiao stared at Bing Weiyu and said. Bing Weiyu didn't know why he felt his hair stand on end when he looked at Ling Xiao. However, he didn't know how powerful this new supreme alchemy god was. Plus, he came to their territory alone. This was simply courting death. "Tell me, who is Qiao Feng to you? Could it be that you're his illegitimate child? Why are you willing to lower yourself to save him?" Bing Weiyu sneered. He knew that Ling Xiao wouldn't let this go, so he simply admitted it. "Looks like you don't intend to do as I say. In that case, I'll make a move and send you on your way." Ling Xiao finished speaking and finally released his mid-level supreme martial artist aura. Mid-level supreme realm. The 2 mid-level supreme realm experts behind Bing Hanfang exclaimed. Not only that, but when Ling Xiao's aura reached its peak, a golden dragon roared out. This image was so solid that ordinary people wouldn't be able to tell if it was real or not. The golden dragon shadow charged towards Bing Weiyu, who was still in shock. Bing Weiyu found that his feet were frozen in place, making it impossible for him to dodge this sudden attack. "Don't try to be violent." One of the mid-level supreme realm experts behind Bing Weiyu roared. An ice crystal palm slammed towards the golden dragon. Rumble. Powerful forces collided, shaking everything in the surroundings. Many icebergs immediately collapsed, and snow and rain surged endlessly. That middle-level supreme being thought that he would be able to shatter this golden dragon projection with a single palm strike. Unfortunately, he overestimated himself and underestimated Ling Xiao's golden dragon battle chi. His palm could only reduce half of the golden dragon battle chi, and the other half directly hit Bing Weiyu's body. Puff. Bing Weiyu was blown backward in just a blink of an eye. He spat out a mouthful of blood. His god body had hit an iceberg and cracked it. How dare you? How dare you cause trouble in our ice clan? Even if you're from the Dragon Gate, you'll die today. The other peak mid-level Supreme Realm expert roared. His aura locked onto Ling Xiao, forcing Ling Xiao to fight outside the domain. Chapter 16:11. Bing Bing Dong was the strongest among the four. He had reached the peak of middle-level Supreme Master. The other middle-level Supreme Master was called Bing Tang Shui. Both of them were incipient God Realm experts of the previous generation of the Ice Clan. They had a good reputation in the mysterious sky region. They had joined hands to lock on Ling Xiao. They wanted to force him to fight in outer space. If they stayed here to fight, they would destroy the Ice Clan's territory and violate the rules of the Heaven territory. If you want to protect him, you're courting death, Ling Xiao said gloomily with cold light in his eyes. Then, he soared up into the sky. Bing Bing Dong and Bing Tang Shui dashed out at the same time. I hope you're as strong as your mouth, Bing Bing Dong said in a low voice. Soon, the three of them reached outer space. Bing Hanfeng looked at Bing Weiyu and asked, Weiyu, are you okay? Bing Weiyu struggled to get out of the ice mountain. He shook his head with difficulty and said, I won't die yet. But, that kid's strength is too terrifying. Even Elder Tang Shui couldn't block his attack. I'm afraid the two elders aren't his match. Why don't we ask the ancestor to come out? We need to disturb our forefather for such a small matter. Do you really think our Ice Clan has no experts? Let's go out and see if the legendary alchemist Ling is as peerless as his alchemy skills. Bing Hanfeng snorted and dashed towards outer space. Bing Weiyu hesitated for a moment before he followed closely behind, a bad premonition rising in his heart. In outer space, Ling Xiao was surrounded by two middle-level Supreme Masters. Alchemist Ling, we respect your identity. If you leave now, our Ice Clan will pretend that nothing has happened. Otherwise, don't blame us for being merciless. Bing Bing Xue shouted with his imposing manner. A snow-ice wolf king appeared behind him and howled. The powerful aura it exuded was extremely dense, and it was even stronger than an ordinary mid-level supremacy realm expert. That's right. Our ice race may not be comparable to your Kim people, but this is the profound sky region, not your sky dragon region. It's not your place to behave atrociously here. Bing Tangshui echoed from the side. Ling Xiao said faintly, I don't have any grudge with your Ice Clan. However, Bing Weiyu has captured my elder, Xiao Feng. I have to come to you for an explanation. If Bing Weiyu can detonate his body, I will spare his god soul. Otherwise, I will take his life today. Elder Weiyu has captured your elder. I will ask him to hand him over. He will not blow up his own body, Bing Shuedong said firmly. Then there's nothing to talk about. Come at me together, or else you won't have a chance, Ling Xiao calmly said to them. As long as they were not high-level supreme beings, they would not be able to pose any threat to him. Arrogant. Wait until I, Bing Tangshui, capture you. I will make you refine pellets for our Ice Clan for 100 years. Then I will let you go. Bing Tangshui shouted and then took action first. He had been forced back by Ling Xiao with only one strike. Now he wanted to capture Ling Xiao to prove his reputation. His ice fists were like the sky. His ice fists were like 10,000-meter-tall mountains, attacking Ling Xiao. His power wasn't weak at all. That extreme cold could even make a normal incipient God Realm expert unable to endure it. This was the Ice Clan's inheritance, the Ice River Fist. One punch could freeze mountains and rivers, destroy the sun and the moon. With your power, you aren't even qualified for me to attack you, Ling Xiao said disdainfully. The dragon-shaped fighting force behind him suddenly burst out. A 10,000-meter-long golden dragon dashed towards Bing Tongshui's fist energy, as if it had a life of its own. Roar! Roar! The dragon was like the sky, smashing the ice mountains into pieces. Countless crystals splashed out. The dragon's aura was like a rainbow. Unexpectedly, it wasn't hurt at all. It continued to pounce on Bing Tangshui. Bing Tangshui was frightened. He didn't think that his all-out attack would be so easily dissolved by the opponent. Moreover, looking at the real dragon's fighting force, he was even more puzzled. He had never seen a person who could condense their fighting force and use their mind to attack others. Bing Tangshui didn't retreat. Instead, he exploded with an even more extreme power, bombarding the dragon. Rumble! Rumble! Bing Tangshui's ice fists came one after another. However, the dragon-shaped fighting force was ever-changing. Its attack was also very overbearing. It wasn't any different from a living dragon. The dragon's body soared and its tail swung, sweeping away the ice fists and sending them back to Bing Tangshui. Bing Tangshui felt that this dragon had the power of a peak mid-level warrior. He couldn't suppress it, and the counterforce was even more overwhelming. "That's all you've got? You can die now," Ling Xiao said faintly. His fighting force increased again. This dragon-shaped fighting force was dominated by his strength. He controlled both the attack and defense. At this time, the dragon's fighting force suddenly increased again. The dragon opened its mouth wide and directly pounced on Bing Tangshui. Its speed increased by twofold, and its power also increased by several times. Even a peak mid-level supreme being would have to retreat in fear of it. Bing Tangshui's glacier fist was raised to the extreme, but he couldn't break it. Seeing that he was about to be strangled by this dragon-shaped fighting force, Bing Xuedong finally couldn't help but make a move. "Don't try to be violent," Bing Xuedong roared. A snow sword appeared in his hand. The silver light trembled, and many sword lights soared into the sky. The sword lights carried waves of cold air, and twisted towards the dragon-shaped fighting force. Clang! Clang! The sword lights slashed on the dragon-shaped fighting force. It was extremely ear-piercing. "What? Is this really a real dragon?" Bing Xuedong was horrified. Although the dragon-shaped battle chi had been weakened by the winter of ice and snow, its power was still incomparably tyrannical. It directly struck Bing Tangshui's body, causing his divine body to nearly explode. Ah! Bing Tangshui tried his best to block it, but he still couldn't block it. Blood splashed all over his body, and his divine body almost cracked. He screamed in pain. Bing Xuedong didn't dare to be careless. He made another move. He used his sword skill to its peak, and slashed out countless sword lights. The power of these sword lights was even stronger than before. Many of them were extremely sharp, and many of them froze this part of the world. The dragon-shaped fighting force finally shrunk a lot, and its power was greatly reduced after being frozen. Ling Xiao wasn't skilled enough in controlling the dragon-shaped fighting force, so he couldn't transfer more fighting force to it. He could only absorb it. He had achieved his goal. Bing Tangshui was seriously injured. If the other party still didn't know what was good for them, he didn't mind killing them all. Bing Hanfang and Bing Weiyu, who had just rushed out of the heaven domain, were shocked when they saw this scene. They knew Bing Tangshui's power very well, and Bing Xuedong was the top elder in their tribe. Except for a few reclusive ancestors, he was the strongest. Unfortunately, he had used only his fighting force to overwhelm them, and one of them was seriously injured. From this, it could be seen how abnormally powerful the opponent's strength was. Bing Weiyu felt like he had fallen into an ice cellar. He became very nervous. If Ling Xiao wanted to kill him, how could he escape? Damn Xiaofeng! How could he know such a character? Bing Weiyu cursed in his heart. "I will say it one more time. Either he explodes himself, or I will kill him on the spot. Or else you will all stay here," Ling Xiao said calmly. As a last resort, he didn't want to kill more people. He was a kind man after all. "How dare you? Don't think that you can fight against 4 people alone. Today our ice clan will teach you a lesson." Bing Xuedong roared and summoned his spiritual beast. It was a snow ice wolf king, an intermediate rank 11 beast. Its huge body was filled with a cold aura. In addition, Bing Tangshui barely managed to reconstruct his divine body, and summoned his low-level 11th rank ice water serpent. Bing Hanfang and Bing Weishui's spiritual beasts hadn't reached rank 11 yet, but they were fully armed. They were wearing defensive divine armors and holding swords and sabers. Their aura had reached the peak. The four of them split up in different directions and locked onto Ling Xiao's aura. We gave you a chance, but you didn't know how to cherish it. Then you shall be sealed in our ice clan. Bing Shuadong said. He signaled the others to attack Ling Xiao at the same time. Ice Wolf Thousand Claws. Bing Shuadong attacked first. The ice sword in his hand turned into a sky full of sword shadows. Many snow ice wolves suddenly appeared and dashed towards Ling Xiao. Bing Tangshui also attacked. Two sickles appeared in his hands. He waved his arms and cold air and water appeared at the same time. Ice and water intertwined. Bing Hanfang and Bing Weishui attacked at the same time. Boundless Ice Cut. Raging Ice Waterfall. In this part of the world, the temperature instantly froze to the extreme. Countless ice crystals suddenly appeared. The sky was filled with sword shadows, wolf shadows, fist imprints, waves. All of them occupied this part of the world. A vast expanse of ice will and many ice crystals froze the entire void world. Ling Xiao was as steady as a mountain among the four of them. He even had a cold smile on his face. It's good to have more people. But if you don't know how to do it, you are just stupid. Ling Xiao cursed and finally moved. Boundless Body Invulnerability. The fourth move of the Imperial Dragon Heaven Extinguishing Technique, ice-breaking mountains and rivers. Ling Xiao turned into many doppelgangers, and all of them unleashed the power of the ice attribute. The overwhelming fist intent was accompanied by waves of terrifying destructive power, blasting out in all directions. 108 Ling Xiaos and 108 ice fists of the Imperial Dragon Heaven Extinguishing Technique smashed the overwhelming energy into powder. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Many ice powers interweaved with each other. The extremely cold qi shot out unceasingly. Each beam of cold qi could freeze any king god realm expert to death. Even if a half-incipient god realm expert came close, he would be wounded severely. After the attacks had collided with each other for a long time, they subsided. For helter-skelter shadows were blown away in four directions. Chapter 16:12. Tui Tui. A few mouthfuls of fresh blood spurted out, dyeing the shattered ice crystals red. Surprisingly, the four people were the four incipient god realm experts of the Ice Clan. Each of them had many fist marks on their bodies. Their god bodies were dented and bleeding. They were all wounded and looked helter-skelter. They were frightened, looking at the figure in the arena. They couldn't believe what they had just seen. At the same time, their two level 11 holy beasts seized the chance to pounce on that figure. Your master is no match for me. You're just going to die if you come here. Ling Xiao said faintly. A divine sword that emitted a chilling aura fell into his hand. His figure flashed like the wind and lightning, and several sword rays cut through the sky, as if they were going to cut the sky into several pieces. However, after a flash of light, the sword rays disappeared. In just a blink of an eye, Ling Xiao retrieved his sword. The two saint beasts also stopped in their tracks. But in the next moment, their bodies instantly exploded into pieces, and their blood dyed the sky red. Ice Wolf, Water Snake, Bing Shuadong and Bing Tangshui screamed in fright. Their holy beasts couldn't even resist one strike from the other. They were cut into pieces and died. Even the other peak of middle-level great masters didn't have such formidable competence. What kind of monstrous existence was he after all? The four of them were frightened. They recognized that Ling Xiao wasn't someone they could resist. You're just a middle-level great master. Why are you so strong? Is it because of the ancient emperor technique of Kim people? But you're the god of medicine. How can you use ice class attack? How many attributes do you have after all? Bing Shuadong said incoherently. Just now, Ling Xiao had used the power of ice that the Ice Clan was proficient in, and the power of the fist intent of the Ice Fist had made them feel that they were no match for him. Perhaps only a high-level supreme being could suppress him. Ling Xiao bluntly put away the two round beast cores, then glanced at the other four and faintly said, "Now it's time to send you on your way." Do you really want to do this? Our ice race will not rest until you are dead," Bing Han said while shivering. "I gave you a chance, but you didn't want to accept it." Ling Xiao sent the exact words back to them. When Ling Xiao was about to act, Bing Weiyu said, "We're willing to hand over Qiaofeng. He's just frozen. He's not dead yet. There's no need for that. Once you're dead, I can still find him and take him away." After saying that, Ling Xiao activated his storm body technique and 4 figures dashed in 4 different directions. "Not good. Let's go. Let's go back to the forefather," Bing Xue shouted. He wasn't willing to fight for the others and was the first to escape. However, his speed couldn't be compared to Ling Xiao's storm body technique. Ling Xiao could even catch up with a high-level supreme expert. Ling Xiao's sword light had reached him. Bing Xue was scared out of his wits. When he was about to use all of his power to resist, another force appeared and stopped Ling Xiao's attack. The other 3 sword moves were also neutralized by the opponent. Ling Xiao was surprised and arched his brows. "I thought you guys were hiding." At this moment, 2 silhouettes appeared at the same time. Surprisingly, they were 2 high-level supreme experts at incipient god realm. With the extremely cold aura, they were from the Ice Clan. Bing Xue, Bing Tangshui, Bing Hanfang, and Bing Weiyu screamed as if they had seen their saviors. "Greetings, Chief Elder Ming." The white-haired old man was the chief of the Ice Clan. The other old man with 2 long, white eyebrows and a long spear on his back was Elder Bing Ming of the previous generation. These 2 were at the middle stage of high-level supreme expert. The chief of the Ice Clan had reached the late stage, very close to the peak. "Alchemist Ling, what is it that makes you treat our Ice Clan's elder like this? Tell me. I, the patriarch, still have some qualifications in the clan. If it's not a difficult matter, I will satisfy your conditions. Our Ice Clan doesn't want to be enemies with you, Alchemist Ling," said the chief of the Ice Clan gently. "Haha, I've told you my request. It's your Ice Clan that didn't give Ling Xiao face. Thus I have to do it myself," sneered Ling Xiao. "Hanfang, tell me what happened? Let's see if we can give Alchemist Ling an explanation." The chief of the Ice Clan looked at Hanfang. Hanfang quickly stepped forward and said, "Chief, he came to kill Weiyu. Weiyu should know about this." The Ice Chief's eyes fell on Bing Weiyu. Bing Weiyu shuddered and dragged his wounded body over. "Chief, I just froze Qiaofeng, an enemy who came to kill me. Is that wrong?" "Did anyone die?" asked the old chief of the Ice Clan. Bing Weiyu looked embarrassed. Maybe. I don't know. I've sealed him in the Myriad Ice Mountain, turning him into an ice sculpture. It's been 3 years. Looks like he's in trouble." The chief sighed, then he turned to Ling Xiao and said, "Alchemist Ling, it's better to squash enmity than to make it. The person you're looking for is probably dead. Even if you kill our elder, it won't change anything. How about this? We'll give you a bottle of Icy Soul Rejuvenation Spring and 5 icy ginseng fruits. Then we'll forget about this." Aside from the Icy Soul Rejuvenation Spring's miraculous effect, it was also very beneficial to warriors with ice attributes. The icy ginseng fruits were plucked from a rare icy ginseng tree. Even though this icy ginseng tree wasn't one of the 9 divine trees, it was still an ancient tree with miraculous effects. It bloomed once every 10,000 years and bore fruit after another 10,000 years. It took 30,000 years for the ginseng fruit to grow. The ginseng fruit had the shape of a human, and it could bring the dead back to life. It could strengthen the blood and qi, and it could refine and strengthen the muscles and bones. In addition, it could make any warrior below the king god realm immortal. It was definitely a top-grade divine material. Only the Ice Clan had this icy ginseng fruit. The fact that the Ice Clan could offer these 2 divine items showed that the chief of the Ice Clan wanted to resolve this grudge. After all, when they were watching the battle, they could see that Ling Xiao's fighting power was unparalleled. He wasn't a match for an ordinary mid-level supreme being. Even a high-level supreme being wasn't his opponent. They weren't afraid of Ling Xiao, but they had to consider the force behind Ling Xiao. A few years ago, Kim people and the Dragon Gate had destroyed the Dark Shadow Clan and the Divine Axe Gang. These 2 forces weren't any weaker than the Ice Clan. Therefore, they had to be cautious about Ling Xiao. "Haha, what if I kill you and give you some divine items as compensation? Are you willing to do that?" Ling Xiao grinned fiendishly. From the tone of the other party, he could tell that Qiaofeng wasn't going to survive. He was enraged. Xiao Feng had saved his life and taught him the dragon-subduing palm. He owed him a great debt of gratitude. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to help him in time and let him die. How could he be happy about that? How dare you? Our chief has been generous to you. If you don't know what's good for you, I will kill you. Bing Ming shouted. The four of them said the same thing, but now they have to accept your protection. Ling Xiao said disdainfully. Then he added, if Bing Weishan doesn't die in front of me today, don't even think about letting me leave. Ling Xiao had made up his mind. His ice and fire sword made clanging sounds. The power of ice and fire twirled around the sword like a dragon and a phoenix, looking noble and sharp. You cultivate both ice and fire. But so what? In front of absolute power, you can't be arrogant. Bing Ming's fighting spirit was strong. He didn't wait for the chief of the Ice Clan to speak. He dashed forward, and the long spear on his back flew out, thrusting towards Ling Xiao's face. The long spear was like a rainbow with endless momentum. It was like a roaring ice dragon, which froze a lot of space energy. The power of his attack was almost equal to the attack of Bing Weishan and the other three. Bing Tangshui and Bing Weiyu sneered inwardly. With Elder Ming's help, that kid will die for sure. Ling Xiao could sense that the icy force within the streaks of light was actually filled with dense origin energy. It seemed to be different from the other four. Even so, Ling Xiao wasn't afraid. His battle prowess reached its peak. He slashed his sword in the air, and the purple flame instantly blocked the ice energy. However, the purple flame didn't burn the ice energy completely. A part of it carried a different kind of energy and rushed towards him. The coldness of this energy was dozens of times stronger than the ordinary ice energy. As soon as it reached Ling Xiao, his body was immediately frozen. Hee, it's impossible to block my dark snow ice energy. Bing Ming revealed an incomparably natural smile. The dark snow ice energy was known as the coldest energy in the world. It was refined from the 100,000-year ice belly in their clan's land. Once an opponent at the same level was frozen, they would immediately become an ice sculpture. Without some special means, they would die. Ling Xiao was immediately frozen by this energy. The layers of ice crystals had a layer of gray, which was like the cold energy of hell. It completely seeped into Ling Xiao's body, freezing his meridians, blood vessels, and bones. He would die soon. Elder Ming's dark snow ice energy is really powerful. That kid will be suppressed in our ice clan. Bing Weiyu said respectfully. Bing Tangshui also said, yes, Elder Ming's dark snow ice energy can even extinguish the ordinary origin flame. This kid will die for sure. Sigh, I'm afraid that Kim people won't let this go. The Ice Clan's patriarch sighed. However, right at this moment, the frozen space within a radius of 5,000 kilometers suddenly cracked open. A wisp of fiery light instantly charged into the sky and transformed into a fiery phoenix that cried out incessantly. Your ice energy is not bad, but it's not enough to hurt me, Ling Xiao. A voice came out. A figure moved quickly, and the sword light turned into a dragon that slashed down from the sky. Chapter 16:13. Ling Xiao was indeed injured by the dark snow ice energy. If he didn't have the demonic demon heavenly fire bead, which had reached the 11th level, he wouldn't have been able to expel the ice elemental energy. Today, Ling Xiao's power had finally reached the peak. 70 times his power had reached the peak of the intermediate level. Adding his unparalleled speed, he could easily kill a high-level supremacy. He slashed down from the sky, and a fiery phoenix flew out with its majestic power, aiming for Bing Ming's head. This sudden turn of events was completely out of everyone's expectations. Bing Ming's realm was higher than Ling Xiao's. When Ling Xiao's sword lights were about to fall on his head, he used his spear to block them. Clank! Sparks flew everywhere as the power of fire and ice flew out. Bing Ming was blown 1,000 meters away. His spear flew out of his hand, and blood oozed out of his hand. Ling Xiao didn't stop there. He increased his speed to the extreme, catching up with Bing Ming again. His sword slashed out again. Swish! Swish! Several fire sword shadows flew towards Bing Ming from several directions. Each of the flames carried a raging fire momentum. Once he touched it, he would not be able to escape easily. Bing Ming roared in alarm. He waved his hand and the long spear appeared in his hand once again. Many spear shadows turned into a whirlpool. Dark snow ice force curled up and formed a ball of ice power that tightly protected his body. If a high-level supremacy wanted to defend with all his strength, even Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to break through it. This was the first time his heaven flame had encountered an ice energy that was on par with it. Neither of them could do anything to the other. "Old chief, why don't we kill him together?" Bing Weiyu looked at the scene from afar, feeling a chill in his heart. He immediately suggested to the old chief. The ice chief glanced at Bing Weiyu, but didn't say anything. His old eyes flashed with a complicated look. Ling Xiao and Bing Ming fought fiercely for over 1,000 rounds. Ling Xiao relied on his advantage in speed to gain the upper hand. However, he was still a bit weaker in terms of rank. He was still unable to gain any advantage under Bing Ming's attacks and defenses. "I don't have any advantage in sword skills. It will not be easy to break his defense. Only the Emperor Dragon Heaven-destroying art can bring out my peak combat prowess." Ling Xiao thought to himself. He put away the ice and fire sword and used the Emperor Dragon Heaven-destroying art to attack. He soared into the sky as if he had transformed into a 10,000-meter-long dragon. The roar of the dragon shattered the heavens and earth, and his golden palm slammed down from the sky, shattering the frozen cold force. Papa! Many of the thick ice mountains in front of Bing Ming were forcefully smashed as the golden light shot towards Bing Ming. Those energies had already reached the same level as Bing Ming, a middle-stage sovereign realm cultivator. If Bing Ming were to be hit by those attacks, his body would be torn apart. However, at this moment, Bing Ming's face revealed a ferocious expression. He swept his spear horizontally, and the spearhead carried the sharp intent of an icicle, stabbing towards Ling Xiao's palm. He actually dares to fight in close combat with his body. "My nether spear has already reached the middle stage sovereign realm. I will definitely pierce this brat with my spear." Bing Ming gloated in his heart. Bing Ming was determined to assassinate Ling Xiao. The nether snow ice force was constantly injected into the spear. Waves of extremely cold energy were emitted. If a sovereign of the same level approached, they would be frozen into an ice sculpture. Seeing that Ling Xiao's golden palm had arrived in front of his spear, Bing Ming was overjoyed. Ling Xiao saw through Bing Ming's thoughts and sneered in his heart. "Middle stage ancient god artifact? Break for me." Ling Xiao's power reached its peak. He turned his palm into a fist, and the golden light energy was transformed into intense flames. His fist hit the spear. These fiery fists were like the sun, and they dispelled the nether snow ice force. His fist landed on the sharp spearhead. "Humph! You dare to hit my spearhead? You're courting death." Bing Ming snorted coldly, and the energy in his palm surged out. His other palm fiercely slapped the end of the spear, and his power increased by another level. A fist against a spear. A collision between a body and a divine artifact. Anyone would think that the fist would be pierced through without a doubt. Haha! How arrogant! Elder Ming's nether spear is a middle-stage ancient god artifact. This brat dares to face it head-on. Looks like he's dead for sure. Bing Weiyu laughed wildly. Bing Shuedong, Bing Tangshui, and Bing Hanfeng agreed with Bing Weiyu's words, and a smile appeared on their faces. Ling Xiao's strength had suppressed them to the point that they could hardly breathe. If they couldn't kill him today, they were afraid that the Ice Clan would face a disaster in the future. However, in the next moment, they were completely dumbfounded. When Bing Ming's spear came into contact with Ling Xiao's golden fist, it made a clanging sound, and the spearhead and the body of the spear cracked. Bing Ming felt as if his divine spear had stabbed into the hardest divine object in the world. A powerful shock wave immediately numbed his arm to the point that it was unbearably painful. Just as he was about to let go of the spear, the power had already pounced on him like a dragon. "Stop!" The Ice Clan's patriarch's face finally changed. He immediately roared and attacked Ling Xiao. The Ice Clan's patriarch was at the late stage of High Stage Supreme Master Realm. His attack was accompanied by many ice mountains. Every one of these ice mountains had icicles that were like pillars of the heavens mixed in. Normally, if one were to be touched, they would immediately be pierced into meat paste. Moreover, the ice force contained in these icicles was actually not weaker than Bing Ming's. In fact, it was even stronger. "I've been waiting for you," Ling Xiao sneered. He did not stop moving, and his golden fist smashed Bing Ming's divine body into pieces. An invisible divine soul doppelganger appeared in front of the Ice Clan patriarch, who was sneakily attacking him from behind. The doppelganger sent out 8 dragons subduing palms in a row, smashing the ice mountains into countless pieces and sending them flying. The Ice Clan's patriarch only felt an oppressive force, and his body was forced to retreat. There's someone else. The Ice Clan's patriarch was shocked. They had not noticed that there was someone else here. Needless to say, the person who suddenly appeared to block his all-out attack must be Ling Xiao's companion. The fact that the other party could block his attack showed that the other party's strength was not weaker than his. At this time, Ling Xiao had completely smashed Bing Ming's divine body. Only his head was intact. Bing Ming wanted to reassemble his divine body, but Ling Xiao had already grabbed his head. If he made a move, Ling Xiao would immediately shatter his head. Don't kill me. Bing Ming finally showed a panicked expression and begged for mercy. The Ice Clan's members were panic-stricken, especially Bing Weiyu, who was sweating profusely. Alchemist Ling, let's talk, don't be impulsive. The Ice Clan's patriarch anxiously exclaimed. Bing Ming was one of the few supremes in their clan. If they lost him, the Ice Clan would be heartbroken. No matter what, the Ice Clan's patriarch did not want anything to happen to Bing Ming. Haha, wasn't I talking nicely just now? It was you guys who wanted to kill him. Ling Xiao sneered. Alchemist Ling, if you really kill Elder Bing, our Ice Clan will not rest until you are dead. Let him go first. As long as we have it, we will not hesitate. The Ice Clan's patriarch said. At this time Bing Weiyu's body shivered, and he couldn't help but retreat. Does your Ice Clan have the ability to deal with me? If it wasn't because I don't want to kill, I would have killed all of you today. Let's see what your Ice Clan can do to me then. Ling Xiao snorted and immediately used his soul consciousness to summon many puppets. More than 30 supreme puppets suddenly appeared and surrounded the Ice Clan's members. Their powerful auras completely sealed them. The 5 members of the Ice Clan looked at the supreme puppet that had suddenly appeared, and their faces turned ashen. They had completely lost all hope. Under the suppression of so many supreme puppets, they had no chance to survive. The Ice Clan's patriarch also recognized that there were some high-level incipient God realm experts among those supreme puppets. Even he didn't have a chance to defeat them. Yeah, Ling Xiao is the supreme alchemist. How could he come to our Ice Clan without any backup? That damn Bing Weiyu. He has provoked such a great enemy for us. Does God want to destroy our Ice Clan? The Ice Clan's patriarch cursed inwardly. All of a sudden he looked at Bing Weiyu. His eyes were filled with cold air, which made Bing Weiyu feel something. Not good. The patriarch wants to kill me. Bing Weiyu didn't think and immediately tried to run away at his top speed. Bing Weiyu, you have offended Alchemist Ling. Today, as the patriarch, I will expel you from the Ice Clan. I will capture you and hand you over to Alchemist Ling. The Ice Clan's patriarch was resolute. In just a blink of an eye, he stood in front of Bing Weiyu and punched him with an ice fist. No, patriarch. Bing Weiyu begged while trying his best to resist the attack. However, the gap between their realms was too big. The Ice Clan's patriarch froze him and turned him into an ice sculpture. The Ice Clan's patriarch controlled the ice sculpture and covered it with layers of ice. Even a mid-level supreme expert couldn't break the ice. Right after that, he slightly bowed to Ling Xiao. Alchemist Ling, our Ice Clan has offended you. Please show mercy and let us go this time. Our Ice Clan is willing to treat you as our honored guest forever. If you need us in the future, we will do our best to help you. The Ice Clan's patriarch, a character at the level of the forefather, lowered his arrogant head to the young man in front of him. What kind of scene was this? It wasn't much different from declaring his loyalty. Although he didn't mean it, the situation was stronger than him. If he didn't lower his head, he would have to face death. Bing Bing Xue, Bing Tang Xue, and Bing Han immediately bowed to Ling Xiao. They were so scared. If Ling Xiao didn't spare them, what should they do? Although they had lived for a long time, they didn't want to die like this. Ling Xiao squinted and didn't say anything. However, he was hesitant. The other incipient God realm experts of the Ice Clan didn't dare to talk. They bowed even lower. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.